KYNT, Yankton, FM 1021 and AM 1450, Yankton's home team.
The following is a presentation of Mount Marty Lancers football on KYNT, a Riverfront sports property. Mount Marty football on KYNT is brought to you by Les Schwab Tires, Core Trust Bank, Dakota Beverage, Aztec, Dakota Mac, Parker Hannafin, Conkling Distributing, Runza, Avera, Gernsner Oil, Mason Schramm and the Move Group, Pizza Ranch, Sherco, The Meat Lodge, Foreman Charters, Slowey Management, and Lewis and Clark Ford. Now we go live to the field with Steve Thum and Tehl Tanner for Mount Marty Lancers football on KYNT.
It's Saturday afternoon. You know what that means. College football on KYNT. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Great to have you here. It's the final home game of the year for the Mount Marty Lancers, Senior Day. And it's also the Dakota Railway rivalry game. Dakota Wesleyan, the opponent for the Lancers here today. Lancers coming in at 4-4. Dakota Wesleyan at 3-5. Currently cloudy skies, 41 degrees, just a very slight wind. We're expecting a high of 45 today and not much sunshine. This is a blustery fall day, Tehl.
Yeah, it is. You know, we finally hit November and we finally get the cold temperatures. We were really blessed with an incredibly warm October. September was mild. We didn't see the crazy hot games. October was great. Now it's time for that late season football. 42 degrees with some wind. The high school games last night in the region were cold, I tell you what. We got wind right now, 10 to 15 miles an hour coming in out of the northwest. There is some tree coverage kind of surrounding Crane, which helps a little bit for down on the field. Those punts will be affected just a little bit, but that breeze will keep things a little bit cool.
Lancers coming off a heartbreaking loss against Hastings, 23-20 on a last-second field goal made by the Broncos. And for Dakota Wesleyan, they're coming off a win at home against Waldorf, 33-14. Interesting to note as far as the schedules go, today the final home game for Mount Marty. They have two more games to go, both of them on the road. The exact opposite for Dakota Wesleyan. This is their final road game of the year. Their final two games will be in Mitchell because the Tigers started off the season with 4 of their first 6 games on the road. Of course, that flipped in the second half of the schedule when they have just one road game. That's today for them. Meanwhile, the Lancers, their schedule, it was kind of a weird schedule. 2 on the road. Then you had 3 at home with the bye week, 2 on the road, 2 at home, and then 2 on the road. Kind of a streaky schedule as far as the home games and the road games. And the weather shouldn't be much of an effect, but I tell you what, the Lancers need to bounce back today. In order for the Lancers to have a winning mark this season, they've got to win today.
Yeah, they really do. You know, 4-4 on the season after 6 wins last year. They want to get at least 2 more, get back to that overall winning percentage. And you talked about the last-second loss last week. That was a heartbreaker. You know, it was at home, you know, versus Hastings. You got Lancer Days going on. You got everything that's fun, and end up losing on a game-winning field goal with a second expiring. And the Lancers had a kick of theirs in the final 2 minutes blocked, you know, which made it even worse. Then Hastings goes down and wins the game. This really needs to be a bounce-back week for the Mount Marty Lancers. They have lost 2 of their last 3, going back to Doane. They got the win on the road, 31-14. They did fall to Dort, who is looking incredible this season, 33-13 on the road before the loss to Hastings as well. Dakota Wesleyan, as you said, they're coming off a good win over Waldorf, 33-14. They beat Doane 2 weeks ago, 33-17, and a decent game versus Morningside. Did have a lopsided final, though, of 49-17. Both teams really need a win here today. Dakota Wesleyan, they're better than their record says at 3-5. They've had some close matchups versus some really good opponents, specifically that Concordia game, losing by only 5.
Yes, and, you know, that's one of the ones that was kind of the telltale one. early in the season when they lost to the Bulldogs. And, of course, Bulldog Stadium, never an easy place to get a road win, and they almost pulled it off there. But consistency, that's been kind of the bugaboo for Dakota Wesleyan. We'll delve into these teams a little bit deeper as this pregame show continues, and our pregame show being brought to you today by Dakota Beverage. Remember, whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. The Dakota Railway Rivalry. We got a traveling trophy on the line today. That started last year and in epic fashion.
Yes, it did. Oh, my gosh. The game last year, still one of the craziest endings to a football game I have ever seen in my life. Dakota Wesleyan had it won. They really did. All they had to do was kneel out the ball in their home stadium, and the Lancers just wouldn't let them do it, just would not let them get the kneel down. The Lancers got a hold of the quarterback as he was going backwards. They kept him up, ripped out the football, able to grab it, kick the field goal to send it into overtime, and then win in overtime. Just the craziest ending to a football game I've ever seen. Dakota Wesleyan certainly looking for revenge after that one.
Yeah, for those returning players for Dakota Wesleyan, that game has to be in the back of their minds because the Dakota Wesleyan all but had it won, but a forced fumble recovered with 3 seconds on the clock, and then a field goal at the final gun to tie it up, send it into overtime. Malachi Hart scored the touchdown, and then the Lancer defense held on 4th and less than a yard, and it's not too often you can say the chain gang came out, and that's how the game ended, on a measurement.
Oh, it was crazy. And it's crazy even then because you go back to the year previous, and that was the double overtime game here in Yankton that Dakota Wesleyan ended up winning and spoiling the homecoming for the Lancers. That was just 2 years ago. The year before that, even going back 3 years ago, it was a 4-point final in Mitchell, 38-34, where Dakota Wesleyan got that win on, once again, you remember, a botched punt for the Lancers in the final moments that gave them that win. These two teams have been very, very close games, very, very fun games, and we've got another installment today.
And, of course, a continuation of the rivalry that has existed for decades between these two universities. Maybe not necessarily bad blood, but both teams have this game circled on the calendar. We got a lot to talk about. We're going to hear from both head coaches coming up, and also in just a moment we're going to have the GPAC Saturday football report, a busy day in the conference today. Plus, we've got a Lancer player profile. Tehl, who are we chatting with today?
Well, a linebacker who had 2 turnovers last week forced in the loss. Cole Crips, that senior out of Post Falls, Idaho, ended up with an interception in the ballgame and then a forced fumble as well. We thought it'd be nice to talk to him, and he's a transfer this season. Just came in August, joined the team, starting middle linebacker. We talked with him, and interesting enough, as we were talking about this rivalry here, I asked him, as a transfer, what do you think of this rivalry between Mount Marty and Dakota Wesleyan? And he went on about it. He talked about it for quite a while, talking about how important this is, how it just feels different. Even people new to the program can feel this rivalry, and I'm very excited for this game.
Yeah, Cole Crips having a fantastic campaign this fall. One of the leaders on that Lancer defense. We'll talk to him and a whole bunch more. We invite you to stick around. We are going to take a timeout right now. We'll come back, and we'll hear from the commissioner, Corey Westra, with the GPAC Saturday football report. That's coming up after this 2-minute timeout. He's Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty Football, and you are listening to KYNT.
Craving a sip of sunshine? Meet Surfside, iced tea, green tea, or lemonade. Real flavor, real juice mixed with vodka, but only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and absolutely 0 bubbles. Whether you're into peach tea, mango green tea, or strawberry lemonade, Surfside brings the party, smart and smooth. It's like sunshine in a can with adult approval. Must be 21 or older. Surfside, 0 bubbles, all vibes.
Hey, son, can you hand me that vice grip?
As any farmer or rancher knows, having the right tools in the toolbox is important. That goes for your ag lending as well. If you're considering expansion, restructuring debt, or purchasing equipment, call Dakota Mac. We have a toolbox full of lending solutions to help you with your ag financing needs.
Hi, it's Jeff Wolfgram from Dakota Mac. Call us at 800-682-4578 to learn how Dakota Mac products can work for you.
We've got football fever at Lewis and Clark Ford. And with the Bucks and Lancers, we got a lot to cheer about. Yankton fans are also cheering the great lineup at Lewis and Clark Ford. Our roster of brand new Fords begins with the quarterback, the F-150, the speedy receiver, the Mustang, the hard-working lineman, the Ford Super Duty truck, and the star running back, the Bronco. See our team at lewisandclarkford.com or at our playing field, 4th and Capitol, Yankton.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the road you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Book an appointment at leschwab.com.
This is the GPAC Football Saturday Report for Saturday, November 1. Brought to you by the Great Plains Athletic Conference and Dakota Mac, a division of First Dakota National Bank and presenting sponsor of the GPAC Network. On your GPAC Football Saturday Report this week, we begin with the scoreboard from last Saturday around the conference. Hastings defeated Mount Marty in Yankton 23-20. It was Dakota Wesleyan at home over Waldorf 33-14. Briarcliff at home over Doane 28-21. Dordt by 3 in Sioux Center over Midland 17-14. And Morningside at home defeated Concordia 59-21, the final score. Northwestern had the bye last week for GPAC football. Here are your Hoffman America Sports Football Players of the Week for games played last Saturday. The Offensive Player of the Week is Jed Jensen from Dakota Wesleyan at quarterback. The sophomore from Rapid City, South Dakota, had 5 passing touchdowns to go along with 226 yards on 20 completions in Dakota Wesleyan's win over Waldorf. Blake Bellamy from Morningside at linebacker is the Defensive Player of the Week. The junior from Winterset, Iowa, had 12 total tackles for the Mustangs, including a 10-yard pick 6 in the Mustangs' win against Concordia. And Colton Wilmot, kicker from Hastings, is the Special Teams Player of the Week. The freshman from Arlington, Nebraska, had 3 field goals, including a 40-yard game winner at Mount Marty, and also converted 2 PATs for the Broncos in the game. That's a look back at last week around the Great Plains Athletic Conference. Coming up after the break, we'll preview the first Saturday of November for GPAC football. The GPAC Football Saturday Report rolls on, but first this from Dakota Mac.
When people ask what is Dakota Mac, the first thing I let people know is that it's a division of First Dakota. Always has been, hopefully always will be. And we work with bankers, most notably our First Dakota bankers and our Dakota Mac loan production offices. And then we work with producers out there to offer competitive long-term fixed-rate financing for ag producers.
Dakota Mac is a division of First Dakota National Bank. For more, go to dakotamac.com.
GPAC football moves into the month of November with a 5-game slate around the league for this Saturday. Let's go to the schedule. All 5 of these games kick off at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Hastings will host Dordt and the Defenders at Lloyd Wilson Field in Hastings, Nebraska. It's the Dakota Railroad Rivalry in Yankton. The Mount Marty Lancers to host Dakota Wesleyan and the Tigers. Morningside goes to Crete, where they'll take on the Doane Tigers. Midland home in Fremont. The Warriors will host Northwestern and the Red Raiders. And the final matchup this Saturday has Briarcliff in Seward for a matchup against Concordia and the Bulldogs. Waldorf has the bye this week for GPAC football. The new NAIA football poll is out as of earlier this week, and Grandview continues to hold down that number 1 spot in the country. The Vikings are 7-0, and they received 15 first-place votes this week. The final first-place vote went to Kaiser, who is ranked number 2. Benedictine is ranked 3, Friends is 4, and Montana Tech is ranked number 5. Dordt has moved up 1 spot. The Defenders at 7-0 are now ranked 6th in the NAIA. Marion is 7, Carroll, Montana is 8, Lindsey Wilson is 9, and Morningside is back up into the top 10 at number 10 this week in the NAIA. Northwestern sits at number 23, and Concordia is receiving votes. This has been your GPAC Football Saturday Report for November 1. I'm Corey Westra for the Great Plains Athletic Conference.
Are you huddling up with the relatives for the holidays or a Yankton or Mount Marty football game, but don't have enough space in your locker room? Book rooms at the Fairfield by Marriott are Holiday Inn Express. There won't be any roughing penalties with their clean, comfortable beds and no interference on a relaxing stay. Remember, instead of everyone at your house, call on Audible and book rooms at the Fairfield by Marriott or Holiday Inn Express. For great rates and flexible reservation changes, call either hotel direct.
Looking for the easy way to travel? Well, let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. Here are some 2026 tours coming up. Experience the full-scale replica of Noah's Ark with the Ark Encounter Tour leaving in May. Visit Michigan's historic resort destination, Mackinac Island, in June. Also in June, head for the hills and the famous Medora musical. And see the Grand Canyon and other Southwest National Parks in July. For more on Foreman Charters tours, go to foremanbus.com.
Sherco, the industry leader in tarping, has done it again with the release of the all-new Sherlock E-Series electric tarp. The E-Series features fully assembled front and rear arm, a pre-wired sealed control box, and Sherco's exclusive SmartWire sealed harness for quick and easy installation. Operate the E-Series with the SureLink EZR remote or by your smartphone using the SureLink app. Add more time to your day with the Sherlock E-Series. To learn more, contact your authorized Sherco distributor or find us at Sherco.com. Demand the best. Demand Sherco.
Long day, good day, either way, Yankton Pizza Ranch makes it easy. Our buffet is always ready with fresh pizzas, mouth-watering desserts, and the country's best chicken. No waiting, no stress, just grab a plate and enjoy. So when you need comfort made simple, make today a buffet day at Yankton Pizza Ranch. Buffet every day from 11 to 8.
It's where life tastes better. Surround them up and head her down to the Pizza Ranch. Whoa, that's good.
All right, back here on the pregame show from Coors Light and Miller Lite. Always remember, drink responsibly. As we turn to our Lancer player profile now from Lewis and Clark Ford, proud sponsor of Mount Marty Athletics. Visit them at 4th and Capitol in Yankton or at lewisandclarkford.com. Cole Crips now in the booth, a linebacker that had 2 turnovers forced for the Lancers last week, a forced fumble and an interception as well. Cole, thank you for taking the time to talk with me today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So when we come to the season to this point, you are a new Lancer. You transferred in this season. You're playing well. How do you think this season's gone just as a team?
I mean, we've had a couple heartbreaking losses, but overall, I think we're handling them well, and we're just each week we have that same desire to win, just no matter what.
And a couple of very good wins in there as well, and hopefully another one coming up as you got your biggest rival in South Dakota coming to town. Now, I know you're new to this rivalry as your first year in South Dakota, but Mount Marty and Dakota Wesleyan, they go back a long way throughout sports. Football rivalry, obviously new with the induction of the program. But can you tell me how you've been preparing as a linebacker for this Dakota Wesleyan team?
I mean, just since day one, just Dakota Wesleyan's the South Dakota rival. It's who we want to beat. No, we could go 1-8 or 1-9 in the year, but we want to beat Dakota Wesleyan. So
I like that. So let's go to you a little bit as a person. Can you tell me your major and maybe what you're trying to do with it after school?
Yeah, I'm majoring in accounting and just not 100% what I'm gonna do after, but graduate and try and figure it out there.
Now, you're only a junior, correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So you got time.
Yeah,
you got time to figure that out. But long term, way down the road, college career is done, you graduated, you're out in the world. Dream job. What do you want to do with your life?
Dream job is gotta be just 9-to-5 accounting.
All right, fair enough, man. Let's go ahead and go to your journey as a college football player. Once again, I just mentioned you transferred in this season, so give me your journey from high school to to your few stops to Mount Marty.
Yeah, so I was at a Division II in Arkansas, University of Arkansas Monticello, for 2 years, and I think that's where I developed the most as just an athlete in general and football knowledge. My linebacker coach down there, he helped me know more than anyone that I've had in the past. But I had 2 older brothers that played baseball on that Monticello team. They both graduated. I was kind of just wanted to look for something new.
So you come to Mount Marty.
So I hit the transfer portal. And
what was it about Mount Marty that drew you here?
So I was talking to Coach Ludeman a lot, and just what they kind of wanted to do with the program. They're saying, it's a newer program, but their goals and just where they were taking it just seemed like a good place to be.
And you're originally from Idaho, correct? Can you
Yes.
tell me about your hometown and what it's kind of like versus Yankton? I know it's a little bit bigger, but not too much.
Yeah, no, it's pretty similar, like small town football. Like I'm sure it's similar vibes at Yankton or Post Falls, where I'm from. Graduated with like a little over 300 people, so it was a bigger-ish school, and playing small town football is a lot of fun.
So now that you're here, give me your impression of Yankton. How long has it actually been since you've been in town?
I got here in August.
So what do you think of the town?
It's awesome. I love the river. I love, just the fields and stuff. It's really nice. It's a little different from home. Used to a little more mountains and stuff, but.
And Cole, if you're going to leave us off today with any message for Lancer fans going into Senior Day and the last football game of the year, what would it be?
Just show up. Should be a good game. Both teams play really hard this week.
Well, thank you very much, Cole, for coming and talking with me today. Good luck on Saturday.
Yeah, appreciate it.
That brought to you by Lewis and Clark Ford, a proud sponsor of Mount Marty Athletics. Visit them at 4th and Capitol in Yankton or at lewisandclarkford.com. We'll take a break. We'll come back in a couple of minutes. Your pregame show rolls on when we return.
Olson Pest Technicians is a family-owned business since 1966, and with over 50 years of pest management, they understand your issues, and their well-trained team will help you solve your pest problems. Issues with cockroaches, ants, bedbugs, bats, termites, spiders, rats, mice, or other creepy crawling pests? Olson Pest Technicians can treat and cure them. Right now, they can provide grain fumigation on the farm and do one-shots for homes to keep pests out for the winter. Call Olson Pest today, 800-KIL-BUGS.
Big things are happening at Parker of Yankton. With 2 new production lines coming soon, we're growing and hiring. We're looking for a product and a mechanical engineer, material handlers, line operation techs, and assemblers for both first and second shift. We offer paid vacation, medical, dental, vision, and life insurance, quarterly profit sharing, 401k match, and a fully paid retirement income account. If you want to work with a team that's building the future right here in Yankton, now's the time. Competitive pay, benefits, and room to grow. Apply today at parker.com/careers.
Parker, engineering your success.
Those are the sounds of loyal companions looking for a new home and family. The Heartland Humane Society has dogs and cats looking to become a new member of your family, ready for adoption today. Every animal available for adoption is vaccinated, spayed or neutered, microchipped, and dewormed, saving you over $200 or more in vet care while giving you a loyal friend. Come visit all available animals at 3400 East Highway 50 Yankton or online at heartlandhumanesociety.net.
Buying or selling a home is a big decision. Work with someone who knows the ins and outs. I'm Deb Speck with Vision Real Estate, and with 20 years of experience, I will focus on the details while providing marketing knowledge, advice on staging, and negotiating to get your home sold. From start to finish, I'll guide you through the process, making sure nothing is overlooked. Call me, Deb Speck, Vision Real Estate, 605-664-5555.
We're back here at Crane-Youngworth Field in Yankton, the final home game of the season for the Mount Marty Lancers. Senior Day here today for the Lancers. They still, well, actually both teams, the Tigers and the Lancers, still 2 more games to go. Dakota Wesleyan, they'll be playing their final 2 games at home. Mount Marty will play their final 2 games of the season on the road. Next week at Morningside, they'll close out at Midland. Both 1 o'clock starts. Let's examine the Dakota Wesleyan Tigers. They were 4-7 last year, as Coach Alex Kretschmar had his first year at the helm of this program. They are 3-5 currently. This is a team that one of the stats that really jumps out to me is the fact that Dakota Wesleyan, who's normally been a very strong running team, that has not been the case this year. They're only averaging 62.5 yards per game on the ground. And here's the this may be the stat in the conference. Through 8 games, Dakota Wesleyan has 0 rushing touchdowns.
Yeah, that's definitely unusual for Dakota Wesleyan. As you talk about, just last season, the 2024 year, they averaged 176 rushing yards a game.
Wow.
Now down in the 60s a game. That's more than 100 rushing yards per game less from just last year to this year. That's like a historic drop, with 3 games left in the regular season. But they've kind of been trying to make up for it by going through the air. They got a young quarterback who is really playing well. Jed Jensen, who is a redshirt sophomore out of Rapid City Stevens, has had a pretty good year. 17 touchdowns to 8 interceptions, 1,600 yards through the air, 136 completions on the year, and can run the ball, too, when necessary. We'll talk about that a little bit with John Micheletti, the head coach of the Lancers, a little later, how he can be a dual threat when needed. But I know there was a little bit of a question about him today, Steve, because when we were looking at this team, the 2 deeps that were sent to us, he wasn't on it, but he is out there warming up.
Yeah, he is out there on the field, and Jensen coming off a big game against Waldorf where he was just on fire. I think he completed over 70% of his passes against Waldorf last week, but he was not listed on the 2-deep roster. It is Connor Drake, the junior out of Maryville, Missouri, who is listed as the starting quarterback today, 3 of 8 passing on the year. So he has had limited time. The backup is a freshman out of Moscow, Idaho, Jack Driscoll. And so Jensen, he is out there. He is warming up on the field. And Coach Kretschmar said he is available if needed. And, I'm not sure what the situation there, Coach didn't elaborate on that. But Jensen's been their offense, 17 touchdowns, 57% of his passes completed for over 1,600 yards passing. And Kobe Kaiser, the returning running back, through 8 games isn't over 200 yards individually. That is stunning because he had a good campaign. And when you think about Dakota Wesleyan over the last decade and a half, they've had so many good, Jared Aaron, Luke Lautenberg, who was just an amazing running back. They've had a lot of good all-conference and even, borderline all-American running backs through the last 15-plus years have gone through this program. But the running game has struggled today this season for Dakota Wesleyan. And if Jensen is not available to go, that puts more pressure on Kaiser and also backup running back Landon Iverson, a junior out of Hot Springs. Another thing about the Tigers, you look on that offensive line, Tehl, they're very young up front.
And that's part of the reason, very, very young up front. They start 3 freshmen, a sophomore at center, and then a junior right tackle. That's, a lot of the reason there. Kobe Kaiser, you mentioned him. He's a returning running back. He was their guy last year, and he had 926 yards on the ground and 8 touchdowns last year. He's a guy who, when he's given an opportunity, really can run the ball very well. This season, as you said, 196 yards on the ground on 62 carries. That is all, 3.2 average on the season. They have got to start winning in the trenches, especially in a game like today when the Lancers defense has been pretty good at stopping the run and pretty all season long, allowing only 25 points a game. They've been able to win in the trenches. Dakota Wesleyan has got to win up front today.
Also expect to see Lane Darrow, a senior running back out of Rapid City Central. He's gotten some carries for him this year, probably the most successful running back, but he's only averaging 3.5 yards per carry, and that is tops on the team for Dakota Wesleyan. And on defense, a lot of new faces, some familiar faces because there's some Yankton kids playing on the defense for Dakota Wesleyan. And Gavin Hazelhorst being one of their top players.
Yeah, they're able to recruit well. That's one of the things Dakota Wesleyan's always done is recruit South Dakota. Dakota very well. Stealing a Yankton kid, that's always a tough thing to do. But Mount Marty, obviously, the new football program, they got Gavin Hazelhorst, and he'll be making his return to Yankton, a place that he's obviously very familiar with. The fans probably will still be happy to see him, even though he's wearing the wrong color now. But he's back in his home team stadium, so that's probably nice for him.
On the other side of the ledger, the Mount Marty Lancers, 4-4 on the season, coming off back-to-back losses again on the road at Dordt last week, home against Hastings. They have been relatively intact up front, but some bad news on the offensive line, Tehl, as one of their starters is out.
Yeah, and that happens. Starters go out, and you got to have people come in. Cedric Walls for the Mount Marty Lancers starting at right guard. Alex Gove shut down for the season.
But the little more experience up front for Mount Marty. on that offensive line. And remember, the Lancers graduated 4 seniors on that offensive line from last season. But Nick Bunkers, who didn't play last year, came back. He's a junior. He has been pretty steady. Also, Zach Carlson, Desmond Taylor have been standout on that offensive line for the Mount Marty Lancers. And, of course, they got the big 1-2 punch at running back with Hirsch and Hartz. Now, it is senior day, Tehl, and let's give some flowers here for the seniors.
Yeah, if you're watching on the stream, you're seeing them all. Get a hug from Coach Micheletti as they're walking through. Go through our seniors. Jeremy Patterson, a wide receiver. Asmaran Muhammad, defensive back. Kyle Hirsch, a running back. DJ Brown on the defensive line. James Brinsley, a tight end. Baylor Alexander, a linebacker. Amir Conley, a defensive back. Malachi Hartz, a running back. Nathan Dean, a wide receiver. Devin Mays, a defensive back. Daniel Pierce, a defensive back. Matthew Elliott, a linebacker. Nick Heath, the fullback. Jaden Hooch, the running back. Nate Trinidad, the defensive lineman. Zach Carlson, an offensive lineman. Ryan Dobbs, a D lineman. Lane Ferguson, a D lineman. Anthony Rodriguez, a D lineman. And Jose Garcia, D lineman. 20 seniors graduating for the Mount Marty Lancers this season. Still a decently large class, especially after graduating 35 last year. Another 20 this year. Another impactful class for Mount Marty.
This is the Dakota Beverage pregame show. We are a half hour away from kickoff for today's game between Dakota Wesleyan and Mount Marty. It is the Dakota Railway Rivalry game today. A traveling trophy is on the line. And there's actually 2 traveling trophies. Unfortunately, Briar Cliff got one of them early this year, so one of them is down in Sioux City. And the Lancers hoping to hang on to this traveling trophy between these 2 schools here, Dakota Wesleyan and Mount Marty. We're going to take a timeout, and we'll come back, and we'll hear from Alex Kretschmar. He is the head coach for the Dakota Wesleyan Tigers, and that interview is going to be brought to you by Fairfield by Marriott and Holiday Inn Express. Get great rates and flexible reservation changes by calling the Fairfield by Marriott or the Holiday Inn Express in Yankton Direct. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. A 2-minute timeout coming up now, and we'll be back with that opposing coach interview right here on KYNT.
Have aches and pains taken you out of your game? Sports injuries can happen quickly, posing threats to your health and ability to participate in your regular athletic activities. I'm Dr. Mackenzie Erlinson from First Chiropractic Centers. Chiropractic care can provide pain relief from sore and aching muscles and lead to faster recovery after workout by easing the inflammation you experience, like stiffness, pain, or restricted movement. Visit with us about managing your sports injuries. First Chiropractic Centers, making life better, one adjustment at a time.
When it comes to insurance, clarity is everything. At Vision Insurance Group, they cut through the fine print so you know exactly what's covered and what's not. From home and auto to life, business, and long-term care, their experts design plans that fit your needs and your budget. Serving South Dakota, Iowa, and Nebraska, visit VisionInsuranceGRP.com for your personalized quote. Vision Insurance Group, protecting your future so you can live in the vision.
Beef, pork, seafood, poultry, and more, all at the Meat Lodge in Yankton. Get top quality meats at great prices. They have specialty items like lamb, brisket, bison, mahi-mahi, crab legs, and lobster. They even have non-meat options like Dimmick cheese, pickled items, seasonings, and sauces. The Meat Lodge in Yankton on the way to the lake on Highway 52. For more, call 689-3000 or go to themeatlodge.com.
Small businesses are the backbone of our community. Core Trust helps your business thrive with checking, online bill pay, small business loans, credit card processing, local approval and support for government grants and loans, investments to grow your hard-earned assets, and insurance to protect them. All from Core Trust, the community bank that's right down the street and everywhere you want us to be. Visit coretrustbank.com today.
Member FDIC.
The pregame show continues, and it's time now to hear from the visiting team coach today, and that is Alex Kretschmar, head coach of the Dakota Wesleyan Tigers. Coach, 3-5 on the season so far. What has your team done well, and what do you need to improve on as the season progresses?
Well, they've continued to work all season and continued to compete. The biggest thing is, ultimately it's one of those things where you got to continue to work to play that complete game, put all 3 phases together, offense, defense, and special teams.
Now you're in your second year as the head coach of the Tigers. So what's been the biggest difference between year one and year two as far as you see it as the head coach in your job?
The biggest thing is, I think when you become a head coach, you don't know what you don't know as much as, as long as you've been a coach in this business until you're in the head spot, it's hard to know what's all going to come. And, just this second year being a little more comfortable, having a few more things squared away has been the biggest thing. And I got to give a lot of credit to our players and then obviously our assistant coaches as well.
All right, let's start on the offensive side of the ball. Who have been your leaders this year?
The biggest thing, our biggest leaders have been Cole Holden, Jed Jensen, and then Kobe Kaiser, all returners, guys that have been in the program, done a lot of good things, and then we've had some other guys come along as well.
All right, let's flip it over to the defensive side of the line. Who have been your leaders on that side of the line of scrimmage?
On the defensive side, it's been Joe Van Overshield, Landon Rusink, and Grayson Hansen. Those guys have been the main ones, as well as Cody Winslow, and then several other guys also stepping up as well.
So who have been the most impactful newcomers to your team this year?
Most impactful newcomers probably would be Cruz Vaughn and Caleb Kilbride on the offensive side, as well as Stephen Christian on the defensive side. Mikey Hart, moving into more of a starting role, as well as some defensive linemen. But we've had a lot of guys step up and been really proud with what they've done.
All right, coming off a win over Waldorf, and Jed Jensen, your quarterback, had a stellar game.
Yes, he did. And, another five-game touchdown passes for him. Did a great job going through his reads and getting the ball to the playmakers.
All right, today's opponent, Mount Marty. What does your team have to do offensively and defensively in order to prevail?
The biggest thing, we just have to complement each other, pick each other up when maybe one's struggling or whatnot. Offensively, we got to take care of the football, and then defensively, we got to get guys to the ground and create some turnovers.
Now, last year was a big overtime game. Mount Marty won that one. It was a fourth down play where their defensive held. Is that motivating you guys this year, concerning the game last year early in the season?
Obviously, we've talked about it a little bit, and that was a tough one for us. But ultimately, we were focused on this season and this game, and doing our best to come out here and earn the win and compete as well as we can, because they're a good football team, and they're going to come out and play hard as well.
Talk about some of your assistant coaches, and tell about the men that help you out in running this program. Who've been the real leaders and the assistant coaches?
If I'm being honest, all of them, guys that I can lean on, offensively and defensively. They've done a great job, and had a lot of guys that can help me look at things a little bit differently, and done a great job of keeping us on the right track and making sure that we're putting the guys in the best spots we can.
Coach, thanks for your time and good luck today.
All right, thank you.
Alex Kretschmar, head coach for the Dakota Wesleyan Tigers. This interview brought to you by Fairfield by Marriott and the Holiday Inn Express. We'll be back with more of the pregame show right in a moment, right here on KYNT.
The perfect place to get together with friends and family and watch the game and enjoy some of the best wings in town is Checkers Sports Bar and Grill. Checkers is open every day, and on Monday nights, the action gets even better. Cheer on Monday Night Football with $6 cheeseburgers and fries, plus play bingo and your chance to win great prizes. From mouth-watering wings to juicy burgers and stacked sandwiches, Checkers Sports Bar and Grill is Yankton's favorite destination for food, friends, and game day fun. Your game days belong at Checkers.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
Before the Lancers play, after the game, or maybe even while watching it here. Enjoy authentic flavor at RB Grill House and Sports Bar.
We're American themed and feature handcrafted dishes and daily specials with an amazing selection of beer and spirits. Enjoy burgers, steaks, wings, and ribs, sandwiches, salads, seafood, and plenty of HD TVs.
Authentic flavor, family driven, and a memorable atmosphere. Join us at RB Grill House and Sports Bar next to River Rocks Event Center on Broadway in Yankton. Go Lancers!
In times of remembrance, finding a serene and dignified resting place for your loved ones brings peace of mind. At Winston Ray Funeral Home and Cremation Service, our columbarium was crafted with care and respect to provide a peaceful and secure space for urns. With indoor and outdoor niches, our columbarium provides a place of peaceful reflection where your loved one's remains are held with honor to be cherished forever. For more information, visit winsrayfuneralhome.com.
Back here at Crane-Youngworth Field, getting you ready for the start of today's GPAC football game between the Mount Marty Lancers and the Dakota Wesleyan Tigers. Senior day here at Crane-Youngworth Field for the Lancers. Time now for the starting lineups, being brought to you by Foreman Charters. Let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. See upcoming tours at foremanbus.com. With the starting lineups, I'll turn things over to Tehl Tanner.
Started off with the Lancers up front as usual. The big left tackle, junior out of Grandview, Missouri, number 77, Desmond Taylor. The left guard, a senior out of Sioux Falls, O'Gorman, number 57, Zach Carlson. The center, junior out of Sioux Falls, Roosevelt, number 61, Nick Bunkers. The right guard, he's a freshman out of Austin, Texas, number 63, Cedric Walls. And the right tackle, a junior out of Sioux Falls, Jefferson, number 58, David Grabo. Go to the pass catchers, your tight end, James Brinsley. He's a senior out of Seguin, Texas, wearing number 2. In the slot is Jack Rowland. He's a sophomore out of Omaha, Nebraska, wearing number 9. Wide receiver Jackson Waholtz. He's a junior out of Pierce, Nebraska, wearing 16. And finally, a junior out of Cleveland, Tennessee, in Rodney Bradnax, wears number 4. Your running backs, you'll see both Kyle Hirsch, a sophomore out of Gayville, wearing number 1, and Malachi Hartz, a senior out of Merced, California, wearing number 7. Your starting quarterback for the Mount Marty Lancers, sophomore, Yankton native, number 14, Rugby Riken.
The Lancers rush for 126 yards per game. They throw for 218 a game. That's 344 yards of offense per game. They are scoring 28 points per game. Let's meet the Lancer defense.
Up front, the left end, number 52, it's Bryson Mitchell. He's a sophomore out of Sioux Falls, Lincoln. The nose tackle, senior out of Sioux Falls, Roosevelt, number 92, Lane Ferguson. And your right end, a senior out of Mount Shasta, California, and DJ Brown, wearing number 1. Your linebackers, outside, a sophomore out of Pearland, Texas, number 27, Kavion Rogers. On the other end, an outside linebacker a junior out of Tyndall, South Dakota, wearing number 7, and Isaac Crownover. Middle linebacker Cole Crips, we spoke with him earlier in the pregame show, wearing 11 today, had 2 forced turnovers last week out of Post Falls, Idaho. And finally, a junior out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, middle linebacker Brock Lubers, wears number 9. Your secondary, a senior out of San Diego, California, number 4, Amir Conley. Another corner in Asmara Muhammad, a senior out of Sioux Falls, Roosevelt, wearing 0. Daniel Pierce out of Oxnard, California, the strong safety, wearing number 24. We honored him for senior day as well today. And finally, your free safety in Arthur Oliver out of Metairie, Louisiana, number 8, a junior.
The Lancers give up 163 yards per game on the ground, 152 through the air. That's 315 yards per game. As a team, 10 sacks, 10 interceptions. They are surrendering 25 points per contest. Now let's meet the Dakota Wesleyan Tigers.
Started off with that young offensive line. 3 freshmen here we'll talk about. The left tackle, a freshman out of Hartford, South Dakota, number 77, Gavin Pischke. The left guard, a freshman out of Dawsonville, Georgia, number 62, Briggs Weaver. The center, sophomore out of Omaha, Nebraska, number 64, Brock Dyer. The right guard, their most experienced player, he's a junior out of Fremont, Nebraska, number 75, Jake Hedges. And the right tackle, a freshman out of Box Elder, South Dakota, number 60, and Paul Klein. Tight end, Chase McGillivary, a sophomore out of Rockhorn, South Dakota, number 43. Your wide receivers, a senior out of Watertown, South Dakota, number 3, Cole Holden. Wide receiver out of Lenox, South Dakota, a senior in Steve Christian. And a wide receiver out of Yankton, South Dakota, number 13, Max Robb. Your starting running back is Kobe Kaiser, junior out of Emory, South Dakota, wearing 5. And your starting quarterback, as we mentioned earlier, Jed Jensen, the normal starting quarterback for the Tigers, redshirt sophomore out of Rapid City Stevens, not listed on the 2-deep today. We'll see if we see him or not. He's wearing 6. The number 1 on the 2-deep that we were handed earlier this week was Connor Drake, the junior out of Maryville, Missouri, who wears number 1.
The Tigers averaging just 62.5 yards per game on the ground, 208 through the air. That's 270.5 yards of offense per game, and they're only scoring 17 points per game offensively. Let's meet that Tiger defense.
Up front, the left end, junior out of Arlington, Nebraska, number 99, Weston Wolberg. The nose tackle, junior out of Hillsdale, Wyoming, number 40, Cody Winslow. The right end, sophomore out of Vermilion, South Dakota, number 98, Carter Skagsberg. Your linebackers, senior out of Platte, South Dakota, number 11, Grayson Hansen. On the other end, another Yankton kid, junior out of Yankton here, number 5, Gavin Hazelhorse. He's actually a safety there. Middle linebacker, Brody Ballinger, junior out of Jefferson, South Dakota, number 2. And a middle linebacker, senior out of Mitchell, South Dakota, Joe Van Overshield, wearing 44. The rest of your secondary, along with Hazelhorse, a corner in Mikey Hart, junior out of Elkhorn, Nebraska, wearing 0. Landon Rusink, a senior out of Del Rapids, South Dakota, wearing 7. A sophomore out of Carroll, Nebraska, number 38, your strong safety in Ashton Munsell. And finally, your free safety, sophomore out of Wahoo, Nebraska, number 3, Trevor Sladke.
The Tigers allowing 151.5 yards per game on the ground, 227 through the air. It's 378 yards is what they give up per contest. As a team, they have 17 sacks, 6 interceptions, but they're surrendering 27.5 points per game. And that's your starting lineups, brought to you today, as always, by Foreman Charters. We are less than 15 minutes away from the kickoff of the final home game of the year for the Mount Marty Lancers. It's senior day here, and we'll take a timeout, come back and have a conversation with John Micheletti, the head coach for Mount Marty. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty Football, and you're listening to KYNT.
Hey, we know an auto accident takes a bite out of your life. You hear that sickening crunch and it's instant stress. Who do I call? What will insurance cover? How long will this take? How much will it cost? Well, relax. You found Abra. Rest assured, the friendly Abra professionals will make your experience easy and hassle-free. They'll help you repair your car so you can get on with your life like nothing ever happened. Contact Abra today. Locally owned and operated by Northtown Automotive, North Highway 81. Looking for fuel or more? Stop by Triple Time Rudy's, your locally owned convenience store at 17th and Broadway. At Triple Time Rudy's, they're proud to support the community, offering fuel discounts to Yankton's largest employers and backing local activities and events. Inside, you'll discover regional favorites like Dimmick cheese and premium meats from the Kaler and Renner lockers. Whether it's a quick snack, a tank of top-quality fuel, or a taste of local goodness, Triple Time Rudy's, fueling your day, fueling the community.
A couple days ago, a teacher came into the UPS store to print some worksheets for her classroom. As we were printing, she asked if we could help her design and print a custom banner for her school's upcoming event. Yes, we can. At the UPS store in Yankton, where for over 8 years we've been serving educators, businesses, and community members with all kinds of printing solutions. Stop by today and let us assist with your next project, and be sure to ask about our shipping services or current print specials.
Bikes. It's what we do. This is Canada's Bike and Fitness, and we're passionate about bikes. Our bike enthusiasts are knowledgeable and will fit you to your perfect ride. Not only do we have hundreds of bikes in stock to shop from, but we also have all the accessories you'll need. We service what we sell, so repairs and tune-ups are handled in store. Also shop Oakley sunglasses, Columbia clothing, fitness, and disc golf equipment too. Shop Ace Bike and Fitness of Yankton today.
All right, back here on the pregame show from Coors Light and Miller Lite. Always remember, drink responsibly as we turn to the head coach of the Mount Marty Lancers now in John Micheletti on Senior Day. Coach, it's the final home game of the regular season versus Dakota Wesleyan University, that railroad rivalry, trophy game. This is going to be one heck of a day, Coach. You got to be excited.
Yeah, super excited for this. Obviously, you have the rivalry game, you have the traveling trophy, but then add Senior Day on top of it makes for a super special day.
Should be one heck of a crowd, too, with Senior Day. How many seniors are you honoring this year?
We have 20 exactly that we're honoring, so another fairly large group that have sacrificed to get to this point, and very excited to honor them today.
And playing for the last time at Crane, what has the message been to the team this week going into this game?
Obviously, you're tying in Dakota Wesleyan, and rivalry games, you get to throw the records out the window, and it's just your team versus them. But understanding that this is also a big part for the seniors in making sure that they really leave the jersey better than they found it. And it's not the last game of the season, but it's the last game there at Crane, and that's one thing that we always try to make sure we respect where we're at and the people that always show out for us. So I want to make sure that they leave Crane-Youngworth better than they found it, I guess.
Let's talk about Dakota Wesleyan then. I know looking at their record, I feel like they're a little better than their record actually shows. A couple of really close losses to good programs. What can you tell me about the Tigers?
Yeah, they struggled a little bit early. Actually had a very good win for their first game, but then struggled a little bit after that. But have done an excellent job of, picking up the last few weeks. I know they had a bye week 2 weeks ago and then got into Waldorf, then leading into our game. But that Jed Jensen, their quarterback, was Offensive Player of the Week for the GPAC this last week. He's had a couple 5-touchdown performances. Have some really good skill guys on the edge. Cole Holden was a guy that a few years ago, last time we had them home, was a guy that, made quite a bit of plays for them in their win over us then. And they've always had a good running game. Kaiser does a good job of bouncing runs and being able to make DBs miss an open field. Have a few other guys that running back number 2 and number 20 that complement them well. And then their defense is pretty active. They have a linebacker that's up there in the nation in tackles. They have a defensive lineman that's pretty disruptive with TFLs and sacks. So we'll have our hands full with that part, but we got to make sure that we concentrate on ourselves and control those controllables.
When speaking of Dakota Wesleyan, as you mentioned a little bit with their quarterback, Jed Jensen, a very pass-heavy offense. 62 rushing yards a game is all, 208 passing yards a game on that redshirt sophomore quarterback in Jensen. They are really heavy through the air. Your secondary's got to be active on Saturday, which has been pretty good this season, allowing only 151 passing yards a game. Can you tell me about that matchup?
Yeah, it's a little misleading, too, because Jed is a very good runner. It's just bad for them, good for us. I guess I've had some bad snaps every game that go over his head or something like that, so it makes him lose some of his rushing yards that he worked for. But, he's very close to how our quarterback, Rugby Riken, is. We'll make guys miss in the backfield. We'll pull some, try to make some plays on his own, and very good scrambler. So get good practice going against Rugby each and every day there. So we'll kind of apply that to our game plan going against Jed. But definitely got to make sure they do a good job of stretching the field vertically. They'll do different switch routes and things that cause confusion for the back end. So we got to make sure we play complementary defense, and our defensive backs and D-line work together to make sure we're putting pressure on the quarterback and then giving them enough time to get the pressure with our back end covering everything up.
And Coach, finally, let's turn back to Senior Day. Can you just tell me the impact of this senior class and the 20 seniors that you're going to be honoring today?
Yeah, I got a lot of love for the seniors. Each and every year, it's a very tough task going through all the adversity that college throws at you, but then being a college athlete on top of that, and then, raising the golden standard and what we ask of them to do, and I believe that, those tough times make very bright and successful people. So love seeing that these guys, carry on tradition, being able to carry the torch and pass it on to the next guy. So got a lot of love for the seniors, always will, but this one's even more special with it being a rivalry game on top of it.
Coach, thank you very much for your time. Good luck on Saturday.
Appreciate it, Tehl.
That brought to you by Sherco. When you need to be sure, make it Sherco. Let's take that break, come back in a couple of minutes with the kickoff. Mount Marty, Dakota Wesleyan on KYNT when we return.
Loading the kids in the car, brokering peace in the back seat, mastering the snack handoff without even looking. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with auto owners, insurance doesn't have to be one of them. We work with independent agents who keep insurance simple, so you can worry about more important things, like figuring out what's growing in that cup holder. That's simple human sense.
Don't gamble. Insure with MT and RC Smith Insurance in Yankton, your independent agent for home, business, auto, life, and bonds. Visit mtrcsmithinsurance.com.
Looking for the perfect pair of glasses? At Vision Care Associates, we've got you covered. Step into our showroom and discover our vast selection from timeless classics to the latest trends. With several styles to choose from, you're sure to find the perfect match for your look. Experience personalized service and expert care. Whether you need help finding the right frame or adjusting your new glasses for the perfect fit.
Vision Care Associates, where the health of your eyes comes first.
At Elwood Family Dental Care, they believe patients should understand their treatment, not just receive it. That's why they show you x-rays and photos, explain the why, and keep you informed every step of the way. They treat patients of all ages and especially love caring for kids. Most pediatric treatments are done right in the office, trying to limit trips out of town. So come see Elwood Family Dental Care today, located at 19th and Broadway. where they take care of the entire family.
Slumberland Furniture is your local destination for top brands like Lazy Boy, Ashley, Flex Steel, Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and more. Carrying a full range of mattresses and furniture for every room in your home, you'll find styles you'll love at values that make sense. From everyday essentials to name brand comfort, Slumberland offers the selection, and their service goes the extra mile. Visit Slumberland Furniture, 2401 Broadway in Yankton, where helping you create a comfortable home is what they do best.
We're about 5 minutes away from the kickoff of the final home game of the year for the Mount Marty Lancers. It's senior day, also the Dakota Railroad rivalry game as well. Dakota Wesleyan, the opponent today. Last year, these two teams met on the second game of the year. It was early September. Mount Marty won that game 24-17 in overtime at Joe Quintal Field. Another thing to remember for this particular game, it's senior day, and the Lancers haven't won a senior game yet. And they're hoping to turn things around today.
Yeah, they've had a couple spoiled. Last year, a heartbreaker to end the season with Doane, you remember. But this year, trying to make up for that and do it against the chief rival, the only other South Dakota team. But you go back to that last year's game. For the Lancers, it was Malachi Hartz who was the heart and soul of that offense. Lancers had only 98 yards through the air. They had 136 on the ground from Malachi Hartz alone, 25 carries, averaged 5.5 yards a carry, and had 2 touchdowns. The Lancers going to try to run the ball today.
And the big question, of course, who will start at quarterback? Will it be Connor Drake? He is listed as the starter, the junior out of Maryville, Missouri. And how much action will Jed Jensen get, the redshirt sophomore out of Rapid City Stevens? He has been their starting quarterback all year, not listed as a starter nor as the number 1 backup for the Tigers. But Coach Kretschmar says he is available to play. And, of course, we mentioned that traveling trophy on the line today, the Dakota Railroad Rivalry Trophy. Right now, it currently resides in Yankton, and hopefully with a successful senior day, that trophy will stay in Yankton.
Yeah, Dakota Wesleyan wants to take it back right up that new 4-lane highway that just got constructed. You got to love that, by the way. I love that they did that finally. But, yeah, the trophy game, a lot going on here today. Go back to that starting quarterback in Jed Jensen. He's turned it up recently. He's got 12 passing touchdowns in the last 3 games alone. 2 of those 5 passing touchdown performances. He had 5 touchdowns in the first 5 games, 12 in the last 3. He's playing his best football right now. If he is out there today, he's going to be a threat.
Well, the team captains are making their way to the center of the field, and our colors of the game are being brought to you by Les Schwab Tires. For tires, brakes, alignments, and more, visit Les Schwab Tire Center in Yankton. Get more from Les. You see the Lancers in their home navy blue uniforms with the gold pants, the white numbers. It's all white from head to toe for Dakota Wesleyan, the blue trim and the black numbers and letters. And the referee, talking to the team captains, Connor Singheisen is our referee for today's contest. Our umpire, Seth Salker. Aaron Christians is the head linesman. The line judge, Jordan Sutton. Rusty Keith, the side judge. Field judge, Joe Martin. The back judge, Laren Stonke. Dakota Wesleyan has won the toss. They have deferred. So it'll be Mount Marty with their offense on the field first for this particular contest. Tehl, final thoughts as we wrap up our Dakota Beverage pregame show.
Yeah, I feel like it's a pretty easy cliche when it comes to these football games, but it is so true today. This game's going to be won or lost in the trenches for both of these two teams. The Dakota Wesleyan Tigers that run in the football last year, 176 yards a game they averaged. This year, 62 yards a game. That is more than 100 yards less per contest. And the way Dakota Wesleyan has beaten the Lancers in the first 3 seasons when they did that, they did it on the ground. That is how they won this rivalry matchup. Last year, Lancers were able to control the trenches. They came away with the win in overtime. Dakota Wesleyan has to find a way to get something going on the ground today.
Doing the kicking duties today is Danny Karsrud for Dakota Wesleyan. Dropping back deep for Mount Marty will be Michael Coleman and Jacob Carbajal. Cloudy skies. The sun peeked through the clouds for just a moment a few minutes ago, but we've got mostly cloudy skies, 42 degrees. We're expecting a high of 45 here on this first day of November. While we got a moment, remind you, daylight savings time happens tonight, so make sure you set your clocks back 1 hour before you go to bed tonight. But we've got a whole lot of action to take care of here today.
We get extra sleep tonight, Steve.
Yes, we do.
I
We
like
love that.
I like that a lot.
Here we go. Carsrud approaches the football, and we are underway. And that is going to go back to Coleman. He collects it at the 5-yard line, runs to his left, runs into trouble, and is down near the 16-yard line. And that's where the Lancers will set up 1st and 10. Our first half of football being brought to you by Dakota Mac. Whether you're a farmer, rancher, investor, or simply a Lancer fan, look to Dakota Mac for your ag financing needs. Visit dakotamac.com to learn more. Lancers, primarily a running team, but they have changed things up from time to time, especially against Concordia when Rugby Riken had 74 passing attempts in one game.
Got to expect that's not the game plan here today. They want to run the football.
High snap brought down. Malachi Hartz bounces to the outside, puts his head down, gains 4 yards on the play, and he'll get to the 20-yard line. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Ben's Brew Station. They're the office watch party location of KYN TV. They got 16 TVs and all the refreshments you need. If it's on KYN TV, it's on at Ben's. 2nd down and 6. Back to the run in Malachi Hartz. Pounds it up the middle. He'll get maybe 2 yards. We'll give him 3 out to the 23. It was Hartz who did most of the damage last year against the Tigers. And a hurry-up offense now by the Lancers. They'll go to the pass. Quick out, incomplete, off target. Wahol's the intended receiver at the 25. And that was a bit rushed, off target. The punting unit coming out here on 4th down for Mount Marty. They go 3 and out. A good start for the Tigers.
Yeah, it wasn't the cleanest throw. You can see it from Rugby Riken. I think it might have just slipped out of the side of the hand. It was well off target.
Camden Vance, the punter, averaging 30 yards per punt. And Landon Rusink stands around his own 47-yard line to receive. Again, blustery day, not too much wind at the moment. Snap on target. Here comes the punt. It's off the side of the foot, and it'll sail out of bounds near the 43-yard line of the Lancers. Not a good punt at all, and great field position for Dakota Wesleyan for their first offensive possession. And it is Connor Drake in the huddle, and he'll come out as the starting quarterback, 3 of 8 on the season. And we'll see how much the running game will play into effect. Lane Darrow is going to get the first snaps on offense. He wears number 20 for those watching the online stream.
Tigers switching things up a bit.
And
they
moved.
Yeah, switching things up a bit, and they're going to have a penalty pre-snap before their first snap. That's kind of what happens when you get new faces out there in the lineup sometimes.
Yep, it was one of the offensive linemen. That was Paul Klein. So the line of scrimmage is now the 45-yard line of the Lancers. 1st and 15 for the Tigers. Shotgun set. Darrow to the right of his quarterback. Sends a man in motion. Jet sweep. That's Holden. Cuts it up against the grain. Puts his shoulders down. The offensive lineman pushes him. And there's a fumble on the play. Lancers said they've got it, and they do.
Ball comes out. Oh, my gosh.
It was a gain of about 7 yards, and then Holden lost the football, and the referee signal, Mount Marty football.
Well, that's about as bad of an offensive start as you can get. Your first play, you turn over the football. Take a look at it here, Steve, on the Farmers Union Insurance replay. Just going upside. It was a good cut going in. Lancer stood him up and ripped it out as he went to the ground. Fall on the football.
The officials are huddling at the 40-yard line. Again, Connor Singheisen is our referee for today. And Ruling on the field is a fumble, recovered by Mount Marty. They have it, 1st and 10 at their own 40-yard line. Just underway, 13:55 first quarter, and it's the Lancers already with their second possession. Actually, they'll put the ball back at the 39-yard line. That's where things will start. 1st and 10. Lancers operating left to right on your radio dial. Empty backfield. They fake the bubble screen. They go down the sidelines. Open is Broadnax, caught out of bounds at the 44-yard line of the Tigers. 1st down, Mount Marty.
And that was great placement by the quarterback, Reich. And we talked about how the last one might have slipped out. That one was perfect, just low enough that it stayed away from the safety. 1st down.
Pistol formation, handoff, crashing up the middle. It's Kyle Hirsch. He'll get to the 40-yard line, gain of 4.
Gives us a chance to look at this last throw by Reichen.
Yeah, this was, again, they faked that bubble screen. Look at their little fake, then go. And Broadnax was wide open down that right sideline. Now the Lancers slow it down on 2nd down and 4. They're at the Tiger 40-yard line. Pistol formation. Wahols goes in motion from right to left. Here's going to be the handoff, and Hirsch is met right away and somehow squirts ahead for maybe a 2-yard gain, and he made something out of nothing. They're shooting in there to bust up that play. Weston Wahlberg, the left end out of Arlington, Nebraska. Big 3rd down and 4. You got to figure this may be 4-down territory for Mount Marty. Hirsch in at running back, stands behind his quarterback in the pistol formation. Roland goes in motion from left to right. Now they'll clear out of the backfield. Reichen signaling. Now he's going to bring Hirsch back. 8 on the play clock. They got time. Now 4 on the play clock. They're going to have to hurry, and they're going to have to call timeout. There was confusion there for Mount Marty, and a timeout is called with 12:18 left to go. First quarter, no score between Mount Marty and Dakota Wesleyan. This timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. We're back in just 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
What's on your to-do list? Wouldn't it be nice to have it all go according to plan? With Midco by your side, you can rest easy with a partner that always has your back. Going with Midco gets you not only proven reliability, but an internet connection built to go further, go faster, and go beyond. If you're ready to add more certainty to your day, visit midco.com to learn more. Let's go.
FM 1021 and AM 1450. KYNT. Yankton.
Some confusion on offense for the Lancers on a 3rd down and 4. They spend their first time out of the half, come back, and they'll have an empty backfield. 2 receivers out to the left, Hirsch out to the right. Straight drop back, blitz coming, pass caught. Richmond has the ball, and he twists and falls forward to the 32-yard line. Move the chains. 1st down, Mount Marty. Moshe Richmond, the freshman out of Wessington.
Yeah, the big body receiver, only a freshman, but still a larger dude. He's 6'3", 205. He's able to just catch this one a yard short of the sticks, muscle his way forward for an extra 3 yards after that.
That is his 19th catch of the year, and he did not play in the first several games.
Yeah, out with an injury to start the season, but he's healthy now.
Pistol formation, play action, pressure coming, pass down the sideline, too high for Richmond, incomplete on the left side at the 20-yard line.
Yeah, just a little missed over the head of the intended receiver, trying to lead him to the left, got it too high. Maybe a little bit, this is the first cold game we're seeing, maybe a little bit of an adjustment there in the passing game. Not super on target so far is the passing.
Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Dakota Beverage. Remember, whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. 2nd down and 10, 11:39 left to go, first quarter, no score between the Tigers and the Lancers. 2 men split out to the left. Run up the middle, Hartz has a hole through the line, he's into the open, he's at the 20, the 15, the 10, he's tripped up and knocked down at the 5-yard line, 1st and goal, Lancers.
What a cut from Malachi Hartz. Just put his foot in the ground, bounced it outside, all speed taking him down inside. Now here's the hurry-up offense.
Yep, they'll come right away to the line of scrimmage. Handoff, Hartz up the middle, doesn't have a hole. He's just trying to pick his way, and he gets nothing at all on that first down carry. First and goal on that play. Now the second and goal coming up. As boy, there's a big pileup. Bodies have to be pulled out. Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Core Trust, helping you achieve your personal and business goals. It's Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations with Core Trust. Member FDIC. Second and goal from the 5. Hartz stays in at running back. Waholes, Broadnacks out as receivers on the left side. Double tight end left side. And it's going to be a handoff. Hartz up the middle, picks his way, but he's met, and he falls forward for a 2-yard gain to the 3.
So we're going to have third and goal here set up. Once again, we can take a closer look at this 27-yard run from Malachi Hartz. Weaving his way through traffic. That was just beautiful, getting down, making it first and goal, but now a big third down here.
And is this 4-down territory for the Lancers if they can get close and don't make it in on this play? Third and goal from the 3. Receivers split either side, double tight end set. Handoff, Hartz tries the right side, wants to turn the corner. He's into the end zone. Touchdown, Mount Marty.
Got to cash in when you get the turnover. You get a big run to go down, make it first and goal. Lancers, first offensive snap for Dakota Wesleyan. They rip out the football, get the fumble recovery, then they take it down and score. Defense into offense, that's a winning formula. Lancers on top first.
A 3-yard touchdown run for Malachi Hartz, his 5th rushing touchdown of the season. And now the point after kick coming up by Camden Vance. Noah McDermott is the holder for this right-footed kicker. Snap, good. Kick partially blocked, and it's no good. And I believe getting his hand on the football was Cody Winslow, the junior out of Hillsdale, Wyoming. 9:55 left to go, first quarter. Lancers 6, Tigers nothing. Back with the kickoff in just 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
Have a large group or event that you'd like to offer clothing for? JJ Benji's can make you look good. Instead of you taking orders, collecting money, and then delivering the clothing, let JJ Benji's handle it all. JJ Benji's will create an online store with the merchandise you want to offer. People order, pay, and then JJ Benji's will ship it. You just provide a link or QR code to the online store, and that's it. Contact JJ Benji's in Yankton for more information.
That scoring drive for Mount Marty, 9 plays, 61 yards, 4 minutes time of possession. Malachi Hartz on the 3-yard touchdown run, but the point after kick was blocked by Cody Winslow, and it remains 6-0 Mount Marty. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. We've got 9:55 left to go here, first quarter, and the Lancers are going to kick off. And back deep to return are Steve Christian and Landon Iverson for the Tigers. Advance to do the kickoff duties. High end-over-end kick, not very deep, and it's going to be one of the up men taking it at the 20-yard line, runs to his right, and he is tracked down right away on the return. Jackson Jarding for the Tigers.
And that's Gavin Swanson with the tackle, the junior running back out of Yankton, making a big special teams stop there. Good open field tackle.
6-0 Lancers, and now the second possession of the game for Dakota Wesleyan. They've run exactly one offensive play, and they fumbled the ball. It is Connor Drake at quarterback. He has Lane Darrow out of Rapid City Central standing next to him in the backfield. 2 receivers split out to the left. It's going to be quarterback keeper. Now a little screen out to Christian, turns the corner on the left side. He's run out of bounds. Line of scrimmage was the 21, and let's see, where will they mark him out? I think at the 28-yard line. That's a decent gain of 7 yards on the play. Drake, very mobile quarterback. As the Tigers come up on 2nd down and 3. Shotgun set. Now here comes the man in motion. And it's going to be a handoff up the middle, and that's Darrow, and he'll get to the 30-yard line, a yard shy of that first down marker. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Les Schwab Tires. For tires, brakes, alignments, and more, visit Les Schwab Tire in Yankton. Get more from Les. 3rd down and 1. Let's see what the Tigers come up with here. They'll have 2 tight ends into the game, Dvorak and McGillivray, both over on the left side. Here comes the receiver, Christian, in motion. Now he'll circle around in the backfield. Handoff straight up the middle, and that's going to be Darrow. He, with great second effort, got the first down. He was stopped, but he kept the legs churning, bounced to the left, and got just enough yardage. That's all effort.
It was just all effort. Had a backup from the offensive line. They're able to drag him across. Stopped short. You can see it here. Second effort. Able to get around just to get that shoulder across. That was great effort.
That was all Lane Darrow on that play, just keeping it alive. Got to give credit to the offensive line, too. They stuck with their blocks. Darrow up the middle, runs into trouble. No gain on that play, and that trouble is spelled DJ Brown.
Yeah, he's been good all season. 27 tackles for the Lancers, playing up front on that right edge. He's a 296 1-pound senior, transferred into Mount Marty from Mount Shasta, California originally. He's been a great addition.
Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. 7:30 and counting, first quarter, 6-0 Mount Marty on top of Dakota Wesleyan. 2nd down and 10. Pass out to the right side, a little slant pattern caught by Christian. He'll have the first down. Nope, they're going to say his knees down at the 40, gain of 9. I thought he made the first down. He did not. 3rd and 1 coming up for the Tigers. Darrow checks out of the game. Let's see who's in at running back. It's going to be Kobe Kaiser, the junior out of Emory. Got to figure he's going to be the ball carrier if they run it on this particular play. 2 receivers split out to the right. Shotgun set. Drake calling for it. Hands off. Kaiser up the middle. He'll have the first down. Keeps the legs churning, and he's across the 44 to the 45-yard line. Gain of 5 for Kaiser.
And held on to the football there, too. The Lancers had him stood up and were again ripping at that football, trying to get it out as they did back in the first possession for the Dakota Wesleyan Tigers. Holding on this time.
They'll bring in Sean DeBleek as a wide receiver. They're going to line him up as a running back. DeBleek out of Lakewood, Washington. Now he'll split out of the backfield. Empty backfield, shotgun set. Drake dropping back, throws over the middle, wide open, caught in Lancer territory at the 30-yard line. That's Holden still on his feet, runs to his left. He's down to the 27-yard line. What a catch and run by Cole Holden, the senior out of Watertown.
You know, I talk about it all the time. I love when players make a mistake and then they bounce back from it. Holden was the player that had the fumble on the first snap of the game. There, a great play to go get Dakota Wesleyan, maybe in field goal range, on the opposing side of the field. That's a good one.
For Holden, that's his 48th catch of the year. He's been their offense. He has 7 receiving touchdowns. 1st and 10, Tigers in Lancer territory at the 27-yard line. Darrow back in at running back. It's Drake dropping back, wants to throw. He'll take off and run. The middle of the field's open, and he wisely slides at the 22-yard line. It's a gain of about 5 on the play. Let's see, are the officials now, well, they'll set the ball back at the 23. Still a gain of 4 on the scramble. 2nd down, 6 coming up. 4:50 and counting. First quarter, 6-0 Mount Marty. Trips left. 1 back in the backfield. Shotgun set. And it's going to be a handoff to Darrow. Tries the right side. Crashes into the line. He'll push the pile ahead 2 yards to the 21, and that is all.
Another 3rd down. Lancer defense trying to hold, but you got to wonder what the 4th down plan is if they don't get it here. You're at the opposing 21. You can try the field goal. You can go for it. The yardage is short enough. Kind of depends on how 3rd down goes here.
4:15 and counting. 3rd down and about 4. Darrow stays in it, running back to the left of his quarterback in the shotgun set. 2 receivers out to the right. Now Christian goes in motion, circles back, drop back. Drake under pressure, wants to run, throws on the run to the end zone, and it is going to be caught for a touchdown to McGillivray, the tight end. His second reception for a touchdown this season. What a throw on the run by Connor Drake.
Yeah, that was just beautifully done. Stepped up in the pocket as the rush was on him, had a man in the end zone in single coverage, just threw it up to give him a chance. Wide receiver makes a great adjustment, able to bring it in. Coverage was there, but the timing was just perfect.
11th catch of the year for McGillivray, his second receiving touchdown. There's Carsrud for the point after kick. Snap on target, kick on the way. Good. 3:54 left first quarter. Tigers 7, Lancers 6. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Taylor is living the Runza dream.
The Fry life is the high life.
He's stacking up rewards on the Runza mobile app.
Points on points on points on points.
That's a lot of free food from Runza.
Yep, I'm headed there for lunch today.
Download the Runza mobile app to start getting rewards. Because Runza makes it all better.
Runza on Broadway by Menards in Yankton.
That last scoring drive for the Tigers, 10 plays, 79 yards, 5:57 time of possession, and they were 3 of 3 on third downs on that drive. Point after kick is good. That's our difference. Dakota Wesleyan 7, Mount Marty 6, along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum here. Crane-Youngworth Field, the location, the final home game of the year for the Lancers. It is senior day, also the Dakota Railroad Rivalry game. A traveling trophy on the line as well here today in Yankton. Carsrud to kick it off. High end over end kick. It'll sail down. Carbajal from the 6-yard line. Runs to his right, looking for some blocks. He's chased out of bounds near the 28-yard line. See where the referees will spot this. It'll be first down and 10, Mount Marty. Lancer football today brought to you by Dakota Mac. At Dakota Mac, we can help you with the heavy lifting when it comes to ag financing. Whether you're a farmer, investor, or beginning farmer, they'll work hard to find the lending solutions to fit your needs. Learn more at dakotamac.com. They're going to put the ball down at the 26-yard line. First and 10, Mount Marty. They drive left to right on your radio dial. 3 men split out to the left. Hirsch in at running back. He'll take the handoff, run to his left, thrown for a huge loss behind the line of scrimmage by Cody Winslow. He blew up that play.
Yeah, he did. He's got 24 tackles on the season coming into today. He's got 2 sacks as well, and that one a massive tackle for loss. 5 yards. The Lancers starting behind the sticks here, 2nd and 15.
Yeah, not the way you want to start a drive after your defense couldn't get the Tigers off the field when they had several opportunities to do so. You're looking at 2nd down and 15 coming up. Ball back at the 21-yard line. Actually at the 20 to make it 2nd and 16. Yeah. Trips right now. Empty backfield. Riken throws down the sideline, intended for Richmond, and he's got it at the 45. Falling out of bounds, he kept his feet in play, and it's a catch. Move the chains. First down, Lancers, Moshe Richmond.
You got to be kidding me with this guy. He's a freshman, and the Lancer coaching staff has gushed about him to us all season long, saying he's got a bright future ahead of him. And when he does things like that, you just got to believe him. A freshman just making some incredible plays.
Digs the Lancers out of a hole. It's 1st and 10 at their own 45-yard line. Pistol formation. Hirsch bounces it to the left. Not much there. They're trying to rip the football out. 1-yard gain, and that's all.
Gives us a chance to take a look at this catch from Moshe Richmond. Rugby Riken just down the near sideline. Moshe Richmond waited till the last second so the DB didn't have a chance at it. Kept his feet in. Great play.
Yeah, and he had to adjust while that ball was in the air. Had to twist around. That is a fantastic catch. Maybe a candidate for move of the game. We'll find out. It is 2nd down and 9. Now Riken works under center. Play action. Looking downfield, throws over the middle, caught. And it's Brinsley knocked out of bounds at the 35-yard line of the Tigers. A tough catch. First down, Lancers.
And talk about a perfect pass as well, right over the head of a linebacker who was in good place, but right on the money to his intended receiver. Good catch from Brinsley as well.
Fantastic catch. Hansen with the big stick there at the end for the Tigers. Move the chains. First down, Mount Marty. Pistol formation. 2 men split out to the left. Double tight end on the right side. Hirsch at running back. He'll take the handoff. Crashes into the line. Keeps the legs moving, but only got 3 yards on the play.
Kyle Hirsch averaging 4.5 yards a carry on the season, but he's really a great receiving threat. He's got 363 yards on the ground, 339 yards through the air, 6 total touchdowns, 5 of them receiving touchdowns. This is a great dual threat running back.
Second down and 7 from the Tiger 33. 2 men split out to the left. Hirsch stands to the left of his quarterback. He'll take the handoff, runs to his right, tries to turn the corner, trapped at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play. A good tackle by Mikey Hart, the junior out of Elkhorn, Nebraska. He tracked that play down and shut it down. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Gerstner Oil. No matter what you drive, you make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's on Broadway in Yankton. 12 seconds left in the quarter. Lancers are going to not execute another play. The clock will run out. First quarter's in the book. Dakota Wesleyan 7, Mount Marty 6. Back with the second quarter in 1 minute right here on KYNT.
A big thank you from Mount Marty University to one of Yankton's greatest employers and friend of the community, Aztec. They're very proud to support the Mount Marty Lancers. The vision at Aztec is to build industry-changing solutions that create life-changing opportunities. And you can build a career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Click careers at aztecindustries.com. Best wishes, Mount Marty, from your friends at Aztec.
Busch Light, the perfect companion for hunting season. Because let's be honest, the stories, the laughs, and that first cold sip are half the reason you head out before sunrise. Whether you bag a trophy or just some good memories, make sure there's a Busch Light waiting at the end of the day. It's the beer that fits right in with early mornings, muddy boots, and tall tales of the ones that got away. Busch Light, brewed for hunters and storytellers.
1 quarter in the books. Dakota Wesleyan 7, Mount Marty 6. A missed extra point is the difference in this contest. He's Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. Team stats pretty even through that first period of play.
Yeah, they were. Talk about total yardage. Lancers have 110 yards on 18 plays. Dakota Wesleyan 11 plays, 85 yards, 7-6, as you said. D-Dub on top.
Third down and long coming up. Riken drops back, pressured, rolled to his left, throws, hit, intercepted, popped into the air, and there's a penalty flag on the return by Hartz as Broadnax was just crushed at the 28-yard line. The ball popped out of his hands, went straight into the air, and intercepted by Mikey Hart, his third interception of the season. He ran down the right sideline. A penalty flag was thrown on the return, but Broadnax took a massive hit.
Yeah, penalty flag as well. I'm wondering if this is going to be on the hit itself. It was...
Well, the defense is staying out on the field for the Tigers here. It was a clear interception.
Yeah, it's just a matter of what this penalty is. We can take a look at it.
If we can on the replay.
Yeah.
Being brought to you by Farmers Union Insurance. For those streaming, watching the stream online here, this is a third down and about 7 yards to go. Here's the rollout. There's Broadnax. Well, I wonder if that's helmet-to-helmet contact. Hit laid in by Landon Rusink. And Broadnax getting up very slowly. He's walking off the field being assisted, but my goodness, that was a big-time collision. We hope that young man's okay.
Yeah, that was one heck of a hit there.
But now the question is, what is the penalty? The referees are conferring at about the 37-yard line. While we got a moment here, I'd like to remind you that Mount Marty football being brought to you by Parker Hannafin. It's day one of your new career, and Parker of Yankton has immediate openings for all production positions, offering newly increased wages, 13 paid holidays, and some of the most competitive benefits in the area. It all begins on day one. Learn more at parker.com. Connor Singheisen is our referee. He's wearing the white cap today. And this is a big-time discussion as all the officials are huddled up right around the 37-yard line. And
I'm taking
just
a look at it.
checking that replay again.
It was Landon Rusink who actually delivered the hit.
Personal foul, targeting. All right, so now the previous play will be under review, and if the Tigers lose the services of Landon Rusink, that is a big loss for that defensive team because he is one of the leaders, the senior out of Del Rapids. And in all honesty, I think he was just trying to make a football play there. I don't think there was ill intention on the play. The guy's trying to lay in a big hit.
Yeah, it's one of those bang-bang.
Yeah, it is a bang-bang play.
It's bang-bang play right over the middle of the field. You know, it's one of those balls. It's a dangerous one to throw over the middle of the field on those crossing routes. And right as Broadnex catches it once again, just coming across, going right to left, right as he gets a hold of it, bang, just right there. Dakota Wesleyan able to grab it out of the air, but obviously the targeting call, and we are under review. It was Landon Rusink, once again, the senior out of Del Rapids, South Dakota, with the hit and targeting call. They're under review. I believe it was Mikey Hart who then plucked it out of the air and had the interception. If anything stands, you know, this is going to be interesting. They're looking at it right now.
Now the ball's put down at the 40-yard line. And again, a good play by Mikey Hart to pluck that one out of the air. That's the old
tip drill.
Yeah, tip drill in play there. As we have the clock stopped with 14:50 left to go, second quarter. Dakota Wesleyan 7, Mount Marty 6. He's Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. We have a stoppage in play here as the officials have gone to the replay booth.
Dakota Wesleyan is clapping on the opposing sideline, by the way. I think they think they're going to get the ball here. Here come the officials walking back.
If it's not targeting, then it could be Dakota Wesleyan football. Well, ruling on the field of targeting is overturned.
Yep.
No targeting. Dakota Wesleyan intercepted it, and it will be Tiger football at the 40-yard line of Dakota Wesleyan. So
so take a look at it. I believe what they were looking at is whether it was into the head, and I think they got him in the shoulder, right in the ball. Look at it here. Led with the shoulder, I think, is the ruling. It's quick. It's hard to take a look at it, but interception stands. Dakota Wesleyan football, and that's the break they needed here. Lancers were marching for the second consecutive drive. Now they get their offense back out.
10th interception of the year. Thrown by Riken. Play action. Drake throws the long ball down the sideline. It is going to be caught, and breaking away is Kilbride. And just like that, the Tigers score on a 60-yard touchdown pass to Caleb Kilbride, his fourth touchdown catch of the year. That was a perfect pass by Connor Drake. Wow, has momentum swung heavily in the direction of Dakota Wesleyan here in the last few moments. Now they're up 13-6. And now Karsrud's coming on for the point after kick. Jackson Jarding is the holder. High snap brought down. Kick on the way. It is good. 14:40 left to go. Second quarter. Tigers 14. Lancers 6. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
I didn't know you did that. We hear that often. This is Matt Hansen with Hansen Briggs Advertising. Our slogan is, for all your printing and promotional needs. I emphasize all because we do apparel, pins, signs, printing, calendars, business cards, custom forms, banners, flyers, drinkware, bulk mailings, and much more. If you have a project, I'm sure Hansen Briggs can help. 1213 West 9th Street in Yankton, or online at hansenbriggsadvertising.com.
Controversial play, an interception that stands. Pass thrown by Riken, knocked into the air after Rodney Broadnax was leveled by Rusink. Mikey Hart picked it out of the air, took it to the 40-yard line after review, targeting overturned, and Dakota Wesleyan got the ball 1st and 10 at their own 40. It just took 10 seconds as Connor Drake threw a bullet down the sideline to Caleb Kilbride. One-play drive, 60 yards, 10 seconds. The point after kick good. And just like that, it's 14-6. Tigers on top of the Lancers. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. And wow, momentum just swinging wildly here in the last couple of minutes at Crane-Youngworth. Here's a high end over end kick, and it is going to be Carbajal from his 12-yard line. Has a little bit of a hole, and then he's just thrown to the ground by Hart at about the 25-yard line, and that's where Mount Marty takes over 1st and 10. And the question now is the condition of Rodney Broadnax. Will he be able to return?
And the problem there is he's been shaken up at different times this season. We've seen him not play as his right arm has been in a sling, and then he takes that high shot to the right side of his body as well. You got to hope he's going to make a return, but he is not out there for the moment, and he is the Lancers' #1 receiving target.
Zone Robinson, the sophomore out of Vermilion, replaces him. 2 men split out to the right. Now Hartz clears out of the backfield, and it's going to be reverse, and that is Carbajal. He's trapped behind the line, and once again, Winslow breaks up that play. Huge loss from the 25 all the way back to the 17-yard line, -8 on that carry, as that end around fooled no one.
Yeah, absolutely no one there. That was great scout coverage from Dakota Wesleyan. They were ready for that play. Jumped it. Heavy loss of 8 yards, 2nd and 18 incoming. The last 3 plays, Dakota Wesleyan popping a ball up in the air, plucking out the interception. 1-play drive, a long touchdown, and then a big tackle for loss right there.
2nd and 18, Riken out of the shotgun, throws over the middle. Intercepted at the 25-yard line by Rusink. And all the momentum on the side of Dakota Wesleyan as their defense has stepped up big. Riken his 2nd interception, and now the Lancer defense with their back against the wall again. The Tigers will have it 1st and 10 just outside the red zone at the Lancer 22.
Just 6 interceptions all year long by the Dakota Wesleyan Tigers. Now 2 in the first half, and this one just a beautiful play from the defensive back. Just read the receiver the whole way, jumped that route on the quick out. Just a ball that shouldn't have been thrown, and able to grab a hold of it, just pluck it out of the air, and Dakota Wesleyan set up 2 yards outside of the red zone.
Into the ball game is Kaiser at running back. Stands to the left of his quarterback, shotgun set. He'll take the handoff, run up the middle, crushed right away by DJ Brown. Loss on the play of a yard. Lancers have to hold here with 13:30 and counting. 2nd quarter. Tigers 14, Lancers 6. Cloudy skies, 43 degrees here at Crane-Youngworth Field on the 1st day of November. Game number 9 for both teams. 2 men split out to the right, 1 to the left. Kaiser in at running back, shotgun set. Drake claps his hands, looking left, throws, pass, swatted down, incomplete, and there's that man again, DJ Brown.
That's the type of play the Lancers need right now, just something defensively. If you can get this 3 and out, force a field goal try, you'll take that for sure. The last 2 pass attempts for the redshirt sophomore quarterback for the Lancers, Rugby Riken, both to the defense, back-to-back pass attempts, and now you have in danger of going down multiple possessions. You really need to hold here.
3rd down and 11. Trips right. 1 man out, or Trips left. 1 man out to the right for the Tigers. 4-man rush. Drake under pressure, throws to the end zone. Double coverage, incomplete. No penalty flag. Holding the target in the right corner of the end zone, but he was double covered. Now, decision time for Coach Kretschmar. His kicker, Karsrud, has made a 42-yarder this year. This would be similar length. Ball's at the 23-yard line. Here comes the field goal unit.
Yeah, they thought about that for a while, too. They're marching out with just over 20 seconds left on the play clock.
Ball's in the middle of the field. This will be a 40-yard attempt, so we know that's in Karsrud's range. Jarding is the holder. Snap on target, kick on the way, and it is short and wide left. No good, and the Lancer defense comes up with the stop. That was big, and now, unfortunately for the Tigers, they have an injured player on the field. It is Max Miranda, the backup offensive lineman out of Riverside, California. He's slow to get up, and he is walking very gingerly off the field. Let's hope that young man's okay.
Yeah, he's walking off under his own power, which is definitely a good sign. A couple of trainers around him, but no arms around anybody, just walking off, which is a good thing to see. So back to the situation we just saw, the Lancer defense bailing out the Lancer offense there. You know, it was a tough situation, back-to-back throws that are taken away by the defense. Lancer offense gets back out there after really not losing any yards either, about the same spot of the field, the missed field goal.
From the 23-yard line, handoff Malachi Hartz. He's stuffed for a 1-yard loss on that run up the middle.
Yeah, but going back to Rugby Riken now you just kind of got to shake it off. You know, back-to-back throws that are taken away by the defense. If I'm the play caller for the Lancers, set up a couple of screens, a couple of short passes, let your quarterback get back into a rhythm. Because right now you got to get him out of that headspace of back-to-back picks.
12:25 and counting. 14-6, Tigers on top of Mount Marty. Second down and 11. Two receivers out to the right. Straight drop back. Pressure coming. Riken throws over the middle. Incomplete. Overshot Waholes at about the 30-yard line. Incomplete.
Yeah, a little rattled there. Pocket starting to close in around him. Just had to get rid of it downfield. Let his receiver a little too strong. It's going to be 3rd and long now.
Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Avera. Visit Avera.org today, and thank you to Avera Health for supporting Mount Marty athletics. 3rd down and 11. Hirsch in at running back. 2 men out to the right, 2 out to the left. Roland comes in motion. Play action. Riken pressured. He's going to be thrown for a loss. And there's that man for Dakota Wesleyan, Cody Winslow. He registers his 3rd sack of the year. And the Tiger defense was just swarming on that play. Punting unit comes out, and now Camden Vance has to punt from his own end zone. The line of scrimmage is the 10-yard line, so the Lancers on that drive moved backwards 13 yards. Not good.
Not good. Winslow, been a game wrecker so far. His 2nd tackle for loss and his 1st sack there.
Good punt. Rusink backs up to the midfield stripe, and he is going to be tripped up right away. I think that was James Brinsley.
Delonte Dickey, the D-lineman.
Oh, Delonte Dickey got that.
Unless it was Brinsley. They're both wearing 2.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But
so
Dickey, the defensive player, maybe with the tackle. I don't know.
So it'll be 1st down and 10 for Dakota Wesleyan with 11:27 left to go, 2nd quarter. Dakota Wesleyan on top of Mount Marty, 14-6. Connor Drake, the backup quarterback, starting today. And he's got 2 receivers split out to the right. 1 back in the backfield, stands to his left. And it'll be Iverson with the handoff. He crashes into the line, 1-yard gain, and that is all for the junior out of Hot Springs. Well, that will give him 100 yards rushing on the season.
That it will. 99 coming into today, exactly at the century mark after 40 rush attempts.
Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Pizza Ranch on Broadway. You can call them also at 665-1222. 2nd down and 9. 2 men out to the left, 1 receiver split out to the right, shotgun set. Iverson stays in at running back, play action, roll out. Drake takes it himself. He'll run ahead for only about a 3-yard gain across the 45 to the 43. Sets up 3rd down and about 6. Drake was looking to pass first, a little run-pass option there, and he decided to tuck it and run. Big 3rd down here from the 43-yard line of the Lancers for Dakota Wesleyan. 2 men split out to the right, one to the left. Straight drop back, pressure coming. Drake is going to be sacked at the midfield stripe. There's that man again, DJ Brown. Delonte Dickey was right next to him. Both of them get the sack.
DJ Brown having a great game so far. His second tackle for loss. First one came with only a 1-yard loss. Now a big sack here, the first one for the Lancers. He's been a bit of a wrecker himself on the defensive side of things. The Lancer defense once again holding in a short yardage situation.
All right, so 2 men drop back deep to return a punt upcoming from Sam Welch. It'll be Carbajal and Pierce dropping back deep. And from the 36-yard line, Welch blocked! And it rolls towards the Dakota Wesleyan sideline. It's spinning on the ground. It's knocked out of bounds at the 43-yard line of Dakota Wesleyan. And the Lancer special teams unit comes up big.
And this is how you do it when your offense is kind of struggling. You perform on defense, you perform on special teams. It all started with this sack here. The Lancers able to get in the backfield, make the quarterback feel uncomfortable, tries to climb the pocket to get out of it. And there's DJ Jones, very next play, trying to punt this ball away. The Lancers just got the block, straight rush, got it back. They get it on the opposing side of the field. Now the Lancers set up at the 44-yard line of Dakota Wesleyan. They got to go do something with this football. But defense and special teams, back-to-back, great plays. Go do something on the offensive side of the ball now.
Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Runza. If you're on the run, make it Runza. Runza gets you your food fast so you can get going. They've got burgers, Runza's, fries, onion rings, salads, chickens, and dessert. It's all there at Runza. 9:21 left, second quarter, 1st and 10 Lancers. They're going to go with the double play fake, throw down the sideline, and it is caught at the 20-yard line, but then knocked out of bounds. It was Waholes had it, knocked away from him. The officials will confer. I thought he had possession.
This is close. He came down with it, grabbed both feet, and then it was punched out right after. And they're going to rule incomplete.
Incomplete. Oh, my.
Incomplete pass, the ruling.
Let's check it out on the replay online.
Oh, wait a second. We got a personal foul on the defense.
Oh, well, it won't matter.
Automatic first down.
We'll take that automatic first down on the personal foul against Dakota Wesleyan. So
I missed what it was, but it was in the direction of maybe roughing the passer.
I think it was.
But we can take a look at it either way and see if maybe they did get to Riken late. There's the throw. Yeah, looks like they drove him into the ground. And here's the would-be catch. They rule it incomplete. I think that might be a good ruling there. It's definitely close, but either way, free 15 and an automatic first for the Lancers after the personal foul.
They're at the 29-yard line of Dakota Wesleyan. 1st and 10. Hirsch in at running back, pistol formation, play action. Riken pump fakes, throws to the end zone. Broadnack's back in there, and he has got it. Touchdown in the left corner of the end zone. Rodney Broadnack's checking back into the game, and he catches the big touchdown of 39 yards.
That's why he's so important to be out there. It's why we were really hoping he was going to make a return, because he can just do things like that at will. Lancers trailing by 2, and here comes a big 2-point conversion now.
All right, Lancers will go for 2. And now the officials are going to confer at about the 20-yard line. And I think the Coach Kretschmar.
Oh, there's a red flag on the ground over there.
All right, so we have a challenge flag thrown by Coach Kretschmar of Dakota Wesleyan. 9:02 left, second quarter, and Coach Kretschmar is challenging that play. He did not think it was a touchdown. This is a pivotal moment in this contest with Mount Marty. Well, they were down by 8, now down by 6 is the touchdown on the scoreboard currently.
Yeah, you can see the red. Nope, never mind. There's the red flag. You can see it on the ground over there. The officials huddling around with the head coach of the Dakota Wesleyan Tigers talking about this one. We can take a look at it here on our stream as well. It was definitely a close play, and there's my timing again. Here comes the word.
Dakota Wesleyan has called a timeout, and they will challenge the ruling on the field. And this timeout being brought to you by Pizza Ranch for legendary chicken and the best pizza it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. We'll keep it here during this timeout as an important challenge on the field. Let's see if we can see anything on the Farmers Union Insurance replay.
Yeah, it's going to be in the left corner of the end zone. Good throw from Riken. Here's Broadnax, brings it in. I'm not sure what the challenge is. He's got a hold of that.
And to be honest, I think Rusink might have been a pass interference.
Looked like he was hanging off of him.
He was definitely tugging on the jersey. So we have an official challenge here. You see the side judge, that's Rusty Keith, signal touchdown right away. As we look at it again on the replay, that looks like a catch to me.
Yeah, the only thing I can say is we are looking at the play from behind the receiver as his back to us. So if the ball was bobbled at the end there, we don't have the angle for that from our cameras. The officials obviously have different angles than us, but...
And remember, it has to be conclusive evidence that a play can be overturned. We've got 9:02 left here, second quarter. At the moment, Dakota Wesleyan up 14-12, but a touchdown pass of 39 yards from Riken to Broadnax is being challenged by the coaching staff of Dakota Wesleyan. This is a big, big moment in this particular contest where the Lancers got off to a good start. It's kind of been all Dakota Wesleyan here for a good chunk of this first half. But a block punt set up a short field, defensive foul, 15 yards, moved the ball to the 39-yard line, and that's where the pass was thrown. So this is a big, big moment as the officials still under the tent. Well, we got a moment. I'd like to remind you that Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Conklin Distributing. Packed with essential vitamins and nutrients, Rise Fuel gives you the power to push harder, go faster, and perform better. Fuel your ambition and unleash your potential with Rise Fuel. Officials still under the tent down at the far end of the field from our broadcast location.
Yeah, you can kind of see what they're looking at here. Once again, the touchdown throw from Riken, back corner of the end zone. Broadnax, from our angle, looking like he has a hold of it the whole way.
Yeah, no question there, as he and Carbajal were celebrating. That was a great catch.
And here come the officials with the words.
Connor Singheisen is our referee today, leading this crew.
After review, the ruling on the field on the touchdown is upheld.
Touchdown stands. Touchdown Mount Marty.
Yeah, from our angle, it looked like a touchdown the whole way through.
For Broadnax, his fifth touchdown catch of the year. Lancers will go for two.
Oh, official was talking with the mic still on. I would love to hear that, actually. Leave the mic on, please. I would love to hear the explanation he's giving to Coach Kretschmeyer right now.
All right, here we go. 2-point conversion. Hershin at running back stands to the left of his quarterback. And I believe with the unsuccessful challenge, Tigers.
Yeah, that'll be their first challenge.
First challenge, yep. They do not lose a timeout. All right, Broadnax in motion. Rollout, throws, Hirsch catches it. He's into the end zone, and the 2-point conversion is good. 9:02 left until halftime. We're tied up at 14 between the Tigers and the Lancers. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
Harvest only comes once a year. You can't afford to waste time stuck behind a desk. At H&R Block of Yankton, we know ag business, and we know the importance of every minute during harvest. Let us handle the bookkeeping, payroll, and taxes while you focus on bringing in the crops. From deductions to record keeping, we'll make sure your numbers are in order so you can focus on the harvest. Call locally owned H&R Block of Yankton today at 605-665-3366.
That last scoring drive, one play, 44 yards, 19 seconds, time of possession. Of course, there was that penalty in there.
It was, and
So
here
that,
it is.
Yeah, so that does not count as you see the 29-yard pass from Riken to Broadnex for those watching online with the video stream, and then the two-point conversion was good as a little rollout pass to Kyle Hirsch, and now we have a tie ball game. 14 apiece between the Lancers and the Tigers. 9:02 left. High end over end kick. It'll sail down to Iverson towards the left sideline, and he is hit and brought down at the 17-yard line. Big tackle by Gavin Swanson.
For the second time today, Gavin Swanson with a great special teams tackle.
Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Lewis and Clark Ford. They're a proud sponsor of Mount Marty Athletics, and you can visit them at 4th and Capitol in Yankton or at lewisandclarkford.com. All right, let's see how the Tigers respond. First down and 10, Dakota Wesleyan from their own 18-yard line. Out of the shotgun, Drake is going to hand off, and there's Darrow running to his right, and he's cut down right away. Short gain on the play, maybe a yard or so. If that.
No gain, second down.
Well, they're going to say no gain for Lane Darrow.
Yeah, we started the game with decent running from Dakota Wesleyan. A couple of decent runs right away of a run of 5, a run of 4, and not a whole lot since then. Had a couple of negative plays and then a couple for no gain. Dakota Wesleyan has 11 rushing yards as a team with 8:25 to go in the first half.
Second and 10, empty backfield. Drake dropping back, throws over the middle, incomplete. Threw behind his tight end over the middle of the field, Chase McGillivary.
Yeah, still close enough. This should have been caught. It was behind him. Had two hands on it for a second there.
And now a big, big 3rd and 10 coming up. Clock stops, 8:20, second quarter. Tied up at 14 between Mount Marty and Dakota Wesleyan. Connor Drake at quarterback will send 3 receivers out to the left, 1 Kilbride out to the right. Darrow in at running back. Shotgun set. 4-man coming. Drake on the move, rolls to his left, throws on the run, intercepted, no, incomplete. Tapped away by Amir Conley at about the 35-yard line. Almost had the interception right through his fingers.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. It wasn't just tapped away. He should have had this one. Take a look at number 4 on the Lancer defense. Amir Conley right there, jumped the route, had a chance at it, just not quite.
Pierce, Carbajal, drop back deep. They're standing on their own 35-yard line. Sam Welsh averaging 40 yards a punt, but he was blocked last time. See how the Lancers approach this one. They're setting up the return. They got a piece of it. It's up in the air, and it's going to be collected by one of the special teams players at the 25-yard line for Mount Marty. Carter Randall scoops the ball up, and the Lancers block their second punt of the day. And they have the short field to work with 8:03 on the clock in the second quarter. They're at the 19-yard line.
Oh, it's just been incredible special teams from the Lancers today. They are winning in that phase by a mile right now, and that is the difference in making this comeback. Down just a moment ago, they block a punt. They're able to go down the field and score. Now you block a second punt, and it's a red zone possession to start off.
Hart's in at running back. He'll take the handoff on 1st and 10, crash into the line, plow ahead to the 15-yard line, gain of 4.
And here's that block punt, just got a piece of it. Ball up in the air, Lancers able to get a hold of it. They just rush 3, able to get it for the second time. That is just, you win on special teams, it gives you such an advantage.
And they weren't coming. They were setting up the return.
Yeah, they haven't been sending the house on either of their 2 blocks. 3 to 4 guys is all.
That's got to drive a special team coach crazy.
Yeah.
Second down. Oh, players bumped into each other, but Hartz takes the handoff, and he'll maneuver ahead through the line. He's near the first down marker at the 10. He might have it.
And that's what you like about Malachi. You know, even when a play doesn't go the way you want it on the handoff, the exchange, Riken and Hartz bumping into each other, just keeps his vision downfield, finds a hole, powers through it. First and goal.
First down. They give him the yardage to the 9-yard line. Now the Lancers have it. First and goal. Under 7 minutes to go until halftime. We're tied up at 14. 17 on the play clock. Lancers got plenty of time to set things up. We'll send 2 receivers out to the left. Shift both the H-back and the tight end over to the left side. Hart's in the backfield. He'll take the carry. Cuts up the middle. He's got an angle. He's towards the goal line. Is he in? Just shy. He's down at the 1-yard line. Gain of 8.
I think that was a good spot from the official there, but Hart's just running hard, finding that hole, going up the middle, trying to stretch over the goal line at the end. Not quite there. Here we go.
Second and goal. Shotgun set. Handoff. Malachi Hart's. He's tripped up. He dives forward. Is he in? No, he's at the half-yard line. Can't get much closer.
Give it to him twice more.
Third down and goal from inside the 1 for the Lancers. Oh, they might try the brotherly shove here. They're packed in tight. Under center is Riken. Oh, somebody moved. That was Malachi Hart's, and that's going to be a false start. Back him up 5. That's a killer mistake.
Yeah.
False start. Offense, number 7.
Yep, Malachi leaned forward, took a step, and that backs him up to the 6-yard line. Third and goal. They were going to go for that brotherly shove play that we've seen the Philadelphia Eagles run over the last few years.
Yeah, well, you're only a couple inches away from the end zone. You
might as well.
But now you got to change things up on 3rd and 5 and see what they do here.
All righty. It'll be Riken operating under center. Hart's the lone setback. They pitch it to him. A jump pass to the end zone. Swatted away, incomplete, intended for Brinsley. And Malachi Hart's is saying, no, stay on the sideline. He wants to go for it, but the field goal unit's coming out. Malachi is a little upset. He wanted to go for it, but this is, I think, the right call from the 6-yard line.
Yeah, tie game. 5:53 to go before halftime. Take the points, get yourself a lead.
This will basically be a little bit farther than an extra point. This will be a 23-yard kick. It is on the way by Vance. It is good. 5:28 left to go until halftime. Lancers regain the lead at 17-14. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Lucky for us, life is full of choices, big and small. They define us, make us who we are. And when it comes time for you to choose a car, home, your next big adventure, or start a new business, Farmers Union Insurance has the variety of coverage options to protect each perfect moment. Farmers Union Insurance.
For coverage you can count on, call Brendan Hansen or Brandon Tycro in Yankton today.
FM 1021 and AM 1450. KYNT, Yankton.
That last scoring drive, 6 plays, 13 yards, 2:35 time of possession. A field goal by Camden Vance, and it all started with a block punt.
For the second time today, the Lancers, a blocked punt, set them up, red zone possession. They're able to get down as close as the 1-yard line, but then a penalty at the 1-yard line backs them up. They settle for a field goal from Camden Vance. It is good, however. They do get it through.
High end-over-end kickoff, and it will tumble into the end zone for a touchback. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Slowey Management. Call to Fairfield by Marriott or Holiday Inn Express and Yankton Direct for great rates and flexible reservation changes. 5:28 left until halftime. Lancers 17, Tigers 14. Like to remind you, we'll have our halftime show brought to you by Parker Hannafin. We'll go over the stats, get you score updates from around the GPAC and around the country.
What a first half we have seen. What a second quarter we've seen. The second quarter started off, first play was an interception on that tip drill for Dakota Wesleyan. One play, they have a long touchdown. Another interception by the Lancers, and now a big play here as well.
Yep, that's Dvorak over the middle. The tight end was open. He rumbles ahead to the 50-yard line. Nolan Dvorak the senior out of Lake Andes, the senior, gets a big gain from the 25 out to midfield, but hold the phone. Penalty flag. Personal foul. Roughing the passer. Ooh. And I think that's on DJ Brown, and that'll tack on 15 yards to the end of the play. So just like that, the Tigers in one play flip the field.
Wow.
They go all the way from their 25 down to the Lancer 33 with the completion and the penalty yardage tacked on to the end of the play.
That's a bad penalty there, an extra 15 on roughing the passer.
Yeah, 27 yards on the pass, another 15. And now they'll go to the end around, and that is going to be DeBleek with the ball, reverses his field. He's trapped, and all that running just to get back to the line of scrimmage, no gain. Sean DeBleek, he is from Lakewood, Washington, a sophomore.
And DWU still 11 rushing yards as a team with under 5 to go before halftime.
Yeah, that has been their big bugaboo this year. They just haven't been able to run the football, which is very strange because generally we mentioned in the pregame show, Dakota Wesleyan has always been a strong running football team. And they'll hand it to Kaiser up the middle. He's got a good gain across the 30 to the 27. Gain of about 6.
That's the longest run of the game so far. 6 yards here
Yeah.
for Dakota Wesleyan. Now, one thing that has worked, credit their passing game. 7 of 11 is Drake, 158 yards and 2 touchdowns. He's played very well.
Yeah, Jed Jensen, their normal starter, not in the game today. Not listed on the 2-deep lineup either, though Coach Kretschmar says he is available if need be. Jensen last week threw 5 touchdown passes against Waldorf, but here it's 3rd and 4. Coming up on the 4-minute mark in quarter number 2. DeBleek goes in motion. Blitz coming. Rollout to the right. Under pressure. Drake looks, throws. It is going to be caught at the 14-yard line. Oh, what a catch.
About as impressive as a catch as you'll see, too, because a Lancer player tipped it. That was a Lancer linebacker who came in and got a piece of it. Rolling to his right. Drake throws. I think it was Cole Crips who actually got a piece of it, of just a finger. Still able to come away with the football. That's a great catch.
A big conversion on 3rd down, and Dakota Wesleyan, that was their first 3rd down conversion in a while. They'll have 2 men out to the left, put a man in motion, and they look for the bubble screen now, throw to the end zone, and it is going to be caught. Holden got it, but he's out of bounds. Incomplete in the left side of the end zone.
Yeah, it looked like a little too far. We can take a second look at it here, but the quarterback, Drake, just takes the snap, fakes the handoff, 3-step drop, just quick look over there. That's close. We got a wide angle on it, but ruled out of bounds.
I think he was out of bounds. Only got to get 1 foot down. 18 on the play clock. 2nd and 10. 3:08 left to go. Second quarter. Lancers up 17-14 here in the Dakota Railroad rivalry game. 3 men out to the left, 1 to the right. Empty backfield. Drake looks over the middle. Now he's going to throw on the run, and is intercepted in the end zone by Muhammad. He runs it out to the 5, the 10. He's got the 20. 1 man to beat. He's shoved out of bounds near the 33-yard line. Good hustle by Gavin Pischke. Otherwise, he was going to take it to the house.
The senior on senior day coming away with a massive play there. Celebrating with his teammates. Here it is. Drake pressured, rolling to his right, throws on the run. Asmaran Muhammad, who's been making big plays his whole Lancer career, grabs that one and returns it out all the way to his own 35-yard line. A great play for the Lancers, turning away Dakota Wesleyan from keeping points. They march their offense back out there with that 3-point lead. 3 minutes to go before halftime.
Lancers 2 timeouts left, plus they also have the 2-minute timeout. Remember, Dakota Wesleyan will get the football to start the 3rd quarter. Riken, screen pass. Hirsch on the left side. Gets a block to the 35. Spun out of bounds at the 40-yard line. Not enough for a first down, but a good gain of about 8 from the 32 to the 40 for Mount Marty.
And that was a good point you made there, Steve. Something to keep in mind on this last drive. Dakota Wesleyan will receive the second half kickoff. So number one priority for the Lancers here has to be to run out the clock on this half on this drive. You don't want to give it back to Dakota Wesleyan, or they'll have a chance to do that 2-for-1 that we have seen so often. Maybe go take a heavy lead. Got to keep the ball away from them.
Should be the last play before the 2-minute timeout, unless we have an incomplete pass. Reichen rolls out to his right, looks, throws towards the sideline, wide open. Moshe Richmond out of bounds at the 41-yard line in Tiger territory, and we've reached the 2-minute timeout. Second quarter, Lancers on top, 17-14, and we will step away for 1 minute. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty football on KYNT.
If it's time to review the look of the signage of your business, let Mayor Signs help. They offer all types of signs, including exterior and interior signage, fleet wraps, digital signs, and much more. They also do logo creation and vehicle wraps. Their technicians arrive on site, fully equipped to get the installation done with quality workmanship. With the latest tools and technology, Mayor Signs provides high-quality installation service for any sign. Contact Mayor Signs today on 4th and Broadway in Yankton.
Buying a home isn't just about real estate. It's about investing in yourself. At the Move Group, we believe the best time to buy is when it makes sense for you. Our expert agents put people before transactions, meaning we listen first, provide honest guidance, and help you make a confident decision. No pressure, no gimmicks. Markets change, but the right home is about more than just numbers. It's about finding the right fit for your life and your future. When you're ready, we're here to help. Contact the Move Group today.
Two minutes to go until halftime. Mount Marty 17, Dakota Wesleyan 14. I'm Steve Thum, he's Tehl Tanner. Lancers have it, 1st and 10 in Tiger territory at the 43-yard line. Check that, make it the 42-yard line. Hart's in the game at running back, pistol formation. They'll fake it to him. Throw towards the right sideline, too high, incomplete, intended for Richmond. Along the right sideline, he was well covered.
Yeah, and it was nearly in dangerous territory, too, as it went over his head. That free safety over the top, dove for it, trying to get a hold of it at the tail end of this play. Just outstretched fully, couldn't quite get a hold of it.
Yeah, it was Trevor Sladkey there making the diving effort. Sladkey with 4 interceptions on the season. The top man in that department for Dakota Wesleyan. Stops the clock with 1:55 left. Both teams 2 timeouts left. Empty backfield. Trips left. 1 man out to the right. Reichen out of the gun. Pressure coming. Steps up, and he is going to be sacked. He dropped the football. It's loose on the ground. Picked up by Wahlberg. He's rumbling down the field. And he is going to get the scoop and the score on a mistake by Rugby Reichen, who lost the football. And just like that, the Tigers score on defense.
Yeah, I just said it, the number one priority, keeping the ball away from Dakota Wesleyan. But this play, you can just see quarterback forgetting the fundamentals. He didn't tuck the ball in, kept a hold of it, palming it, and keeping it out wide instead of tucking it in. You can see it from Rugby Reichen. He's wrapped up, still has the ball out there, and then it's just knocked out as he's spun to the ground. Scoop and score play.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to take the sack. You got to protect the football.
Ruling on the field is a fumble recovered by Dakota Wesleyan and returned for a touchdown.
Yeah, Weston Wahlberg gets the fumble recovery run for a touchdown. And now the Tigers are up 20-17 pending the PAT. And now John Micheletti wants to talk to the official here. The 1:42 left. And you know, sometimes you see that in the pros, you know, where the quarterback takes the sack, and you sometimes, why do they do it? To protect the football, not try to. Mount Marty's challenging the play as they call a timeout, their second of the half. And this timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch for legendary chicken and the best pizza. It's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. Well, the challenge by Dakota Wesleyan earlier was unsuccessful as they tried to wipe out a pass reception to Rodney Broadnax, and now the officials will do that long walk all the way down to the other end of the field. That's where the replay booth is set up for the officials here at Crane-Youngworth Field. And they're going to see if I wonder if they're trying to think that Reichen's knee was down.
And that's the question, is exactly what it is. You know, once again, the ball security, he's got it out wide, but the knee is the question. We can see it again here. Dropping back. There he's wrapped up, and from that look, it looked like he was
still up.
Yeah, certainly still up there. Take a look at it again.
Yeah, we'll take a look at it again for those watching on the online stream. Trying to queue up that replay of that last play where Reichen drops back, and there's the pressure. And
yeah, he was on his feet. He didn't go down until after.
He was
see that pretty well.
We don't know if that's specifically what they're asking for, but that's the only way I see that play getting overturned, and Reichen was still on his feet trying to make a play, but sometimes you try too much and it leads to disaster, and that's what it appears happened there. Well, we got a moment. Like to remind you that Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Foreman Charters. Let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. See upcoming tours at foremanbus.com.
Yeah, take a look at it in slow motion there. If that's what the challenge is a fumble, definitely going to stand. If it's something else, then, we'll have to see what that is.
Yeah, and we're trying to rack our brains here to think of what other possibility.
Gotta assume that's what it is.
I'm kind of coming up blank here as far as anything else. If his knee was down, the play is over. But it did not appear as we watched the replay. For those watching us on KYN TV, I did not see his knee being down on that particular play. I didn't see it in real time either as I was watching it. So it'd be nice if it got overturned, but I think this touchdown's going to stand for Dakota Wesleyan here with 1:42 left to go. Second quarter, we've had numerous, I wouldn't say delays, but plays where we've had reviews. We've had review for targeting. We've had 2 coaches challenge here in the first half as the officials are still down in the replay booth. That is on the far east end of the field here at Crane-Youngworth Field in Yankton.
Officials getting their work in today for sure with the
getting
2 challenges and the potential targeting that was ruled not targeting, but they still had to take a look at it. And here they come out of that blue tent in the replay booth. We'll see what their ruling is.
Here comes the ruling.
And Connor Singheisen, our referee for today's game.
Fumble, return for a touchdown is upheld.
Yep. Touchdown, Dakota Wesleyan.
Yep.
Play stands.
So, yeah, we can take a look at it here one more time. You can see Reichen, the quarterback. He's pressured. They are able to wrap him up, and in slow motion, you can see ball's out, knee's not down. Now the knee's down, and ball well out. So, yes.
All righty, so we'll have a point after kick coming up by the Tigers. And that is Danny Karsrud to try it. Jackson Jarding is the holder. Snap on target. Kick on the way is good. 21-17. Tigers on top of the Lancers. Back with the kickoff in just 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
We're passionate about getting yearly mammograms because 1 in 8 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer. You can get a yearly mammogram to detect it early. Would it help if I requested nicely? Please, could you be so kind as to get a mammo? Or singing it. Get your mammogram starting at 40. Or with a British accent. Schedule your mammo with an Avera Breast Center at avera.org/breast or call 888-422-1410.
Dakota Wesleyan scores on a 45-yard fumble recovery run by Weston Wahlberg. The point after kick, good. That makes it 21-17. Tigers with the lead over the Lancers. Minute 42 left. Lancers still have a timeout to work with, so they've got plenty of time to work with. Let's see what they do on the return here. Carbajal back deep, along with Michael Coleman. Here's the kick, sailing in the direction of Carbajal at the 14-yard line. Runs to his left, he's to the 20, the 25, spins, ball's loose, and recovered by who? I think the Lancers got it back at the 30.
Yeah, Lancers got it back at the end of that one, but geez, ball security an issue today. 2 interceptions. We just saw the scoop and score fumble, and now on this one you can see the ball come out again. Another fumble. This time at the tail end of the play, you can see a Lancer player clearly jump on it at the end.
Yeah, Jacob Markshausen, a redshirt junior out of Two Harbors, Minnesota, almost came up with that one for Dakota Wesleyan. But, boy, things have been tough here in the last minute.
Fumble recovered by Marty. First down, Lancers.
Lancers have it at their own 30. But, boy, if that one would have been recovered by Dakota Wesleyan, that would have spelled big-time trouble because the Tigers could have went 3 for 1.
Yeah, it was very close to exactly that. Now the Lancers with 1 minute and 33 seconds left, 1 timeout. You certainly want to go down the field and try and put up some points, but cannot let Dakota Wesleyan touch the football again this half. That has got to be first priority. Cannot let the Tigers see that football again until the third quarter.
Hirsch standing to the right of his quarterback in the shotgun set. Pressure coming. Throw down the middle of the field. And it's incomplete along the left sideline. Intended for Waholes. And it's Rusink on the cover. But a penalty flag down near the line of scrimmage. 5 yards behind the line. Clock stops with a minute 27 left. Referees conferring again. Boy, this half is taking quite some time.
Yeah, it is.
We've had a number of penalties.
And you know, the penalty yardage hasn't even been that bad. Both teams have exactly 2 penalties for 20 yards. It's all the reviews that we've had.
There is no foul on the play for illegal blindside block. The block occurred inside the
No penalty. They called a blindside block that's going to be picked up. Penalty flag waved off with a minute 27 left to go. Second quarter, Tigers up 21-17. 2nd and 10 for the Lancers. Roland out, Carbajal in at a receiver spot for Mount Marty. Rugby Riken wanting in on the conversation between Singheisen and one of his officials.
Yeah, discussing what could have been a blindside block there on the Lancers. It's what it is. If we can see it quickly here, it's the left guard for the Lancers, Zach Carlson. You can see him right at the end there. He gets a hold of the nose tackle and just puts him to the ground. And that's all we got on our cameras. Our camera follows the play, obviously, on the throw down field. But what happened there is Carlson initially, the left guard, was working his way left to block, then came back to the right and hit the nose tackle as he was getting past the center. Hit him off his right shoulder. Now, just because the center wasn't looking for that double team block doesn't necessarily make it a blindside block. It was, right in between, right in that A gap.
Mm-hmm.
Just got a hold of him off his right shoulder.
After discussion, because it was a personal foul into the tackle box, it will be enforced 15 yards from the previous spot.
All right, so
personal foul is what it's
personal foul. So the referees confer, and it will be a 15-yard walk-off against Mount Marty. So that makes it 1st and 25. Ball's put all the way back to the 15-yard line. Lancers have to get to their own 40 for a first down.
So we can show you again, but once again, as our camera follows the throw downfield, we only have a few seconds of it. 57 there, getting the block right as the ball is thrown downfield. And that's what it is going to be, I believe, that's the player they're throwing it on.
All right, back to live action. A little swing out pass. Hirsch races down the sideline. He's bumped out near the 29-yard line, right into the Mount Marty bench. They'll give him forward progress actually to the 30. So that's a 15-yard gain, and he gets out of bounds, saves a timeout. So now we're back to the original line of scrimmage. It's 2nd and 10. Good catch there and run after the catch by Hirsch. He'll clear out of the backfield. Movement on the line, And now more movement as Wahlberg came across.
And both teams kind of pointing at each other.
Yeah, both teams pointing at each other, but Wahlberg might have gotten back in time. As the officials will confer again, this time at the 30-yard line. Or check that, wasn't Wahlberg, it was Cody Winslow who was moving on the line of scrimmage. And now, will this back up the Lancers or will it back up the Tigers? Offsides defense. So that's a big break for the Lancers. Makes it 2nd and 5. Much more manageable here with 1:20 left. Lancers still with one timeout in their back pocket.
Yeah, so with that offsides, plus that then 15-yard catch and run in the last play, they get back the penalty yardage, plus an extra 5, basically just means you had a first down or a 5-yard run on first down, basically, and now 2nd and 5. A long time to get there, but that's where we're at.
All righty, shotgun set. Carbajal goes in motion. Straight drop back, pressure coming. Reichen throws, and it's incomplete. Wahols, the intended receiver at the 45. Good tight coverage by Mikey Hart for Dakota Wesleyan.
Yeah, Hart was just draped all over him as the throw came in. Just no chance for the receiver.
3rd down and 5. 1:15 on the clock.
Now it's 3rd down. If Dakota Wesleyan gets a stop here, expect their second timeout of the half with 1:15 to go. They've still got a chance at a final drive if they get a 3rd down stop here.
Hirsch to the left of his quarterback in the shotgun set. 2 men out either side. Now Hirsch clears out. Empty backfield. Blitz coming. Reichen rolls under pressure. Throws on the run. Hirsch catches it at the 47-yard line of the Tigers into the sideline and gets out of bounds. 1st down. What a throw and catch. Kyle Hirsch comes up big again.
And that one might have denied Dakota Wesleyan one final possession in the half as well. That is a massive catch.
They're going to say he did not get out of bounds. The clock's running. Reichen throws under pressure into the sidelines. Incomplete. Broadneck's almost had it at the 18-yard line. Rusink was lining up for an interception, but Broadneck stepped in front of him down that left sideline and almost had a catch. Incomplete. 2nd down and 10 coming up. 55 seconds on the clock here in quarter number 2. Dakota Wesleyan on top, 21-17. Lancers look to the sideline for a play. 2 men out either side. Hirsch remains in at running back. Here comes the blitz. Reichen throws over the middle. It is going to be tapped away, incomplete. Richmond, the intended receiver, at the 30-yard line.
Well, back-to-back incompletions now, and the clock is stopped at 51 seconds, and 3rd and 10 incoming.
Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Sureco. When you need to be sure, make it Sureco. 1 man splits out to the left, 2 out to the right. Now the backfield's empty as Hirsch clears out. Now they're going to bring him back. And a timeout called by Mount Marty as confusion reigns, and they got to spend their final timeout with 51 seconds left here in quarter number 2. This timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch. They've got legendary chicken and the best pizza. It's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. We'll keep it here during the break, and you hate to see the Lancers spend a timeout while the clock was stopped.
Yeah, and that's their final timeout of the half. Clock was stopped with 51 seconds left. They just didn't get the look they really wanted from the defense, and I think Mount Marty knows exactly how big this 3rd down is. It's the same as the last one here. There's still time for Dakota Wesleyan to get the ball back. They've got 2 timeouts. If they're able to get a 3rd down stop here, use one of them, get the punt, and you still have 40, 45 seconds maybe to get down the field with a timeout in your pocket for a potential kick. Like, this is a big 3rd down here. Mount Marty incompletions on 1st and 2nd down. Keep the clock stopped.
Yeah, Mount Marty's only 2 of 7 on 3rd downs in this first half. Dakota Wesleyan 4 of 7. All right, back to play. 3rd down and 10. Empty backfield. 5 wide receivers. Out comes Hirsch in motion. They'll fake it to him. Pressure coming. Reichen throws. Hit as he throws. Incomplete. Intended for Richmond at about the 25-yard line. And the punting unit is going to come out on this 4th down and 10 from the Tiger 47-yard line.
Yeah, and clock management. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd down incompletions. Dakota Wesleyan's able to save both of their timeouts here as well. That's big. 44 seconds left in the first half. They've still got a chance of getting downfield.
Rusink back at his own 15-yard line. Not a whole lot of pressure coming. Kick is going to be a fair catch and caught at the 15-yard line by Rusink. So Vance punts it away, and now Dakota Wesleyan, decision time for them. They're in the catbird seat. They're up by 4. Now, they do have 2 timeouts left, but they're back at their own 15-yard line, 1st and 10. Let's see if they've got time to maybe take a couple throws downfield, try to set up for a field goal. They have made a couple of big plays today. Carter Kilbride with a big touchdown catch, 60 yards. It's Connor Drake at quarterback. He has Kaiser in the game at running back. They'll put a man in motion from left to right, and they're going to play it safe and run with Kaiser to the left side. He'll put his shoulder down, and he'll get across the 21 to the 22, so a gain of 7. So Coach Kretschmar is going to play it close to the vest here.
Yeah, happy to go into the locker room with that lead. They get the ball to start the second half.
They do not have to run another play, and it looks like they will not run another play here as the second quarter winds down. 10 seconds on the clock, and yep, the Tigers are going to head to the locker room up 21-17 here at the intermission. It has been a wild and crazy first half, but the Tigers are on top. We're going to take a 2-minute timeout and come back with our halftime show that's brought to you by Parker Hannafin. It's day 1 of your new career, and Parker of Yankton has immediate openings for all production positions. They're offering newly increased wages, 13 paid holidays, and some of the most competitive benefits in the area. All begins on day 1. Learn more at parker.com. 21-17, Tigers ahead of the Lancers. Here at the break, he's Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. Back in a couple of minutes right here. More Lancer football coming your way this afternoon on KYNT.
The Great Plains Athletic Conference is committed to being champions in the classroom, in our communities, and in competition. And we are also proud to be an NAIA 5-star Champions of Character Conference. To learn more about the GPAC, follow us on social media on Instagram, X, and Facebook. And watch the GPAC on the GPAC Network. The Great Plains Athletic Conference, academic and athletic excellence since 2000.
Craving a sip of sunshine? Meet Surfside, iced tea, green tea, or lemonade. Real flavor, real juice mixed with vodka, but only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and absolutely 0 bubbles. Whether you're into peach tea, mango green tea, or strawberry lemonade, Surfside brings the party, smart and smooth. It's like sunshine in a can with adult approval. Must be 21 or older. Surfside, 0 bubbles, all vibes.
Hey, son, can you hand me that vice grip?
As any farmer or rancher knows, having the right tools in the toolbox is important. That goes for your ag lending as well. If you're considering expansion, restructuring debt, or purchasing equipment, call Dakota Mac. We have a toolbox full of lending solutions to help you with your ag financing needs.
Hi, it's Jeff Wolfgram from Dakota Mac. Call us at 800-682-4578 to learn how Dakota Mac products can work for you.
We've got football fever at Lewis and Clark Ford. And with the Bucks and Lancers, we got a lot to cheer about. Yankton fans are also cheering the great lineup at Lewis and Clark Ford. Our roster of brand new Fords begins with the quarterback, the F-150, the speedy receiver, the Mustang, the hard-working lineman, the Ford Super Duty truck, and the star running back, the Bronco. See our team at lewisandclarkford.com or at our playing field, 4th and Capitol, Yankton.
Senior Day here in Yankton at Crane-Youngworth Field. Final home game of the year for the Mount Marty Lancers, and it's the visiting team, the Dakota Wesleyan Tigers, on top of the Lancers. 21-17 here at the intermission. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum, and a wild, crazy first half, a lot of challenges, replays, turnovers. I mean, this first half has had just a little bit of everything, and unfortunately, Dakota Wesleyan's come away with the advantage after 2 periods of football.
That they have. 21-17 is your score at half, and you talked about a little bit of everything. Take a look at it. The story of the first half was turnovers. The very first offensive snap of the game, a fumble by Dakota Wesleyan University. They cough it up. They give it to Mount Marty University. A few plays later, they get down the field. It's Malachi Hartz punching it in for the first score of the game. The extra point was blocked. Dakota Wesleyan was able to go down the field after that, get in the end zone themselves. Their extra point is good. They take the lead 17-0 off or 7-6, excuse me, after a great play there. And then and that was off an interception by the Lancers.
Yeah, Lancers had a couple interceptions here in the first half.
And this was the first one.
Now this play was under review. Broadnack's bang was just leveled by Landon Rusink. Mikey Hart ends up with it. They called targeting, but that was overruled, and the Tigers were able to keep the football.
And then a couple plays later, very next pass attempt for Rugby Riken, actually. This one taken away as well. The Lancer defense was able to hold to only a field goal here, and they miss it. So that was a good break for Mount Marty. After that, Lancers defense and special teams, they are able to block a couple of punts in the second quarter. This was the first one. Sets them up with a nice short field, and they're able to cash in on this play, which we had a long review on as well. Rodney Broadnax, what a catch in that back corner of the end zone.
Yep, fought for the ball, took it away from Rusink, 29 yards on the touchdown catch, and the 2-point conversion. So we're going to see that here.
It was good as well to Kyle Hirsch.
Yep, just a little rollout, and boom, right there, wide open. Kyle Hirsch with the 2-point conversion that tied the game at 14. And now another partially blocked punt, scooped up by Carter Randall. And once again, the Lancers were in business with the short field to work with, and they were able to get a 23-yard field goal by Camden Vance. And that gave them the lead temporarily.
17-14.
But then later disaster struck for Mount Marty. They were driving, and it was Rugby Riken trying to make a play happen. Lost the football as he was being sacked, scooped up by Weston Wohlberg, and he rumbles down the field 45 yards. And that is the difference in the game right now, that scoop and score by Dakota Wesleyan as we conclude the Runza Rundown. Remember, if you're on the run, make it Runza. Runza gets you your food fast so you can get going. They have Runzas, burgers. By the way, their burgers are outstanding. I had one the other day, and they're fantastic. Fries, onion rings, salads, chicken, desserts. Really good cookies there, too. Love Runza, and we thank them for their support of Mount Marty football. Here at the break, it's 21-17. Tigers on top of the Lancers. And now we got a moment. Why don't we check over the stats? The game stats brought to you by the Meat Lodge. You want top quality meat at great prices? Well, head to the Meat Lodge in Yankton. They're on the way to the lake on Highway 52. Tell what you got.
So this is kind of the biggest stat that shows how the first half has gone for the Mount Marty Lancers. Malachi Hartz, 56 yards running the football. The Lancers, 27. Big sacks counting against, minus 25 yards for Rugby Riken, minus 8 for Carbajal on an end around, only 4 yards on 6 carries for Kyle Hirsch. The Lancers have gone backwards just as much as they've had positive yards. 56 yards for Malachi, 27 as a team for Mount Marty on the ground. Through the air, Rugby Riken is 9 of 19 throwing the football, 47% completion percentage, does have 155 yards and that great touchdown throw to Rodney Broadnax, but those 2 interceptions we showed as well. One of them tipped and one of them just a great diving catch from a defensive back. On the other end, Dakota Wesleyan, Connor Drake, who is coming in and is starting for Jed Jensen today. 8 of 14, 171 yards, 57% completion percentage, has 2 touchdowns with 1 interception at near the end of the half as well. Asmaran Muhammad with that interception. Dakota Wesleyan running the football, 23 yards in the first half, and it's not massive negative plays for them. Connor Drake has been sacked one time, but it was only, I believe a loss of 6 and minus 2 yards total in the game for him, as he also had a rush of 4 yards. 23 yards as a team for Dakota Wesleyan. 171 yards through the air, 60 of those from Kilbride and a long touchdown of 60 yards. 21-yard catch for a touchdown as well for Dakota Wesleyan and McGillivray.
Yeah, I got to credit Drake. He has looked pretty darn good, and he's spreading out the football. He has thrown to, 6 different receivers?
Yes, exactly. 6 different receivers, 2 of them with more than 1 catch, in Holden and Christian. For the Lancers on the other end, 4 different players with receptions. James Brinsley has 1 catch for 19 yards. Kyle Hirsch has 3 for 41. Rodney Broadnax, 2 for 46. And Moshe Richmond, 3 for 49 yards.
Time of possession plus 3 minutes in favor of Mount Marty. Both teams with 3 penalties, some pretty big yardage there. And Dakota Wesleyan has not done a good job punting the ball today. In fact, they have 2 punts for minus 3.5 yards.
Well, blocks. Two punts blocked is what's going on there.
Yeah, so first downs 11 for Mount Marty and 7 for Dakota Wesleyan. So it's been a game of turnovers and momentum swinging plays for both teams. And so far, Dakota Wesleyan has come out with the better end of things. 21-17 our score here at the break. And this is the Parker Hannafin Halftime Show. Let's send it to a break, and we'll come back with an interview. Who are we talking to today?
Yeah, we're talking about Rock of Ages. Mount Marty is going to put on a Rock of Ages show coming up November 7th and 8th, I believe, about a week away next weekend, and that's always a good show. I love it when they put on things like this, does Mount Marty. It'll be at Marion Auditorium next weekend. We'll talk a little more about that. Jeff Erickson had the interview coming up.
All right, we'll take a 2-minute timeout, come back with that interview along with Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty Football on KYNT.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the road you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Book an appointment at leschwab.com.
Are you huddling up with the relatives for the holidays or a Yankton or Mount Marty football game, but don't have enough space in your locker room? Book rooms at the Fairfield by Marriott or Holiday Inn Express. There won't be any roughing penalties with their clean, comfortable beds, and no interference on a relaxing stay. Remember, instead of everyone at your house, call on Audible and book rooms at the Fairfield by Marriott or Holiday Inn Express. For great rates and flexible reservation changes, call either hotel direct.
All right, welcome into your halftime show from Parker Hannafin. It's day 1 of your new career. Parker of Yankton has immediate openings for all production positions, offering newly increased wages, 13 paid holidays, and some of the most competitive benefits in the area, all beginning on day 1. Learn more at Parker.com. And now with our halftime interview from Marlowe, Woodward, and Huff, attorneys at law in Yankton. Our own Jeff Erickson spoke with Andy Hendrickson and Will Walther about Rock of Ages that is getting put on here in just a little over a week here in Yankton and Marion Auditorium. Here's a talk about Rock of Ages.
But on a scale of 1 to 10, how excited, and I think I know the answer, how excited are you for Rock of Ages?
I think it's a 10, Jeff. This has been just a riot.
You told me, I think last summer, you said, hey, wait until you hear what we've got coming out. So it's November 7th, 8th, and 9th. And it says on the flyer here, a jukebox musical comedy. That covers a lot of ground right there.
Well, there's like 20 songs in it, and anybody who likes classic rock's going to know every one of them.
This is the stuff you and I grew up with.
Yeah, it is. This is college for me. Brings back a lot of memories of that time.
I do want to mention on the poster, there is a warning at the bottom. This production contains very loud rock music.
Yes. So, we're just letting people, because some people have been, Rock of Ages? Rock of Ages. No, not that. Not that. Not the church one.
This is, the boombox one.
Yeah.
I had these cassettes Andy, growing up. I had these cassettes.
Right. Cassettes.
So music, but also funny.
Oh, yeah. Well, you're looking at funny right here.
Is Will the lead?
He is the glue that holds this thing together.
Okay, well, thanks for bringing in the glue.
So, yeah, he's a lead. We have a few leads. We have a romance. You got to have a girl and a boy fall in love and out of love and all that, But, yeah, he holds his own, man.
Introduce him.
Hey, Will Walther. This dude showed up, 4 years ago, and he did some theater, had a good time. Then he was involved with track, nursing, and showed up in a theater class this fall.
He's
and,
got a full schedule.
Yeah, and so to have him back is it's unbelievable.
Let's say hi to
Will. This kid is going to rock.
Let's say hi to Will Walther from Hill City, South Dakota. That's out in the hills, of course. Good morning, Will.
Rock on. Good morning.
Rock on.
Rock on.
Yeah. I told Will he's got a good vibe to him. I've only known him for a few minutes, but you're a nursing student, so I appreciate that. And you're a senior, right?
That's right. Yep.
So, real life is coming here real soon.
It's the last hoorah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was your first theater experience at Mount Marty? And did you do theater in high school?
I did, yeah. So in high school, I played basketball. So I never did one acts or anything like that because I was more focused on the athletic side of things. But during the fall, heck, I was all about it. I loved the drama. I loved the putting myself in a different mindset and just kind of going with it, So and then it always kind of took me a couple of years to kind of get good at it and get some confidence in the acting world.
Did you choose Mount Marty because of nursing?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Strong nursing program.
Yep.
Do you think when Rock of Ages is done, it will be the favorite production of yours that you've been in at Mount Marty?
Yes.
What other ones have you really enjoyed?
I did the Comedy of Errors. I played the Antipolis of Ephesus role. Yes. Yep. I still got a little bit of that Shakespeare language in the noggin, but so and that that was another one of my favorite ones. Just I really felt like I grew as an actor.
Who are you in
doing
Rock
that.
of Ages?
Rock of Ages, I am Lonnie Barnett, sound guy.
Tell me about him a little bit.
Lonnie is a free spirit, man. He's just a rocker, and I see his role as just he's there to bring the energy, man. He's there to get the people going, to get the juices.
Do you have
flowing.
anything in common with him?
Yeah,
Are you a free spirit?
I think I am a free spirit. Yeah, for sure. I'm a free spirit. I love rock and roll. I grew up listening to that kind of music. My
I was
dad
going to ask
really,
you, did your folks listen to this?
Yeah,
Did you inherit this music?
I mean, Tom Petty's one of my favorites.
Nice.
Really listened to a lot of Tom Petty growing up. Yeah, and like Led Zeppelin, and I'm a big Pink Floyd guy too. So just all that kind of music from that era is really, I love all of it.
That was Andy Hendrickson and Will Walther talking Rock of Ages from Marlowe, Woodward, and Huff, attorneys in Yankton. Once again, November 7th and 8th, Rock of Ages at Marion Auditorium. With that, let's go ahead and get back to football, take a break. We'll come back with the halftime show on KYNT.
Looking for the easy way to travel? Well, let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. Here are some 2026 tours coming up. Experience the full-scale replica of Noah's Ark with the Ark Encounter Tour leaving in May. Visit Michigan's historic resort destination, Mackinac Island, in June. Also in June, head for the hills and the famous Medora musical. And see the Grand Canyon and other Southwest National Parks in July. For more on Foreman Charters tours, go to foremanbus.com.
Did you know Sherco offers more than just egg tarps? Sherco now extends our leading tarp systems, industry know-how, and top-level service to construction, flatbed, and waste applications. Sherco offers manual and electric tarp systems for not only grain trailers and carts, but also side dumps, end dumps, belly dumps, roll-offs, flatbeds, and more. To learn more, contact your authorized Sherco distributor or find us at Sherco.com. Demand the best. Demand Sherco.
21-17 at the break. Dakota Wesleyan leads Mount Marty. Now time to check the scoreboard. Brought to you by Kirsten Royal. No matter what you drive, make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's there on Broadway in Yankton. Tehl, what you got?
Yeah, around the GPAC, Morningside leading Doane in the third quarter. 8:17 to go in that third. 35-0. down in Crete, Nebraska. Briar Cliff is trailing Concordia just out of halftime, 17-3. Concordia leads at home. Northwestern leading Midland down in Fremont. That one just kicked off the second half. Northwestern 10, Midland 7. And with 4 minutes gone in the third quarter, Dort leads Hastings 24-14. We are the lone team still at halftime, as we talked about that. We had a long first half.
Just underway, third quarter, USD leads North Dakota 16-7. Illinois State in the early second quarter leads Northern Iowa 14-0. Just underway, second quarter, Indiana State leads at South Dakota State 10-3. Youngstown, North Dakota State scoreless halfway through the first quarter in the Missouri Valley Football Conference.
USD having a great game against North Dakota, 16-7 halftime. And oh man, did you see the story of their jerseys and helmets this week?
I did not.
Great story. Native American heritage. It's really, really cool to see what they're doing over there. Major college football, shall we turn to?
Yeah, we got West Virginia knocks off number 22 Houston in the Big 12, 45-35. Number 20 Texas beats number 9 Vanderbilt, 34-31. Final, Ohio State rolls by Penn State. Ohio State number 1 in the land, 38-14. Those are finals. We do have some games in progress, and Miami and SMU locked in a bitter struggle, 20-20. They're in overtime.
20-20, number 10 Miami. Unranked SMU, that could get interesting here. That could shake things up depending on how that goes.
Yep. And another score, Virginia Tech leads number 16 Louisville 9-7. That's their 1 quarter of play. So those games are currently in progress. Here we're just about ready to kick off the third quarter. I'd like to thank Parker Hannafin for sponsoring our halftime show. Our second half being brought to you by Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations with Core Trust. Member FDIC. He's Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. 21-17 our score. Dakota Wesleyan with the lead on Mount Marty here on Senior Day for the Lancers, their final home game of the regular year. And now Dakota Wesleyan will get the football to start the second half. Stephen Christian, Landon Iverson back deep. Camden Vance has it teed up and will kick it away. We got 15 minutes on the clock here for quarter number 3. Lancers have some work to do here in the second half. Trying to beat Dakota Wesleyan for the second year in a row. High end-over-end kickoff. And Iverson, he's going to call for a fair catch at the 6-yard line. So that will move the ball out to the 25. And we got a player down, limping off the field, one of the special teams players for Mount Marty, and that is Matthew Elliott, senior out of San Diego. He's been a key performer on special teams this year.
Yeah, he has. One of the seniors that we honored pregame here on Senior Day in Yankton. Don't like seeing that, but he is on his feet still, walking off under his own power, which is at least a good sign.
All righty, it is Connor Drake at quarterback for Dakota Wesleyan. He'll operate out of the shotgun. Play action, roll out to the right, throws over the middle of the field, and it's caught by the tight end at the 40-yard line. That's Chase McGillivary. What a catch.
Dangerous throw, too. 2 linebackers in the area just threading the needle. Over one and right past another. Great catch.
Ball at the 39-yard line of the Tigers. 1st and 10, just underway, third quarter. Tigers up by 4 at 21-17. The Tigers operate left to right on your radio dial. They bring in Lane Darrow at running back. Split 2 men out to the left, 1 man out to the right. Shotgun set. It'll be a handoff, and this is Darrow, runs to his right, runs into trouble right away, and just powers his way forward for about a 3-yard gain. Maybe they'll give him progress to the 43. We'll call it a gain of 4 as he was hit hard. Darrow, he is a senior out of Rapid City Central. 2nd down and 6. 2 men split out to the left side. Double tight end on the right side. Darrow to the right of his quarterback in the shotgun set. Now he'll move Christian in motion, send him back on the left side. Looking over the middle, throw, caught. Dvorak, the tight end. He's across midfield and just rumbles down across the 45 to the 42-yard line. Move the chains, first down, Tigers. Second catch for Nolan Dvorak.
And a good one. The first one was 27 yards. This one going to be similar numbers, little shorter, but just kept moving, fighting for yardage all the way to the 42 in opposing territory.
Yeah, and Dvorak did not have a catch coming into today's contest. He's had a couple of big catches today from the 42-yard line of the Lancers. First down and 10, Dakota Wesleyan. Shotgun set. Now they'll split the running back out of the backfield. Empty backfield now. Drake drops back, has time, looking to throw. He'll throw and swatted down by Rogers at the line of scrimmage. Incomplete.
That just swatted it in a couple inches after the release, just right in front of his face. Kavion Rogers running with him, just stuck a paw up, knocked it down.
Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Mason Schramm. Are you buying or selling? Well, move with Mason and the Move Group. Second down and 10, 12:43 left. Third quarter, Tigers taking the opening kickoff here the third quarter, and they're on the move in Lancer territory. Second and 10 at the Lancer 42. Shotgun set. Straight drop back. Pressure coming. Roll out to the right. Throw on the run. Caught by Darrow. And they try to rip the ball away from him, does Brock Lubers. Shoves him out of bounds near the 37. Gain of 5.
And a third down in Lancer territory. 5 yards to go. Certainly options here if you don't get it.
Yeah, you would think if the Tigers get close and don't make it, that they would probably go for it on fourth down. Got plenty of time on the play clock, 15 seconds and counting. Shotgun set, 2 men to the left, Holden out to the right as receivers. Darrow shifts from right to left in the backfield. Now they'll put DeBleek in motion over to the right side. Drop back, blitz coming, pass, screen pass, caught, and it is Darrow tripped up at the line, 1 yard gain.
Open field tackle, Daniel Pierce. That safety for the Lancers, who has just been money all season long. He's got 3 interceptions and 42 tackles entering this ball game. Another guy we just honored pregame on Senior Day.
Well, it's fourth down and 4, and the offense is staying on the field for the Tigers. 4th and 4 at the 36-yard line.
Big opportunity for the Lancers.
Yeah, and the Tigers switching personnel. They're confused. They've got to spend a timeout with 11:19 left to go, third quarter. Tigers 21, Lancers 17 this timeout. Brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch there on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. We're back in 30 seconds on KYNT.
It's game on at Yankton Pizza Ranch. Our buffet is loaded with hot pizzas, sweet desserts, and the country's best chicken. Plenty of food and plenty of room for a whole team or your whole family. Whether you're celebrating a big win or just hungry for one, everybody leaves full and happy. So huddle up and make it a buffet day every day from 11 to 8 at Yankton Pizza Ranch.
It's where life tastes better. Surround them up and head her down to the Pizza Ranch. Whoa, that's good.
We're early in the third quarter, 11:19 left to go, and a big fourth down coming up for Dakota Wesleyan. They're up 21-17, and the Tigers going for it, 4th and 4 from the Lancer 36.
5 of 15 on fourth down this season.
He's Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum, and it's going to be a play action. Roll out to the left, throw on the run, caught by McGillivray on the left sideline. He's got the first down inside the 25, out of bounds near the 22-yard line. What a big play by the Tigers on fourth down.
Yeah, what a play there. 5 of 15 on fourth down all season long, only 33% conversion percentage on fourth. Not where you want it to be, but a great play here, able to move the chains.
First down and 10, Tigers just outside the red zone. They'll send trips right. Darrow stays in at running back. Lancers come with the blitz. picked up, and now the quarterback steps out of trouble, throws on the run, and it is caught along the sideline by Christian. He's out of bounds near the 10-yard line. What an escape job by Connor Drake.
Cole Crips was all over him. Had him just for a second, had a hold of him. He's able to fight his way out of it, throw on the run, completed pass. That's just perfect. First and goal.
From the 9-yard line, first and goal for Dakota Wesleyan. As they are trying to extend their lead here, they're up 21-17. They'll send one man out either side. Rob into the game. He's the H-back on the right side. Handoff. Darrow tests the left side. He'll be cut down at about the 7, gain of 2. As he tries the left side of that line of scrimmage. Second and goal coming up for Dakota Wesleyan. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by the Meat Lodge. You want top quality meat at great prices? Well, head to the Meat Lodge in Yankton. They're on the way to the lake on Highway 52. Lancers have to hold here early in this third quarter. Down by 4 at the moment. Second and goal, Tigers from the 7. Shotgun set, 2 men to the right, 1 out to the left. Straight drop back. Looking, throwing, caught near the goal line. Is he in? No. Pass is caught by Rob at the 1-yard line. Third and goal from the 1 for the Tigers. Remember, coming into today, they had no rushing touchdowns as a team on the year. And their passes or their touchdowns today have come on 2 passes and a fumble recovery run. Lane Darrow at running back, third and goal. Receivers either side. Drake will hand it off, and Darrow's going to get stuffed behind the line of scrimmage. That play took a long time to develop.
Yeah, that's why they're still finding that first rushing touchdown. That's just a long time to develop on the 1-yard line. You can see the exchange here. Just didn't have the decision. Lancers all over it. Good play up front. Here comes the kicking unit.
Yep, field goal unit comes on for the Tigers. This will be basically an extra point. Ball's at the 3-yard line. So this will be a 20-yard attempt for Danny Karsrud. Steps it off. He has missed a field goal earlier today. Snap, good. Kick on the way, has the distance, good. 7:42 left, third quarter. Tigers 24, Lancers 17. We'll be back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Parker of Yankton is powering progress, and you can be part of it. We're adding 2 new production lines and expanding our team with a product and a mechanical engineer, plus material handlers, line techs, and assemblers for both shifts. We offer paid vacation, medical, dental, vision, and life insurance. Enjoy quarterly profit sharing, 5% 401k match, and a fully paid retirement income account. Join a company where innovation meets opportunity, right here in Yankton. Be part of something bigger. Apply now at parker.com/careers.
Parker, engineering your success.
FM 1021 and AM 1450, KYNT, Yankton.
That last scoring drive for the Tigers, 12 plays, 72 yards, 7:18 time of possession. Karsrud on a 20-yard field goal for the Tigers. They're up 24-17. I'm Steve Thum. He is Tehl Tanner.
As you said, that was a long drive. That is, in time, scoring drive, easily the longest drive of this game. 7 minutes and 18 seconds, 72 yards on 12 plays. We've seen a lot of short drives where you're able to get 1 or 2 plays and get in the end zone. We've seen some crazy turnovers and blocked punts setting up short fields. That was a complete drive to start off the third quarter. Just turned away at the 1-yard line.
Karsrud with the kick, and it is going to be Pearson. Fumbles it at the 15, scoops it back up. Ball's loose again. Who wants it? Looks like the Tigers recovered at the 26-yard line.
Oh, my gosh.
Jameer Pearson never really had it.
And that's the second special teams fumble on kick returns we've seen. The first one, the Lancers got it back. This one, They're talking about it, but it's looking like that's going to go to the road team. Lancer defense is on the field.
Yeah, Lancer defense is coming out there, and the officials conferring, but I am pretty sure this fumble will stand, and the recovery by Dakota Wesleyan at about the 26-yard line of Mount Marty. And again, Lancers have just been their own worst enemy today.
They have.
Not hanging on to the football. Here's the Farmers Union Insurance replay. You see, never really had it.
Nope.
Yep.
Ball's in the ground.
Yep.
D-Dub comes away with it.
Yep. And so the Tigers back in business as their offense trots onto the field again here in quarter number 3. With 7:37 left, Lancers haven't touched the football in this second half as far as their offense is concerned. Straight drop back out of the shotgun. Toro towards the end zone. Incomplete. Holden over his head at the goal line. Pierce on the coverage. Got to credit the Tigers. They went for the jugular there.
Yeah, they wanted to just go up 2 possessions, just throw it straight to the end zone and see if they could play with the lead for the rest of this third quarter for sure. But Lancers really need to turn them away. They just did it. They stood on their own 1-yard line, forced a field goal. They got to do it twice in a row now after the 4th turnover of the game by Mount Marty.
Lights are on here as we have cloudy skies in an afternoon game at Crane-Youngworth. It's going to be a running play up the middle. Kaiser puts his head down, spins away, and he'll rumble ahead to the 20-yard line. That's just good extra effort by Kobe Kaiser. Looked like he was stopped at the line. Got about 6 yards when all was said and done.
Yeah, he was stood up, stopped, momentum was done, 1 yard downfield, and he just kept working to the right, able to escape and turn it into a gain of 5. 3rd and 5 incoming.
Lancers need a stop here.
3rd and 4, actually.
Yeah, 3rd down and 4 coming up for the Tigers. Kaiser stays in it, running back. 2 men split out to the left. Now they'll put a man in motion. He'll circle around and go back to the left. And it's going to be a handoff. Kaiser tries the right side. He stopped, and he maybe got 2 yards, and that's all. He's down at the 18. So, again, decision time on 4th down for Dakota Wesleyan. Do they send out the field goal unit, or do they, again, go for it and try to roll the dice and get a 1st down? They are within field goal range. The long this year for Carsrud is 42, but their offense is staying on the field.
We talked about it just a couple of minutes ago. They're 5 of 15 on 4th down coming into today for 33% conversion rate on 4th down. They did get a 4th down, however, on their last drive.
4 wide receivers, 2 either side. Here comes a man in motion, and they're going to throw a little screen pass. It's going to be caught by Holden, and he's got the 1st down, running out of bounds and over an official at the 16-yard line.
Oh, that was close.
But they're going to move the chains.
Right at it, yep.
He got just what he needed, and they went to their money man, Cole Holden, the senior out of Watertown. And what a big clutch play by Holden. And it's 1st down, Tigers in the red zone at the 16-yard line of Mount Marty. 5:25 and counting, 3rd quarter. Tigers up by 7. Trips left, handoff. Kaiser to the right side, and he'll plow ahead across the 15 to the 13.
Ball come out?
Gain of 3. Did the ball come out at the end? Mount Marty's saying they've got it. The officials say, I don't think so. Pierce came away with the football, but they said the player was down. And quickly, the Tigers are coming right to the line of scrimmage. They'll send Trips left. Kaiser in at running back. They'll hand it to him again. He'll try a sweep left. He's inside the 10. He's inside the 5. Touchdown, Tigers. The first rushing touchdown of the season for Dakota Wesleyan. Now let's check it out on the Farmers Union Insurance replay for those watching the video stream online. Just student body left, nothing fancy.
Straight stretch play going to the left, just found the hole and cut up field.
And now it's 30-17 as the Tigers take advantage of the Mount Marty turnover earlier in this third quarter. Point after kick on the way. Good. 5:02 left, third quarter. Tigers 31, Lancers 17. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Heartland Humane Society needs your help finding forever homes for over 750 pets. Pets in the shelter's care are fully vaccinated, microchipped, and always great with people. You can help by volunteering to walk a dog or cuddle a cat, by fostering a pet for just the weekend or long term, by making a donation to cover an animal's care, or by choosing adoption. To learn more, visit heartlandhumanesociety.net.
That last scoring drive for the Tigers, 6 plays, 26 yards. Kaiser from 12 yards out on the touchdown run. Went after kick, makes it 31-17. And for Dakota Wesleyan, that's got to be a big momentum boost because, 1, they get points off the turnover. 2, they score a rushing touchdown.
First one of the year.
Yeah, in game number 9. Kaiser with the touchdown run. He had 8 last year, I believe it was.
Yeah.
And that is the first team rushing touchdown for Dakota Wesleyan.
Had 23 rushing yards at half, now 51 here in the ballgame, more than doubling their first half total already.
Short kick, Carbajal collects it at the 20-yard line, dances along the left sideline, just runs out of real estate at the 31-yard line. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Dakota Mac. At Dakota Mac, they can help you with the heavy lifting when it comes to ag financing. Whether you're a farmer, investor, or beginning farmer, they'll work hard to find the lending solutions to fit your needs. Learn more at dakotamac.com. Some work to do for Mount Marty. They operate right to left on your radio dial, 1st and 10 from their own 30-yard line. Pistol formation on the run. Malachi Hartz up the middle, 1-yard gain. That's all. Can't abandon the running game if you're Mount Marty.
No, there's still plenty of time in the game. You're only down 14. 4:40 left in the third quarter. You just need to score here, get a defensive stop, and you're right back in this thing.
Let's see what they do on second down. Broadnax and Roland split out to the left. One receiver out to the right. Pistol formation. Here comes Roland in motion from left to right. Going to be a play action. Reichen on the run, pressured sack back at the 18-yard line. Great pressure up front by Winslow and Wahlberg.
Reichen been under pressure all game long. That is the 3rd sack. And that's part of what has led to the turnovers. You know, he has 2 interceptions and a lost fumble, and now 3 sacks. Just great pressure up front by Dakota Wesleyan all game long.
3rd down and 20. Loss of 10. Check that, loss of 11 on that last play. And the Lancers need to find something here to move the chains. They got to get all the way to the 40-yard line. Shotgun set, 2 men either side. Hart stays in the block. Pass down the middle, and it is going to be short and incomplete at the midfield stripe. Broadnax, the intended receiver. Rusink on the coverage. The punting unit comes on for Mount Marty.
Yeah, and that was just great coverage from Landon Rusink. Was step for step with Broadnax all the way down the field. 50-50 ball. Just had his positioning, kept the receiver away from it. Incompletion. That was good.
3 and out for Mount Marty as the Tigers really got some pep in their step. See if they're going to come after Vance here, standing at his own 6-yard line. No, they don't, but it's a low line drive kick. Bounces at the 40, takes a Lancer bounce towards midfield, and rolls out of bounds at the Lancer 49-yard line. That is where they will set up shop. 1st down and 10. Tigers will there. Mount Marty football brought to you in part today by Parker Hannafin. It's day 1 of your new career, and Parker of Yankton has immediate openings for all production positions. They're offering newly increased wages, 13 paid holidays, and some of the most competitive benefits in the area, all beginning on day 1. Learn more at parker.com.
Dakota Wesleyan set up with good field position again. They've had 4 turnovers forced on their own side, and now they've got a couple of short punts, and They've been playing on the Lancer side of the field all game long.
Yeah, penalty flags will blow this first down play dead. Ball at the 50-yard line. Got a feeling this one's going to be against the Tigers, and it is. Illegal procedure, and that will move them back 5 yards. Lancers need a defensive stop. They're down by 14. 3:19 left. Quarter number 3. Tigers from the left hash marks, send 2 men out to the left, 1 to the right. Now they'll put that man in motion over to the left side, and Kaiser will run it up the middle, hit right away, and just puts his shoulders down. And the end of the line is the 48-yard line, gain of 3 for the Tigers.
Second down and
Still working behind the sticks here are the Tigers. 2nd and 12 incoming, but 3:01 on the clock. They got that 2-score lead. Their really number one priority right now is just taking care of the football, just taking time off the clock, no turnovers. They've had a couple themselves. They've had a fumble loss. They've had an interception. They got to play clean football here at the end of this third quarter.
They've also had 2 punts blocked as well.
Yeah.
Man in motion as they'll run it with Kaiser up the middle, dances to his right, no gain on the play, cut down right at the line of scrimmage. 3rd and long coming up. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Ben's Brew Station. They're the office watch party location for KYN TV. They've got 16 TVs and all the refreshments you need. It's on KYN TV. It is on at Ben's. 3rd down and 12. Actually, they're going to say you lost a yard, so make it 3rd down and 13 now. Ball back at the 47. Drake at quarterback sends 2 men out to the left, 1 to the right. Now sends his tight end in motion over to the left side. He's looking that way, middle screen, caught. Kaiser tackled right away, and he's only going to get about a 2-yard gain, and that is all. Good defense by Mount Marty.
And just trying that short screen. Mount Marty all over it here for only a 2-yard gain. 4th and 11 incoming. Lancers just swarm to the football, getting down.
Well, that's what they needed to do.
Yeah,
Force
exactly.
Short possession, 3 and out.
And the special teams unit, which you just mentioned, has 2 blocked punts. They've got everybody right up on that line. They might be going after this one. That's what can get you back in a game, is a 3rd blocked punt. Let's see if they can get it.
High snap, brought down, but he got it away.
Close.
Carbajal, fair catch at the 15-yard line. That's where Mount Marty will start their next possession. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Les Schwab Tires. For tires, brakes, alignments, and more, visit Les Schwab Tire Center in Yankton. Get more from Les.
By the way, in our out-of-town scoreboard, 2 top 10 teams fall in the FBS. Number 10, Miami, does fall in overtime to unranked SMU, and the number 9, Vanderbilt, loses number 20, Texas, today as well. Those finals just came in.
First down, Riken, play action, rolls out to his right, throws to the sideline. Caught by Carbajal at about the 22-yard line. Gain of about 7 on the play. 2nd and 3 coming up. I think Carbajal, that is his first catch of the game. 2nd down, and now the Lancers go to the hurry-up offense. Screen pass, Waholes to the left side. He'll get across the 25 to the 27-yard line. Move the chains, 1st down Lancers. 40 seconds left here in quarter number 3. Lancers going to the hurry-up offense. Now they'll look to the sideline for the play. Being signaled in. Might have 2 more plays left in this quarter. And they're going to go to the run. Handoff, Hirsch tries the left side, hit at the 30, and the 31 will be the end of the trail for him. Call it a gain of 3 on the play. Let's see if the Lancers hurry things up and try to get one more play off. It does not appear so. 10 seconds left in the quarter. We are done with 3 quarters of play. Tigers 31, Lancers 17. Back with the 4th quarter in 1 minute on KYNT.
Beef, pork, seafood, poultry, and more, all at the
bank. Raise your expectations with Core Trust, member FDIC. And we've got a player down for Dakota Wesleyan, one of the special teams players down at the 35-yard line. Can't tell who is the player. Can't see the number, and that player getting up very slowly. It is Isaac Faust. He is a junior out of Arlington, Nebraska, and walking very gingerly towards the sideline, holding his he's holding his right arm, so hopefully that young man's okay. But it's strange, you see an injury on a special teams play where the receiving team called for the fair catch, yet there was contact nonetheless. And the Tiger offense trots out onto the field. They operate right to left on your radio dial in quarter number 4. 13:33 left. Tigers up by 7. He is a junior out of Arlington. And here comes a rollout by Drake. Throws on the run. Caught at the sideline. It'll be a first down to Cole Holden. About a 12-yard gain on the play. They'll put the ball out of bounds at the 36. Call it a gain of 11 officially. First down, Tigers. Still anybody's game. Checking out Kilbride and DeBleek in at wide receiver. Now for Dakota Wesleyan. From near the right hash mark. Shotgun set. Iverson in at running back. He'll take the handoff. Try the left side. Hit right away. No gain on the play for Landon Iverson. Second down and 10 coming up. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Dakota Beverage. Remember, whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly.
All right, looks like we are rolling back up. Sorry if you stuck with us through that tech issue. If you were watching on our live stream on KYN TV or the GPAC network, had a glitch, took us off air for a moment there. We are returned in the fourth quarter. We'll tell you what we missed in just a moment. The Lancers scored a touchdown to start off this fourth quarter. We'll talk about it in a moment.
All right, second down and 10 for the Tigers. Straight drop back. Drake being pressured, rolls to his right, loads up, throws the long ball down the field, and the defensive back slips. It's caught by Christian. He'll waltz into the end zone. Touchdown, Dakota Wesleyan. And that is a huge, huge play as the defensive back slipped for Mount Marty. And just like that, when the Lancers score a touchdown, they get it back into the game. Another big play strike for the Tigers.
Yeah, just chucking it downfield from his own 30-yard line. Defender slips and just take it in the end zone.
And now here's Karsrud for the point after kick. Out of the hold of Jackson Jarding. Kick is on the way. It is good. 11:58 left to go, fourth quarter. Tigers 38, Lancers 24. We'll keep it here as the teams line up for a kickoff. For those watching online on the video stream, again, we apologize for the glitch, but we'll tell you what you missed while we were trying to reestablish things.
Yeah, as we started the fourth quarter, the Lancers do get a touchdown here. It was a Rugby Riken, a completed pass to cap off an 85-yard drive that took 6 plays. It was Rugby Riken to Moshe Richmond. We can give you the replay here. It was one heck of a catch in the back corner of the end zone. Here it is, Moshe Richmond. Great catch for a freshman. Drug that right foot, able to maintain possession. He's able to get that score for the Lancers. That brought us to 24 points for the Lancers, 31 for the Tigers before what we just saw. Another great play by the Tigers to stretch that lead once again to 2 possessions. What a throw downfield. Defender just slips. Escaping free is the receiver.
Steve Christian, the reception of 64 yards. And that is his 3rd receiving touchdown of the season. And Connor Drake, the backup quarterback, has had a spectacular day, 19 of 27, and now 3 touchdown passes. It's a short kick. Pearson will pick it up, try to run to his right, has a hole. He's into the open. He's at the 30 and tackled at the 35. And that was a big special teams tackle by Tristan Butler. He's from Lenox, a redshirt freshman. Lancers still got plenty of time. 11:52 left. All 3 timeouts to work with, but they're down once again by 14 points. They'll operate left to right on your radio dial here in quarter number 4. Riken Empty backfield. Now he'll bring Hirsch in motion. Straight drop back. Riken looking, and he's going to decide to run. Spins out of one tackle right into the hands of another defender. Short gain on the play of 2 yards, and we've got a Tiger down on the field. And that is, I believe, their nose tackle, Cody Winslow. And he's one player that the Tigers can ill afford to lose. You can't see. I thought I saw number 40 being the player down, but I'm not 100% sure, as he is lying face down at the 35-yard line. 11:40. Clock stops there for the injury timeout. Tigers up 38-24. Mount Marty in action next week on the road at Morningside, and now this is not good. They are calling in, I think, the ambulance.
Oh, no.
And this is what we do not want to see at all.
Yeah, they're digging into bags, and they're checking on this player. Everybody's around him, athletic trainers for both schools coming out to work on the ankle of the player.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the injury is, but this appears to be pretty serious, as one of the officials signaled over to the far end of the field, and they are bringing out they're not going to bring the ambulance on the field, but they are bringing on the cart, or the gurney, I should say, as we've got a timeout here with 11:40 left to go. I tell you what, why don't we step away for 60 seconds? We'll be back with more Mount Marty football in 1 minute right here on KYNT.
Looking for fuel or more? Stop by Triple Time Rudy's, your locally owned convenience store at 17th and Broadway. At Triple Time Rudy's, they're proud to support the community, offering fuel discounts to Yankton's largest employers and backing local activities and events. Inside, you'll discover regional favorites like Dimmick Cheese and premium meats from the Kaler and Renner lockers. Whether it's a quick snack, a tank of top-quality fuel, or a taste of local goodness, Triple Time Rudy's, fueling your day, fueling the community. A big thank you from Mount Marty University to one of Yankton's greatest employers and friend of the community, Aztec. They're very proud to support the Mount Marty Lancers. The vision at Aztec is to build industry-changing solutions that create life-changing opportunities. And you can build a career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Click careers at aztecindustries.com. Best wishes, Mount Marty, from your friends at Aztec.
$11:40 left to go. Fourth period of play. Dakota Wesleyan 38, Mount Marty 24. Along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum here at Crane-Youngworth Field. It's senior day, Dakota Railroad rivalry in progress. But right now, the attention of everybody on the field is at around the 35-yard line as a Dakota Wesleyan player lying face down, and I believe you're right, they're working on his ankle. I think I see a boot on the right ankle of the player. We believe, and we can't see the number, but we believe it's Cody Winslow. He was involved in that last play, and they have a gurney out on the field, and they're going to move him now onto the flatboard.
They're carting him off. They're trying to get him on, and
this is
he's not moving.
No, he is not. We only hope it's not. We don't want to speculate up here, but now they're going to roll him over in there. That is
Now we see the number.
That is number 40, Cody Winslow, junior out of Hillsdale, Wyoming. He has played a spectacular game today. You never want to see this, as an ambulance is coming in on the street on the far side of the field here. So this young man is going to be taken to the Sacred Heart Hospital here. They're clearing out room to bring the ambulance on the field. Again, this is something you never want to see. And you think back here in the NFL, Cam Scatabo, the rookie for the Giants, had to be carted off the field at Philadelphia with a bad ankle injury that ended his season. And that's, again, they have, it looks like a boot or an inflatable cast on one of his legs, and they have him strapped down, and we can only hope it's nothing more serious than that. And obviously all the players taking a knee on both sidelines as things have gotten rather quiet here. And this is, again, senior day, big rivalry game. Teams have just been playing hard, and it goes without saying you never want to see a player carted off the field.
Yeah, this is a tough sight. The Lancers took a knee instantly. One of those things where everybody on the field can kind of see it.
Now a standing ovation from both sidelines, or both cheering sections here. Dakota Wesleyan brought a very good crowd here today, as you can see on the camera here. The entire Tiger football team rushing out onto the field to wish their teammate all the best as he is going to be taken to the hospital here in Yankton. And again, thank you also to our EMS crew, the ambulance drivers, the ambulance crew here. They attend all these football games, and we always say they're the people we never want to mention.
Yeah, no kidding. And Cody Winslow, you can see the impact right there. It's the entire Dakota Wesleyan sideline, every single member of that team, coaching staff, trainers, they all ran out on the field as he is being stretchered off to go give him their love and wish him luck as he is taken away, and just shows what he's meant to this program. And certainly today, I mean, he has 2.5 sacks today. Like, he is 2.5 sacks, a quarterback hit, and then he's got, 3 tackles for loss in those as well. 6 total tackles. He's had one heck of a game, but clearly he means a lot to his teammates.
He and Wolberg have been a two-man wrecking crew today on that defensive line for Dakota Wesleyan. Again, you hate to see this happen, but he has been taken off the field, and we are going to get back to action here with 11:40 left to go, fourth quarter. Tigers up by 2 touchdowns. Mount Marty with the football. They're going to try a pass with Riken out of the shotgun over the middle. Caught, and that's Carbajal across the 40 to the 42-yard line on that second down play. He'll get about 7 yards, make it 3rd down and 2. Carbajal out, Jack Rowland in. Big 3rd down play.
Yeah, and here's a tough situation for Dakota Wesleyan specifically, because now you lost, one of your best players defensively. You're trying to hold a fourth quarter lead, and you had a long break there and a cold break here in November, and now you got to find a way to play.
Screen pass, Hirsch. He'll have the first down. He got 3 yards on the play. Replacing Winslow is Drew Davis. He is a freshman out of Wayne, Nebraska, and he is the substitute on that defensive line. It's a 3-3-5 defense for the Tigers. They load up more in the secondary than they do at the linebacker or on that defensive line, but Winslow has just been a mainstay on that defensive line all year long for Dakota Wesleyan. First down and 10 for the Lancers. Roll out to the right. Throw over the middle. It is caught at midfield. Short gain on the play of 4 yards. A pass to Moshe Richmond.
Tiger territory.
Again, Lancers don't have to necessarily go super hurry up. Yes, they're down by 2 scores, but they still got 10 minutes to work with. So you don't have to go into scramble mode just yet if you're Mount Marty. Richmond's going to be shuttled over to the right side. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Little play action. Throw. Richmond downfield along the sideline. He caught it somehow at the 23-yard line. Banged in between 2 defenders. Massive contact, and somehow he held on, his 3rd amazing catch of the day.
I have no idea how he held on to this one. Got hit by the safety as he brought it in. What a catch.
And he's just a freshman, folks. First down and 10. From the 24-yard line, play action. Riken throws towards the end zone in front of Wahols, incomplete at the 5. He was open. He had a step on the defender, but he let him just a little too much.
Yeah, just a little too far out in front of him there, but still a chance here. Incompletion stops the clock. 9 minutes and 16 seconds to go. 2nd and 10, just outside the red zone. This game's not over. Lancers, no strangers to comebacks this season either. They have had a couple of special ones.
And they had a huge comeback last year against Dakota Wesleyan on the road. Riken sends Roland in motion from right to left. Trips left. Now Roland goes back in motion. Play action. Pressure. Riken throws to the end zone, and it is incomplete. Richmond almost had it in the back of the end zone. Penalty flag is down.
Yeah, the defender might have been a little bit early there. We'll see what the ruling is.
Came in from the field judge. It's Joe Martin, the official who threw the flag on the right side of the field. You see the officials conferring in the end zone. And we've seen penalty flags picked up already today.
Yeah, the field judge just motioned like it was pass interference.
Pass interference on the defense.
Yeah,
and that will move the ball 15 yards and be a first down. Check it out again here on the Farmers Union Insurance replay for those watching on the video stream. Pass a little too far, but yeah, the defensive back
early.
got there early. Now, that moves the ball down to the 9-yard line. First and goal, Lancers. 9:09 on the clock here in the fourth quarter. Tigers up 38-24. He's Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. A cloudy day here in Yankton at Crane-Youngworth Field. The lights are on and have been since the second quarter. Riken will move under center, has Hirsch behind him. Receivers either side, handoff, running play right. Hirsch puts his shoulders down inside the 5, cut down near the 3-yard line. Good gain of 6. And we've got another player down, a defensive lineman for the Tigers, and that's Carter Skosberg. He is the sophomore out of Vermilion. And the last thing the Tigers need is to lose another defensive lineman.
Yeah. This is another good one. Six sacks coming into today, and
he has been held in check by that offensive line by the Lancers. Winslow and Wahlberg having good days, but Winslow, in case you missed it, carted off the field just moments ago, and Skogsberg's going to be helped off the field. Trainer and another player are going to have to help him off the field. He is walking, but assisted as he walks off. So
putting no weight on the left leg.
Yep. As the defensive line starting to get pretty darn thin for Dakota Wesleyan. Trey Middlestead and Parker Barnes are backup defensive linemen. See which one of those players comes in on that defensive line. It is going to be Parker Barnes, a freshman out of Rapid City Stevens, wearing number 95. And now we get second and goal. Hirsch in at running back. Lancers trying to get into the end zone to make us a one-score game. Under center, Hirsch tries the right side, and he's going to be plowed under. Maybe got a yard, and that's all. And now it's going to be third and goal from the 3.
Now here's 2 downs where you're definitely going for it. The defense knows you're going to go for it. Down 2 touchdowns, 8.5 to go. You got 2 plays to get in, and you have to get in.
Yep, this is 4-down territory. A field goal doesn't do you any good if you're Mount Marty. It's touchdown or bust. Empty backfield. Riken drops back, looking, throws, pass, caught, touchdown, Brinsley, a one-handed catch as he was falling down. How did he catch it?
No idea how he was able to bring that one in. One of the more impressive touchdown catches we'll see. Just falling down, the tight end tripped out of his break, working to his right, was falling to the ground, just stuck that right hand up in the air and somehow snatched it. Wow.
I'm going to say it again. Somebody call ESPN because that play better be on SportsCenter tonight.
Wow. 8:15 on the clock. This game's not over.
Here comes the all-important point after kick. High snap, brought down, kick high enough and good. And what a job by Noah McDermott to save that extra point. The holder comes up big. 8:15 left to go. Fourth quarter of play. Tigers 38, Lancers 31. Back with the kickoff in just 30 seconds on KYNT.
Taylor is living the Runza dream.
The Fry Life is the high life.
He's stacking up rewards on the Runza mobile app.
Points on points on points on points.
That's a lot of free food from Runza.
Yep, I'm headed there for lunch today.
Download the Runza mobile app to start getting rewards. Because Runza makes it all better.
Runza on Broadway by Menards in Yankton.
That last scoring drive for Mount Marty, 9 plays, 65 yards, 3:37 time of possession. An acrobatic catch by James Brinsley from 4 yards out. Catch of the year.
Just look at this. Just
Falling
stuck a
down.
hand up. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my goodness. What concentration by the senior. One of the team captains demonstrated his leadership on that play. And the Lancers are down by 7. 8:15 left to go here on Senior Day. Vance with the kickoff. High end over end kickoff. Another fair catch called for. And we got some pushing and shoving going on as Iverson made the fair catch.
No penalties assessed, but
yeah,
chippy.
Yeah, it is. And despite the injuries we've seen out there, they're still playing hard. The ball placed at the 25-yard line after the fair catch on the kickoff. First down, Tigers. Connor Drake at quarterback, 19 of 27, 3 touchdowns, 1 pick, 318 yards. He's completed 70% of his passes today, and he stands in the shotgun set. Darrow at running back. He'll take the handoff. He'll try the left side, cut down behind the line of scrimmage. Cole Crips in on that play.
Another great play from the linebacker out of Idaho. Spoke to him in the pregame. He's been one heck of a Lancer.
He has had a fantastic campaign at the linebacker spot for Mount Marty. 2nd and 11, under 8 minutes to go. 7-point lead for Dakota Wesleyan. Now they'll bring in DeBleek. He lines up in the backfield, but he is a receiver. They'll clear him out. Empty backfield, quick screen pass, bubble screen. He tries to go outside. Brock Lubers was there to blow up the play, and they'll lose a couple of yards. Great job by the Lancer defense to recognize it and string out that play to the sideline. There was nowhere for the receiver to go.
Not at all.
Brings up 3rd down and 13. Fans making noise here. We got a good crowd on hand despite the chilly weather. 45 degrees, cloudy skies. A typical early November day here in South Dakota. And now the Lancer defense needs to rise up. Empty backfield. See if the Lancers bring the heat. No, just a 3-man rush pass, and it's going to be caught near the sideline, but shy of the marker. That was Caleb Kilbride, the sophomore out of Dayton, Wyoming. But that's going to send up a 4th down and about 3.
The Lancers hold. The route was 3 yards short of the sticks. Made the catch, but got to come off the field here. It's just a short route.
Yeah, punting unit comes on, and yeah, that pass was short of the mark, so the receiver had to go down to the ground to get it. I mean, there's no way he's going to get the first down.
Nope.
So the punting unit comes out on 4th and 3. Sam Welch averages 40 yards a punt. He's been blocked twice today. Pierce, Carbajal back deep at their own 25-yard line. High snap, brought down, but he gets it away quickly with the left foot. Bounces in front of Carbajal, and he'll let it bounce out of bounds. Let's see where the referee says near the 24, make that the 25-yard line. And the Lancers have it 1st and 10, but we've got another player down for the Tigers. Back at the Tiger 23-yard line, and that is one of the special teams players. And that's actually the starting tight end who was in there in special teams, Chase McGillivary out of Rockhorn, South Dakota.
He is up.
Yeah, he played his high school ball at Redfield, and he is limping off the sideline now, starting to put a little more weight on it, but he has been a key contributor in that passing game today for the Tigers, and they can ill afford to lose him. All righty, Lancers have it. 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line. 6:06 left. 3 timeouts in their back pocket. Play clock starts up. Riken looking to the sideline. He'll deploy his receivers. 2 out to the left, 2 out to the right. Hartz in the backfield at running back. Shotgun set. Now he'll clear out. Empty backfield. Riken wants to throw. Pressure coming over the middle. It is going to be caught at the 43-yard line. Moshe Richmond, another incredible catch.
He's over 100 yards already with the touchdown. That's going to bring him closer to 120 on 7 catches. What a receiver the Lancers have landed here.
And just think, folks, again, we mentioned it. He's just a freshman, folks. We got 3 more years with this young man. Maybe 4.
We'll see.
We'll see. Here's a run up the middle. Malachi Hartz puts his shoulder pads down, and he'll get across the 45 to the 48. And that's a good gain of 5 yards on first down. We mentioned that because it was something we were talking off air, something the NAIA is considering.
Yeah, there's like vote going to be going on. I don't know all the details. There's a vote going on in January of just blanket allowing 5 years of eligibility in the NAIA. We'll learn more about that in January, as I said. Nothing official yet.
2nd down and 5. Play action. Riken throws down the sideline, and it is incomplete. Broadnax was double-teamed down at the 30-yard line, and it was Hart there.
And the Lancers are calling for a flag. They were fighting the whole way down the field. Number 4, Broadnax for the Lancers, just getting tangled up with a defensive back who definitely had a hold of him there. You can see it. Mikey Hart had a hold of the jersey. No call. Dakota Wesleyan got away with one there. We're going to have 3rd down.
And now the Tiger fans making some noise from their sideline on the far side of the field from our broadcast location. 5:01 left, 3rd down and 5. Lancers trips left. One man out to the right. Riken throws quickly. Caught. Richmond across midfield to the 40-yard line. 1st down. He'll be out of bounds at the 41-yard line of the Tigers. And again, Moshe Richmond with a big play.
I think the Lancers have found a good strategy. Just give the ball to Moshe Richmond. It's working.
There was pressure coming by the Tigers, and Riken read it quickly and made a decision and a good throw. Read. And Richmond converts the 1st down at the Tiger 41-yard line. 4.5 minutes left to go in regulation. Pistol formation. Hart's back into the game. And they'll go to the run in Malachi Hart's. A big hole up the middle. He's across the 40 to the 35 to the 34-yard line. Gain of 7. 2nd and 3 coming up. Lancers can afford to, stay with the running game. They're down by 7. They'll go back to the run in Hart's. Runs into his own man, but a second effort gets him through, and he'll be across the 30. And he stays on his feet to the 26-yard line. They'll say his knees down at the 27. Move the chains. 1st down, Lancers.
Hartz has got about 75 yards on the ground and a touchdown today on 15 carries, averaging just over 5 yards a carry.
And he was the wrecking ball last year against Dakota Wesleyan in that win up at Joe Quinnell Field. Scored the touchdown in overtime, did Malachi Hartz. Play action, Riken under pressure, throws to the right side. Richmond catches it at the 10. He's down at the 8-yard line as he pulls it away from the defensive back, who was Jaden McGarry, the junior out of Omaha.
Moshe Richmond is the best player on the field right now. They're just throwing it up and letting the freshman come down with it.
Quickly to the line of scrimmage, and Malachi Hartz. Oh, he was upended right away on a big tackle by a blitzer. That was Brody Ballinger, the junior out of Jefferson. 2nd and goal. They're inside the 10. They're at the 8-yard line. 2:50 and counting. This is do or die time for Mount Marty. Again, a field goal doesn't do them any good. They've got to get 7 points here on Senior Day. Empty backfield as Hartz clears out. Riken wants to throw to the end zone. No, he's at the 5-yard line. It's Moshe Richmond, and he's run out of bounds, but they're going to keep the clock moving as his forward progress stop. 3rd down and goal from the, he's at the 4-yard line, so a gain of 4 on that last play.
If I'm Mount Marty, I'm taking this to the 2-minute warning. Dakota Wesleyan, you want to leave as little time as possible for their next possession. That's even if you get in the end zone.
Well, they're going to come up to the line, 2:08 left. Let's see, maybe they try to drive him offside. They're going to line up in the pistol formation. They'll snap the ball. Hartz up the middle, into the line. He'll be stopped at the 3-yard line, and we hit the 2-minute timeout. It'll be 4th and goal when we come back. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Tigers 38, Lancers 31. Back in just 1 minute right here on KYNT.
Busch Light, the perfect companion for hunting season. Because let's be honest, the stories, the laughs, and that first cold sip are half the reason you head out before sunrise. Whether you bag a trophy or just some good memories, make sure there's a Busch Light waiting at the end of the day. It's the beer that fits right in with early mornings, muddy boots, and tall tales of the ones that got away. Busch Light, brewed for hunters and storytellers.
All right, the game's going to come down to this play, folks. 1:57 left to go, fourth quarter. Dakota Wesleyan, 38. Mount Marty, 31. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. It's 4th and goal. Ball at the 3-yard line.
Mount Marty's made a lot of mistakes today. They've got 4 turnovers, but they can erase it all right here and make it a 0-0 ball game if they're able to get in on this play. We got 4th and goal incoming. They're going to be going for it, but the Lancers do have 3 timeouts. If they're unable to get this one in, they still have a chance of getting a 3 and out and getting the ball back, but you got to hope they're getting it in here.
Well, let's see who trots out onto the field. Will it be Hartz or Hirsch at running back? It is going to be Malachi Hartz. It'll be Broadnax as a receiver to the left. Carbajal, Wahols. Over on the right side, Moshe Richmond will line up as a tight end on the right side. Here we go. This is the ball game, folks. Carbajal in motion. Straight drop back. Pass to the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. It's Moshe Richmond.
Beautiful play design. You go to the best player on the field. That's Moshe Richmond in this fourth quarter. He has been unstoppable. His 2nd touchdown catch of the day. He's got 160 yards on 11 catches. Historic numbers for a true freshman.
And remember, he missed the first few games because of an injury, so he had to kind of work his way into the lineup. And boy, he has just been stellar all year. Now, the all-important point after kick, Camden Vance. Oh, somebody jumped offside, but the kick is on the way. It is good. 1:53 left, tied up at 38 apiece. There is a penalty flag down. I think somebody jumped off sides for Dakota Wesleyan, and they're not going to take the points off the board.
No, this will be offsides in the defense. They'll decline it, and we got a tie game.
Let's see what the official word is. Offsides, defense, decline. The point after kick is good. We're going to step away for 30 seconds and come back with the kickoff. He's Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty football on KYNT.
Buying a home isn't just about real estate. It's about investing in yourself. At the Move Group, we believe the best time to buy is when it makes sense for you. Our expert agents put people before transactions, meaning we listen first, provide honest guidance, and help you make a confident decision. No pressure, no gimmicks. Markets change, but the right home is about more than just numbers. It's about finding the right fit for your life and your future. When you're ready, we're here to help. Contact the Move Group today.
Move with Mason.
That last scoring drive for Mount Marty, 11 plays, 75 yards, 4:13 time of possession. Reichen to Moshe Richmond for the 3rd time today for a touchdown. For those watching on the web stream, we'll look at it again. Or second time today, as just a quick little pass to the right side of the end zone.
It was good play design. Moshe just off the right side of the line, lined up as a tight end, just quick little out route, stuck his foot in the ground, got open.
Another fair catch on the kickoff called by Landon Iverson. And so now Dakota Wesleyan.
Now they've got a chance to go break the hearts of Lancer fans right now. Mount Marty making a 14-point fourth quarter comeback, tying up the ball game, but 75 yards to go. Dakota Wesleyan, 2 timeouts, 1:53. They can go win this on the road at their in-state rivals, senior day. They can go break the hearts of Lancer fans right now. This Mount Marty defense, it's got to be ready.
Karsrud, his longest field goal of the year, 42 yards. Something to keep in mind. Shotgun set. Drake passes quickly, caught across the 30 to the 32-yard line to Kilbride. Short gain. Hurry up offense now for the Tigers. They'll come quickly to the line of scrimmage. They're driving right to left on your radio dial. Kaiser in at running back. 2 men out either side. Again, a quick pass to the right side. That one is going to be caught by Robb, and the senior steps out of bounds for a first down at the 43-yard line. No, they're going to put it down at the 42. Still, that'll move the chains. Quick passes here by Connor Drake. He'll line up in the shotgun. 2 men out either side. 1 back in the backfield. 4-man down, and here they come for the Lancers. Pressure underway to the right sideline. Incomplete into the sideline. Robbed the intended receiver, but that one was just thrown away.
Yeah, it was just away and out of bounds. No chance at that one, but 1:26 left. Got to mention here, the last 2 years in a row, these teams have gone to overtime. 2 years ago here in Yankton, double overtime, 51-45 final, Dakota Wesleyan with the win. Last year in Mitchell, it was in overtime. Lancers win 24-17, and now tied again in the final 2 minutes. These two teams, man.
All right, 4 wide receivers. Drake is going to be sacked in the backfield at the 32-yard line. He tried to scramble, and who is it? Well, we got 2 men there, Delonte Dickey and DJ Brown. And we are going to have, I believe, a timeout called by the Tigers. We'll keep it here during the break as we're checking out the replay on the video stream, and I think that was Brown and Delonte Dickey in there on the sack. This timeout, by the way, brought to you by Pizza Ranch. They have legendary chicken and the best pizza. It's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222.
I think that was actually Bryson Mitchell who was the first one there, Steve. Dickey and Brown both got there at the end, but Bryson Mitchell, the first one there, the sophomore, with the sack. What a play.
Yeah, the pocket collapsed, and Connor Drake tried to run up the middle, but that's where the pressure was coming from. For those watching on the video stream, we'll check it out there. You see the pressure up the middle, and bam.
Yeah, that's Mitchell.
Mitchell was there first, and then Delonte Dickey and DJ Brown there to finish him off, but credit Bryson Mitchell with the big sack. And we haven't called his name too many times today. I mean, he's played a good game.
He's had a good season.
But he has had a very, very good season. So now it will be 2nd down. Check that, 3rd down and 15 for Dakota Wesleyan. They have 1 timeout left. Shotgun set. Here comes the pressure. The throw across the middle, caught by Christian, and he'll be shy of the marker at the 46. Now, does Mount Marty call timeout? Yes, they will.
They should, yep. They've got 3 timeouts. Certainly you want to use one there. Dakota Wesleyan, they're 4 yards shy of the first down mark. You got to assume they're going to punt this ball away. Mount Marty needs to be aware of a fake, potentially, if they want to try it. But you're on your own side of the field in a tie game. I would say 9 out of 10 you're punting.
Yeah, it'll be 4th down and 4 from the 43-yard line for Dakota Wesleyan. Minute 5 on the clock. Mount Marty just spent their first timeout. This timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. You can call them at 665-1222. Now, the question is, for Dakota Wesleyan, do they send out the offense and maybe try to get the offsides?
You know, that's not a bad idea. They still got a timeout left. They could burn it if they choose. Send out the offense, just do the hard count, call timeout again, and then march out the punting unit. But I got to expect if they were going to do that, they would have done it before calling, or I guess the Lancers called the timeout either way. They didn't have a chance to, but I don't know. Punting units coming out, and I think that's the right call.
I think they're playing it safe, and that's not a bad call by Coach Kretschmar. I kind of agree with that. And remember, Welch has been blocked twice today. Carbajal, Pierce drop back to receive the punt. They're standing near their own 15-yard line. Here comes the pressure, but he gets it away, holds up into the air. Pierce tracks it over near the sideline, near the 20. He'll get about a 3-yard return, and that's all to about the 23-yard line. And now the Lancers have a chance to march down the field and win it. 1:03 on the clock. They have the ball at their own. Let's see where they're going to set the ball down. The officials will mark it at. They're going to give him forward progress to the 25.
Yeah, he was fighting forward for a couple yardage.
Or they're going to put it at the 23. That's where I thought he was down. Yeah. Still, Lancers 2 timeouts. They can still work the middle of the field.
And let's talk about this second half from Riken. He's got 4 touchdowns now in the game. First half ended with 3 turnovers, 2 interceptions and a fumble, 1 touchdown, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions in the second half.
Rollout to the right, throw on the run, caught Richmond at the 40-yard line, and he's tackled out of bounds at the 43. Moshe Richmond, another catch, and he got out of bounds.
And that's his 12th catch of the game for over 170 yards. He's got 2 touchdowns. This is just an incredible performance from a true freshman wide receiver out of Wolsey Wessington. He helped take that team all the way to the Dome and compete for a state title last season. And 9B, I believe, is where they were. And, man, what a player.
All right. Straight drop back. Riken under pressure. Steps up. Throws over the middle. Incomplete. Intended for Waholes. He was tripped up. The Mount Marty bench calling for a pass interference. No penalty forthcoming. On the coverage was Ashton Munsell. He's a sophomore out of Carroll, Nebraska. And it appeared there was contact. We're going to check it out.
You can see it.
Oh.
You can see it for sure.
I think so. Check that on the coverage. Munsell was in the area, as was Jaden McGarry. Well, 2nd down and 10 coming up. Lancers have the ball at their own 43-yard line, 51 seconds on the clock. Hart's in motion. They're going to throw to the sideline, and the receiver falls down. Richmond, no penalty on the coverage, was Gavin Hazelhorst.
That is the 3rd time in the 4th quarter the Lancers feel they should have got a pass interference call and just not getting anything. You can see coming out of his break there, Moshe tangled up with the defensive back. Their feet connect, and he goes to the ground as the ball's coming in. Now
it's 3rd down and 10, 46 seconds on the clock. And now Mount Marty is a little bit confused, and they will call a timeout. Coach Micheletti going over to talk to one of the officials, wondering why his receiver didn't get that penalty flag.
And once again, that's the 3rd one in the 4th quarter that the Lancers feel they should have gotten and haven't in the secondary of the Tigers. So Coach Micheletti certainly upset and getting an explanation right now.
Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Pizza Ranch. They're sponsoring this timeout. They've got legendary chicken and the best pizza. It's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. So 1 timeout left now for both squads. And here's the thing to think about. If Mount Marty doesn't get the 1st down and they're tackled in the field of play, you got to figure Dakota Wesleyan may spend a timeout, try to get the ball back. But this is a huge 3rd down for Mount Marty. Here on Senior Day, the Dakota Railroad Rivalry, that traveling trophy up for grabs today. Hart stays in at running back. 2 receivers will split out to the left side. 1 tight end on the right side. That's Brinsley. Harts will clear out of the backfield. 3 men now out on the left side. Straight drop back. Blitz coming. Throw under pressure towards Richmond. Incomplete at the 20-yard line. And Riken took a big shot after he delivered that pass.
Yeah, and that's a tough one on 3rd down, too. The Lancers go 30 yards downfield, just trying to go for it all with 40 seconds to go, but double coverage. And here's a punt coming with 39 seconds left. That also was able to keep Dakota Wesleyan from keeping that last time out in their pocket.
And that was a good call, the blitz by the Tigers defensively. That was a good time to call it. And Riken took a shot on that play. Vance to punt, low snap, but he gets away. A low line drive, but he got it downfield. And did it touch a Dakota Wesleyan player? It did not. It'll roll inside the 35 to the 32-yard line. 27 seconds left on the clock.
Only about a 23, 24-yard punt is all. 27 seconds left, and once again, a timeout left for Dakota Wesleyan.
So will they take a shot or two downfield, or will they play it safe and play for overtime?
Steve, it'd be the third time in 3 years that these two teams would have gone to overtime if that does happen. These two teams, I love it when they play football.
All right, Tigers will deploy a shotgun set. 2 receivers either side. They're going to go for it here. Pressure coming. Throw over the middle. Tipped it, almost intercepted at the 43-yard line by Cole Crips.
Oh, man, he had a hand on that one, nearly brought it down after the tip. Lancers would have been in plus territory. This was so close.
My goodness. 2nd down and 10. Connor Drake at quarterback. Has Kaiser to the left side of him in the shotgun set. 2 receivers either side. He drops back to throw. Looks over the middle, and it is going to be caught for a first down. Oh, my goodness. What a catch at the 40-yard line. They'll reset the chains, but I think Dakota Wesleyan's going to call their timeout at the 40-yard line. Oh, my goodness. What a catch by Kilbride.
Wow. That is just straight down the middle of the field. Quarterback just giving his receiver a chance. Good coverage.
I'm trying to see, was that Oliver on the coverage?
It was Arthur Oliver who had a chance at him, hit it right as the ball came in, and the ball kind of popped up for a second, and he's able to just grab it on the tip drill. Tip drill, there's the catch, 40-yard line for Dakota Wesleyan. That's not close enough. You obviously want some more yards. 16 seconds left. They did just use their final timeout. We'll see what they've got here.
Yeah, because the chains were being, I thought they were going to spike the ball,
right,
try to save the timeout, because in college football, remember, they have to reset the chains before the clock starts up again.
Which works in their favor. If they're able to get a first down, they will have a chance of going up and spiking the football. You got 1 play, maybe 2, where you can get a first down out of it, spike the ball, and then try a long field goal to win the game.
All right, Tigers out of timeouts. They'll send trips right, 1 man out to the left. Kaiser stays in the backfield. He'll stay in the block. Straight drop back. They're looking to the end zone, and the quarterback is sacked back near midfield. That's the last thing they wanted to happen, because I don't know if they're going to be able to spike the ball. They're quickly rushing to the line of scrimmage, and they spike it with 1 second left.
And, Steve, that was Bryson Mitchell again, the sophomore, putting together one heck of a game. His 2nd sack of the 4th quarter just came in off the right side of the line, beat the left tackle. Beautiful. Right side of the defensive line, beating the left tackle. Great sack.
Connor Drake with a mental mistake there, didn't get rid of the football. Now he's got 1 second left, and this is going to be the old Hail Mary, or maybe the old pitchy woo-woo thing if you're Dakota Wesleyan.
Don't want to risk the pitches, though, because that could go back the other way.
Yep, you got to figure this is going to be a Hail Mary. He'll roll out to the right, load up, throw the long ball towards the end zone into traffic, and it is going to be knocked down incomplete. And for the 3rd year in a row, the Tigers and the Lancers are going to overtime. Whew. We ain't done yet. Tied at 38 at the end of regulation here at Crane-Youngworth Field in Yankton, along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum here. And now we'll have the coin flip here in a couple of moments, and that will determine who goes on offense first.
And I feel like this is a good time to recap the last couple of years of what we have seen between the programs. As you said, 3rd time in 3 years these teams have had to go to extra time to finish this one, overtime. 2 years ago here in Yankton, and it was, I believe, a homecoming game for the Lancers, a night game. We went to double overtime. 51-45, it was Dakota Wesleyan who got the win in double overtime here in Yankton. Then last year up in Mitchell, the Lancers rip out the football, force a fumble. They're able to trot out the field goal unit down 3, kick the field goal as time expires. It goes through to force overtime. They win in the first overtime, 24-17 in Mitchell. And for the third time in 3 years, we're going to overtime again. Oh my gosh.
This is something special, this rivalry, and you think about it before that, close games between these particular squads. In fact, the very first game, the inaugural season, was a 20-3 game in favor of Dakota Wesleyan, but that game was closer than the final score indicated that very first football game 5 years ago.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so now the team captains will be coming out to the middle of the field momentarily. Again, both teams get a chance with the football from the 25-yard line. And it'll be Joe Van Overshield, the lone captain, coming out there. He, of course, from Mitchell. His dad's a football coach. And so now Connor Singheisen will flip the coin, and we will determine who's going to go on offense first and who will go on defense first. Normally, whoever wins the toss puts their defense on the field first.
Want to know what you need.
Yep. Dakota Wesleyan will call this here. Called heads. It is heads. So I think Dakota Wesleyan has won the toss. They have. They will go on defense first.
Yep. So the strategy there, the Lancers go on offense first. They're going to go try and go get in the end zone. And if Dakota Wesleyan gets the stop, a field goal wins the game. And that's the strategy. You don't have to go all the way to the end zone. You could just kick that thing and walk out of here with the victory. So Lancers, the pressure's on. 14-point comeback in the fourth quarter, though, to force overtime for the Lancers.
All right, well, we got a moment on the Gerstner Oil scoreboard. Morningside defeats Doane today 42-0. It was Concordia doubling up Briar Cliff at 34-17. That's a final. They're going to overtime. Northwestern at Midland tied at 17. So this is 2 overtime games. And a final, Dordt escapes Hastings 31-26, the final there down in Hastings, Nebraska. So Northwestern and Midland heading into overtime. And here, overtime number 1. Lancer offense on the field. And they will move both teams left to right on your radio dial. Here we go. It'll be the pistol formation. Hartz behind his quarterback. They'll go to the run. Malachi Hartz has a hole across the 20 to the 15. And they're trying to rip the football out. And he's down near the 11-yard line. Now, Dakota Wesleyan saying they did rip it out. But no, the official denying that.
They were trying to rip it at the end. Hartz ends up holding on to the football is the ruling. And here's that run. He just goes off his right guard, gets a good hole, going off that gap on the far side. And, good
First down and 10 from the 12-yard line for Mount Marty. And we have a whistle, and this play will be blown dead. So Coach Micheletti questioning a substitution. They were trying to snap the ball, I think, while Dakota Wesleyan had 12 men on the field, but the referee said no, they get a chance to substitute if the offense substitutes. So we'll do it again. No penalty. It's 1st and 10. Ball technically at the 13-yard line. Or check that. It's at the 12. Handoff, Hartz to the right side, runs into a man, keeps going. He's across the 10, and his forward progress gets him to the 9. We'll call it a gain of about 3 yards on the play.
Hartz with the carry.
And again, Mount Marty, if they get to about the 3-yard line, they'll have a first down and a fresh set of downs. 2nd down and 7.
You got to think in this red zone, Dakota Wesleyan's got to keep an eye on Moshe Richmond. He's lined up as a tight end on the left side of the line right now.
Under center, Riken, pitch, to Malachi Hartz. He'll muscle ahead to the 7-yard line, gain of a couple.
Third down.
Third down.
Brings up third down.
On the day, Malachi Hartz, 77 yards before that last carry. Has a long of 27 today. Game clock off in overtime. Only the play clock matters. Hartz to the right of his quarterback in the shotgun set. Third down and 5. Now he'll clear out, and there's movement. And that is going to be on Desmond Taylor, and that's going to back him up 5. False start. That is a big, big penalty.
Yeah, that's massive. So that'll back him up to 3rd and 10 from the 12-yard line. You can still get a first down at the 2. But 10 yards to go, and you got to expect it's not 4-down territory. You settle for points in overtime. Well, unless you really want to get aggressive with it, but...
Yeah, they are within range here for Camden Vance. Is long on the year, 38. But you in overtime, you want to think touchdowns, not field goals.
Yeah.
Hartz to the left of his quarterback in the shotgun set. Play action, pressure coming. Riken stands. He's going to roll out now to his left. Throws to the end zone on the run, and it is Richmond. There was fighting going on in the end zone, but no penalty flag forthcoming. Again. And now the field goal unit has to come out.
You can see Moshe Richmond up at the top of the screen if you're watching, just rolling to his left. Riken throws. Richmond being held onto by the defender. Field goal attempt incoming.
All right, so this will be a 29-yard attempt from Vance from the right hash mark. Noah McDermott is the holder. Snap on target. Kick on the way. Has the distance. It's good. So now it's 41-38. Lancers on top. They get a field goal on their possession in overtime. Now Dakota Wesleyan, they need a field goal to tie, touchdown to win.
Or a Lancer stop could win them the game. There's a lot of options in overtime.
Last year it was the Lancer defense getting a stop on 4th and 1.
We had a measurement.
A measurement. The chain gang had to come out, and that's how the game ended when the Tigers came up short on a 4th down play. Connor Drake, 25 of 37, 377 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 pick. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Kaiser in the game. Straight drop back, now a roll to the right. Drake throws on the run. Incomplete, intended for Holden at the 14-yard line. Incomplete.
Lancer defender with a great play there. Timed it perfectly right as the ball came in. So does the defender. Just swat it down, swat the hands. 2nd down.
Holden has been their main target all year long. He has 4 catches today, came into the game with 47. 2nd down and 10. Lancer fans encouraging their defense. Shotgun set, trips right. Now they'll put a man in motion. Play action, pressure coming, throws towards the end zone, caught, touchdown. Christian was wide open as he beat Amir Conley, and that's the ball game. And again in overtime on this field, Dakota Wesleyan gets the win. This time 44-41, your final score. The Tigers improve to 4-5. The Lancers fall to 4-5. The Lancers have lost 3 games in a row. We're going to take a 2-minute timeout. We'll come back and begin the post-game show brought to you by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty Football on KYNT.
We're passionate about getting yearly mammograms because 1 in 8 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer. You can get a yearly mammogram to detect it early. Would it help if I requested nicely? Please, could you be so kind as to get a mammo? Or singing it. Get your mammogram starting at 40. Or with a British accent. Schedule your mammo with an Avera Breast Center at avera.org/breast or call 888-422-1410.
KYNT, Yankton, FM 1021 and AM 1450.
Craving a sip of sunshine? Meet Surfside, iced tea, green tea, or lemonade. Real flavor, real juice mixed with vodka, but only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and absolutely 0 bubbles. Whether you're into peach tea, mango green tea, or strawberry lemonade, Surfside brings the party. Smart and smooth. It's like sunshine in a can with adult approval. Must be 21 or older. Surfside, 0 bubbles, all vibes.
Parker of Yankton is growing and investing in our community with 2 new production lines. We're hiring for a product and mechanical engineer, plus material handlers, line operation techs, and assemblers on first and second shift. We offer paid vacation, medical, dental, vision, and life insurance. Enjoy quarterly profit sharing, 5% 401k match, and a fully paid retirement income account. Be part of a company that believes in quality, teamwork, and building something that lasts, right here at home. Apply today at parker.com/careers.
Parker, engineering your success.
Final score, Dakota Wesleyan wins the Dakota Railroad rivalry game in overtime, 44-41 over Mount Marty, breaking their hearts on senior day. Once again, Tigers with the win over the Lancers for the 3rd year in a row. These 2 teams go to overtime, and the visiting team has won all 3 of these games that have gone over to overtime the last few years. He's Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. And we're going to begin our post-game show with the Runza Rundown. Now, if you're on the run, make it Runza. Runza gets you your food fast so you can get going. Runzas, burgers, fries, onion rings, salads, chickens, desserts. They've got it all there at Runza. Tehl, let's talk about the second half because, man, did we have fireworks.
We really did. Just a quick recap of that first half. The Lancers trail 7-6 at the end of the first. Second quarter was long, a lot of scoring, but we ended up going into the locker room with a 21-17 Dakota Wesleyan lead by 4. As we started off that second half, then Dakota Wesleyan goes on a long drive to start, a 12-play, 72-yard drive that ends in a Danny Karsrud field goal for 20 yards. That was good. Right after that, they're able to get the ball back. Kobe Kaiser with the first rushing touchdown of the season for Dakota Wesleyan University, and it was a pretty good one here, and that's our first highlight. This was in the 3rd quarter.
Yeah, for those watching online, there you see Kobe Kaiser running it to the left side, just weaved his way through traffic and scored from about 12 yards out.
Made it 30-21. Lancers trailing at that point, or 30-17, excuse me. Lancers trailing until Lancers go back down the field. This play to Moshe Richmond right at the start of the 4th quarter. Moshe dragged that toe, got in. What a touchdown there. 31-24 at that point, Dakota Wesleyan. Just a couple plays later, Dakota Wesleyan with a bomb going up 2 possessions again in the 4th quarter. Incredible play here. Defender slips. They just take it all the way down for the score. After that, this is one of the best catches of the day for sure. James Brinsley with a touchdown to make it a 1-score game, and you can see him just reach up and snag it with the left hand. I want to slow-mo it here. Wow.
Yeah,
just
that
an incredible
is your catch
play.
Of the game right there.
That was incredible. Made it a 1-score game. Lancers able to get the ball back, and then it's Moshe Richmond to tie up the ball game. Under 2 minutes to go. Just on the right side of the line, throw to him, open in the end zone. Great play. That just about took us to overtime. The Lancers in overtime. They're stopped short. They settled for a field goal. It does go through. Lancers lead by 3 in OT. But then after that, final play of the game, Dakota Wesleyan scores 44-41 overtime. Your final.
Yep. Steve Christian, his second touchdown catch of the day. That was the game winner for the Dakota Wesleyan Tigers as they prevail here today in overtime, 44-41. to 41. Well, we'll check out the game stats, and our game stats today being brought to you by Gerstner Oil, or check that, there you are, store. Game stats actually brought to you by the Meat Lodge. You want top quality meat at great prices? Well, head to the Meat Lodge in Yankton. They're on the way to the lake on Highway 52. We'll start with some of the team stats first. First downs, +7 for Mount Marty, 24-17. Time of possession nearly even, only about a minute and a half difference between the Tigers and the Lancers. Tigers with the advantage there. Both teams had 5 punts, 5 penalties against Dakota Wesleyan, 3 penalties against Mount Marty in the team stats.
Yeah, a lot of calls the Lancers are going to be upset about in that fourth quarter we talked about, but as it stands, nothing there. And one of the good stats here in terms of yardage, Lancers have 403 yards of offense, 73 plays, 416 for Dakota Wesleyan on 64 as well. 6 of 14 on third down, 4 of 14 for Dakota Wesleyan.
Yeah, stats are pretty even in a lot of categories here, and that just reflects how even a game this was. Both teams did have some turnovers, and 2 blocked punts today by the Mount Marty special teams unit definitely evened up the scores. The sunshine is actually peeking through the clouds right now.
Finally. We couldn't have had that during the game.
If only the second time today here. It's been cloudy pretty much all day here in Yankton. In fact, we've had the lights on here at Crane-Youngworth Field for a good chunk of this ball game. And in a moment here, we're going to get an interview with John Micheletti, the head coach for the Mount Marty Lancers. This interview brought to you by Conklin Distributing. Packed with essential vitamins and nutrients, Rise Fuel gives you the power to push harder, go faster, and perform better. Fuel your ambition and unleash your potential with Rise Fuel. And Coach, once again, Heartbreak City on Senior Day. I know for these young men out there, it's got to be, again, a heartbreaking loss. But, boy, just a ton of effort out there today.
Yeah, it's one of those rivalry games, and that's kind of what you expect. Just feel bad. Maybe I'm bringing them too much bad luck, Oh. It's like, holy cow, I don't know how anybody can, have that much bad luck on certain things. So good for those guys.
Moshe Richmond, I got to start off with him. This young man had another dynamite game today. He had 3 acrobatic catches, and that may not have been the best catch of the day. I think James had the best catch of the day.
No, Moshe definitely came out to play today. Heck of a performance, especially there in the second half when we just got to start throwing the ball to get back into the game. Extending the plays. He's such a big target, and he runs well, so that helps. But, yeah, James, being the leader that he is, they share the same position. There's a couple times we were able to get them both on the field at the same time. But, Brinsley's always ready to go, and, especially being able to step off the field so Moshe can get on and then still stay engaged in the game. There's too many guys nowadays that are poor me, why me. I want that opportunity, but James is probably the biggest cheerleader for Moshe in those situations. And that's why positive stuff happens to him, because he keeps the positivity around.
Rodney Broadnax had a big collision there, and the ball popped up, and it turned into an interception. And I was glad that Rodney was able to come back, because when I initially saw that play, I thought, that could be a game-ending play. But he came back and made a great catch in the end zone.
Yeah, Rodney's a great player. That one just got the wind knocked out of him, which is pretty scary when it happens to you. But you just want to give a little bit of time, and I'm sure he'll still be sore from it. But they seem to let a lot of things play today. That one was not targeting. It shouldn't have been. They just want to be able to review it and get the right call, which I definitely respect that. But definitely should have had a few ones at the end of the game that shouldn't happen.
We were counting them in the fourth quarter. But when it comes to your defense through the first 4, certainly great. Bryson Mitchell, 2 sacks today. You really seem to have found something in that sophomore, Coach.
Yeah, it's all him, when we started recruiting him from Sioux Falls, Lincoln, they were he was considering whether he wanted to be able to continue to play football or not. And luckily his sister went here and ended up marrying Marcus Janofin, so that helped out quite a bit. But he's been a heck of a player. Even his freshman year, did a lot of stuff there on JV. Pretty sure was the JV MVP at one point. A guy that's going to continuously get better. Such a great football mind. He grasps the defense so well that allows us to put him at any one of those 4 defensive line spots, even the stand-up rush backer. So great player.
Coach, another thing that changed things defensively today, I know you expected to see Jed Jensen. You end up seeing Connor Drake. How did that change things, and when did you know about that change? How much were you able to kind of prep for the different quarterback?
No, yeah, I don't trust anybody sending me the right too deep anymore. Yeah. I don't know if I've gotten one correctly sent over yet, but Coach Kretschmar, and being the respectful young man that he is, sent me the one with Connor Drake on it. Nice. as a starter, but I didn't fall for it. I wasn't going to be like, all right, yeah, it's not going to see six. Six came out and warmed up. He took few big hits last week, so I assume he's still under concussion protocol. But, yeah, no, one came out and played well.
Yeah, Connor Drake, 25 of 37 on the day. He did have one interception, 3 touchdowns, and Rugby Riken just hung in. He took a couple big shots today, but he also delivered 4 touchdown passes today.
Yeah, they had a good defensive plan. Coach Bessler was at Doane before moving up here to Mitchell up in Dakota Wesleyan, but he had a good plan, and those guys being able to rush and keep that high rush, knowing that Rugby likes to spin out, kind of hurt us a couple times there, but Rugby is going to continuously fight, and you're never going to stay down. You saw that all the way through.
And it was night and day, first half to second half, specifically with his quarterback play. You know, first half had 3 turnovers to 1 interception, but in that second half, no turnovers, 3 touchdown passes as well. What changed throughout the game? Was it just him settling in, or were you changing things offensively for him?
Yeah, he got pissed off and played his game.
Gotcha.
Rugby being a competitor as he is, understand that like I said, there's some bad luck. The one with Rodney getting hit and the ball popped right into some of the guys' hands. There's some of those that he's like, okay, well, I got to make sure that I continuously make plays and do what Rugby does.
And unfortunately, Rugby had that fumble, which they recovered for a touchdown. And I know the young man wants to make a play, but sometimes, you try a little too hard and then something bad happens. But you can't blame it. We've seen him escape 500 times this year too.
Yeah, that's the thing. You're going to get out of those 500 times, you're going to get 480 good ones, and there's going to be 20 bad ones. So I got to take those if you're going to allow him to be who he is, and that's the plan. Allowing him to continuously be who he is, just making sure that we coach him up on little things and he'll take constructive criticism better than anybody.
All right. So with this one behind you now you got 2 road games to finish up the season, and it's Big Bad Morningside coming up next at their field. Now, 2 years ago, you played them really, really tough down there and had a chance at them there late in the third quarter.
Yeah, we've even our first year, we didn't do too bad there. We've always played there, or we played well down there. So we're eager. Haven't broken them not too much, put a lot of time into D-Dub. But I know Chevalier's back, throwing the ball all over. They got some great receivers and got 5 to 6 running backs that can tote it pretty well, but I know their defense has changed quite a bit. Usually they were in a 4-3 and never get out of it. Now there's been quite a bit of snaps of them being in a 3-4 and changing a few things around with the personnel that they have.
They did win today over Doane 42-0, by the way. I know you haven't broken down that game obviously yet, but that was their score.
Yeah, so they're obviously, and they're also kind of in playoff mode too, because they know they can't afford to drop another game. Otherwise, they may be out of the playoffs, which hasn't happened in a long time.
No, I don't know if they can. I don't know if they can keep them out of the playoffs. Even if there's always seems a way to be able to get them in, and Steve Ryan's been around enough to kind of pull some strings for that to happen. But no, yeah, definitely.
They deliver when they get there.
We'll get their best game, and they're used to playoffs and playing in November and December and all that stuff. So, I know our guys will be anxious to get back on the field and get some things going in the right direction.
Coach, thanks for your time today, and good luck next week against Morningside down on the road in Sioux City.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys.
John Micheletti, the head coach of the Mount Marty Lancers. It was the Tigers victorious today, 44-41 in overtime. We were breaking down the stats here. We went over the team stats. Why don't we turn our attention to the individual performances today?
Yeah, we'll start it off with the Lancers. Defensively, we talked about it. Bryson Mitchell had 2 sacks. DJ Brown had 1 as well. In terms of tackles, DJ Brown led with 9, had 2 tackles for loss on those sacks. Pierce had a tackle for loss, and then Crips had a tackle for loss as well. The interception came in from Asmaram Muhammad. Daniel Pierce had 2 pass breakups as well. On the offensive side of the football, Rugby Riken, 24 of 40 throwing the football, 4 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, had a fumble in there as well. 60% completion percentage, 351 yards on the game. Those receivers, it was Moshe Richmond, mostly in the second half. At halftime, Moshe had 49 yards at the half. He ends with 180 on 12 catches and 2 touchdowns. Kyle Hirsch has 5 catches for 83 yards as well. Rodney Brodnax, 2 for 46 and a touchdown. James Brinsley, 2 for 23 and a touchdown. Carbajal, 2 for 13. And Waholtz had 1 for 6 today. Running the football, Malachi Hartz had 77 yards and a touchdown on 17 carries, 4.5 yards a carry today. Kyle Hirsch, only 9 attempts. He ended up with 12 yards in the ball game through on the ground. And then for Dakota Wesleyan, Connor Drake throwing the football, 25 of 37, 3 touchdowns to 1 interception, 377 yards, 67% completion percentage. He had a good day. Dakota Wesleyan running the football. They end up with 39 yards as a team. They had a lot of negative yards, a couple of sacks, 3 sacks on Drake, which work against, obviously. He had a net of minus 15 today. Kaiser ended up with 42 yards on the ground and a touchdown. Darrow with 8 yards. And then Max House with 3 there. Receiving, Kilbride had 4 catches for 105 yards and a touchdown. He had a long of 60. Christian had 5 catches for 104 yards and a touchdown, a long of 64. And then you had McGillivary with 3 catches for 49 yards and a touchdown. Holden had 4 catches for 47 yards. Dvorak had 2 for 42 yards. 2 for Rob for 11 yards. 2 for Darrow for 6 yards. 1 for Vaughn for 13. 1 for Kaiser for 2. And then 1 for Deblasek for minus 2. So a lot of receivers catching passes today. I believe that is 10 unique receivers catching passes from Drake.
And that's what you like to see. And Christian, I think technically 2 touchdowns today. They didn't count that overtime touchdown.
Oh, right. It's not on the stats yet.
Not on the stats yet. So Christian with a big game, and he just picked his spots and got the overtime touchdown winner, 44-41, the final score. Dakota Wesleyan with the victory today over Mount Marty. We're going to take a timeout. We'll take a 1-minute timeout. We'll come back here, and we'll go over the scoreboard from around the Great Plains Athletic Conference. We got a few scores in, but we're still waiting on a final score. Midland and Northwestern playing also in overtime. We'll also check from around the country as well. So we'll take a 1-minute timeout. We'll come back. We'll also have our move of the game and also our Lancer player of the game. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is the Aztec Postgame Show for Mount Marty Football right here on KYNT.
Rewarding you for doing everyday things, like buying gas, shopping, and dining local. Does your bank do that? If you're a Core Trust customer, your bank does that. When you open a premium or preferred checking account and meet requirements, you get access to Core Trust perks powered by Bazing, an exclusive network offering 300,000 plus deals and discounts on dining, shopping, travel, fuel, and more. Visit us online, in person, or by phone. Terms and conditions apply. Member FDIC.
A big thank you from Mount Marty University to one of Yankton's greatest employers and friend of the community, Aztec. They're very proud to support the Mount Marty Lancers. The vision at Aztec is to build industry-changing solutions that create life-changing opportunities. And you can build a career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Click careers at aztecindustries.com. Best wishes, Mount Marty, from your friends at Aztec.
Heading into the home stretch of our broadcast today. This is the Aztec post-game show. A tough, heartbreaking loss for the Lancers in overtime, 44-41. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Let's check out the Gerstner Oil scoreboard. No matter what you drive, make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's there on Broadway in Yankton. Tehl, what do you have for updates?
So as we mentioned around the GPAC, Morningside did beat Doane today. 42-0 was your final. Concordia at home wins against Briar Cliff, 34-17. Northwestern does escape Midland down in Fremont after overtime, 23-17. Was your final score there, and then Dort beats Hastings in a close one as well. Hastings quietly been really good this season, yes. 31-26 in a close game, 5-point victory for the defenders.
Turning to major college football in the top 25, we've had some upsets. SMU at home knocks off number 10 Miami in overtime 26-20. West Virginia knocks off number 22 Houston. That game was played in Houston, 45-35 the final there. And number 20 Texas at home beats number 9 Vanderbilt 34-31. Number 1 Ohio State rolls by Penn State 38-14. No surprise there. Those are final scores from the top 25. Do we got an update on any scores from the Missouri Valley Conference's finals go?
That we do. Only one final. South Dakota gets the win over North Dakota today, 26-21 over in the Dakota Dome in Vermilion. Illinois State is leading Northern Iowa with just under 9 minutes to go by 12, 28-16. South Dakota State trailing Indiana State with just under 4 minutes to go, 17-12 at home. The Jackrabbits in a scare right now in the final 4 minutes.
That just got updated. Indiana State just scored a touchdown. They're up 23-12 with less than 4 minutes to go. That would be a massive upset. Now it's 24-12 as they just kicked the extra point.
That would change things in the FCS standings.
Yeah, because Indiana State's 2-6, 0-4 in the Mo Valley. Wow. They're going to go into Brookings and get a W. And
if they can hold on.
If they can hold on, North Dakota State is ahead in the third quarter against Youngstown State, 35-23. That game not over yet.
No, 25-33, as you said. Youngstown State, or 35-23, excuse me, in the third quarter. 6 minutes and 22 seconds left in the third. North Dakota State leading, but obviously still time left. And then Southern Illinois leads Murray State at the end of 7-0.
Let's check some scores from around the Big Ten Conference. Games in progress. Number 2, Indiana, out in front of Maryland. No surprise, 27-10. That game halfway through the third quarter. And the only other final is Rutgers, Illinois beat Rutgers today, 35-13. USC, number 23, plays at Nebraska tonight. That's a night game, and they're underway in the third quarter. It is Minnesota leading at home against Michigan State, 10-7. That game in the third quarter. Let's check scores from the Big 12 Conference. Some final scores from earlier today. It was Baylor over UCF 30-3, and it was Arizona State beating Iowa State 24-19. So the Sun Devils with a big win down in Ames today. Number 13 Texas Tech leading just barely over Kansas State 19-14. That game halfway through the third period of play. Other games from top 25 college football games in progress. It is Louisville leading at Virginia Tech early in the fourth, 21-16 the score there. Big game in the SEC. They're just started the third quarter. Number 5 Georgia and Florida tied up at 10. A game being played in Gainesville today. And number 12 Notre Dame leading on the road in the third quarter late against Boston College, only 12-7. And number 15 Virginia leading out on the West Coast at Cal, 17-7. Yes, that's an ACC game. No, I will never accept Cal and Stanford in the Atlantic Coast Conference. And that's a check of the Gerstner Oil scoreboard. I'm hoping they jump over to whatever the Pac-12 is going to be. I'm hoping that somehow happens.
We've had a lot of shakeup the last couple of years, and I don't think that's done. We're going to see more shakeup this offseason as well.
I would not be surprised. Now we're going to move on to our Move of the Game, brought to you by Mason Schramm. Are you buying or selling? Well, move with Mason in the Move Group. And Tehl, we had a whole bunch of contenders for this award today.
Oh my gosh, there were some incredible catches in this ball game, especially in the fourth quarter by the Mount Marty Lancers. There were 3 touchdown passes by Rugby Reich and 2 to Moshe Richmond. We're going to show those in a second. But this one to James Brinsley, the catch was just truly another level. I want to take a look at it here, and I'm going to use my slow-mo button again to give you the full appreciation. James Brinsley lighting up as a tight end on the right side of the line. He gets into a break, working to his left. Here's the throw, falls to the ground, just goes up and snags it. What a catch.
That may be the catch of the year, not just for Mount Marty. That may be the catch of the year in the Great Plains Athletic Conference because he just stuck a big paw up there and pulled it in. So our move of the game to the senior tight end, James Brinsley. Congratulations to that young man on a fantastic catch, his third of the season. Now we move on to our Lancer Player of the Game. This is brought to you by Avera Health. Visit avera.org today, and we're going to go with the freshman wide receiver, and that is Moshe Richmond. He had some spectacular catches throughout this game.
Yeah, he did, and he caught 2 fourth-quarter touchdown passes. The Lancers were down 14. He caught 2 touchdowns and had 180 yards and 12 receptions. This was the first one, and this was the really impressive catch for Moshe. You know, you're going to the back of the end zone. I'm taking this down for a second. Back of the end zone, bang.
Yep.
Just able to drag that foot, stays in. Wow.
Yep, it just beat the great coverage there by Landon Rusink, and what a catch there by the freshman in the left side of the end zone for those watching the video stream online. That was just round one.
It was. It was the first one. That was the one that made it a one-score game. Here's the one that tied the game. I think this was a 4th down just at the end of the game. They had to have it. They get it. They go to Moshe Richmond. Just a good route, good play design, able to get open. He has 2 touchdown passes in the 4th quarter, or 2 touchdown catches in the 4th quarter, and that's why he's the Avera Player of the Game.
And congratulations to Moshe Richmond, the freshman, turning in a dynamite first-year campaign for the Lancers. But unfortunately, they fall today, 44-41 in overtime. So the Lancers, their chances of having a winning season, well, they got to win their final 2 games on the road. Morningside, the opponent, next week. Midland after that. That is going to be a tall task for the Lancers. We will hit the airwaves at high noon next Saturday from Olsen Stadium down in Sioux City. The kickoff is at 1 o'clock next week.
And that'll be, once again, as you said, tall task. Morningside, one of the best teams in the nation year in and year out, competing for national championships year in and year out. Lancers going into their house. But as John Micheletti said in our postgame coach interview, the Lancers have played well at their house. They really have. They've had chances to go in there and get upsets, falling short in 4th quarters, but Lancers have played well in Sioux City. We'll see if they can get something done next week.
Well, here today, the Dakota Railroad Rivalry Trophy is heading to Mitchell, and unfortunately for the Lancers, they lost both of their trophy games this year, earlier to Briarcliff, today to Dakota Wesleyan, so they're going to have some work to do next year to get those traveling trophies back here to Yankton. Like to thank our operator, Scotty Borman. He did a fine job running the board today. Thanks to our video crew here today for doing the fine job to bring you the pictures. Thanks to everyone watching online, and thanks to also everyone listening on the radio, wherever you may be around the world. Thank you to Braden and Josh for doing the camera work today, the video job. Or the video duties today. Also, thanks to all of our sponsors here for making these broadcasts possible. A heartbreaking one these last 2 weeks. Lost 2 games in a row, one on a last-second field goal, one in overtime. We've lost 2 games by a combined 6 points.
Yeah, Lancers are right there. They're in these games, just falling in these ones. And this one, once again, the 3rd time in 3 years going to overtime with Dakota Wesleyan University. These 2 teams just play down to the wire every single time. I'm looking forward to that game up in Mitchell next year. See if we can make it 4 for 4 in overtimes.
Well, I tell you what, maybe we shouldn't have senior day because we can't seem to have we got to have senior day, but it's just like 5th year in a row, we just lost on senior day, and it's just really, really tough because you always want to send your seniors out with a W in their last home game. Unfortunately, did not happen once again for Mount Marty, and for the 2nd year in a row in heart-breaking fashion. Last year to Doane, this year to Dakota Wesleyan. Well, there's still 2 more games on the dance card, and we will be on the air once again, high noon, with the pregame show from Sioux City, Iowa. On behalf of our entire video crew, for all our sponsors, for Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Toombs signing off from Yankton, South Dakota and Crane-Youngworth Field. You've been listening to Mount Marty football right here on KYNT. Don't forget to set your clocks back an hour. Good night, everybody.
Thank you for listening to Lancer Athletics on KYNT, a Riverfront sports property and Yankton's home team. Be sure to subscribe to the KYN-TV YouTube page and hit the notification bell so you never miss the action. You can also find KYNT on Facebook, X, Instagram, and online. Remember, KYNT is your home for Lancer Athletics.